Yay!
We did it!
Let me tweet this. Yay!
We did it.
right.
Man, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for our 5th year anniversary retrospective. 5 years of the Whatnauts. That is crazy. We got a full house today. You guys know us all, or most of us. You guys should. I'm Kyle Springer. I am joined, as always, by Melissa Wilkinson.
Hello.
Ignacio Rojas.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Alan Busby.
It's always the buongiorno.
And Gino Viteri.
Mucho gusto.
Indeed.
Right? Different from Ignacio there?
Yeah.
Hey.
Let's
Didn't
see.
you say hola? What is it?
There we go. Look at that. We got our fancy names and social media handles going up there. Well, I guess that's not super.
Oh, wait, for it? Oh my God, that
fancy.
is so cool, dude. What are you talking about? That's awesome.
So yeah, we're just here to have a good time and celebrate and hang out and talk and play some games or something. We got all sorts of stuff. But first, I just like how is everyone? It's been about a week since I've talked to all of you guys from Crossplay, Ignacio and Ellen and Gino. Melissa, you and I were talking last night.
Yeah. We spoke 14 hours ago.
Captain's Law. Yeah. Indeed. So how are you guys?
It's been a pretty news-heavy week, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I didn't expect that.
Pretty intense.
I didn't expect that for the video game stuff. I'm sure we'll get into all of that down the road here.
Yeah, Twitter was an interesting place yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Or the last couple of days.
Yeah. So besides this, what do you have planned for the weekend? What's going on?
Dude, nothing really. Playing games, editing my videos. I mean, instead of editing all morning, I went disking in like 35-degree weather with a buddy this morning.
Disking?
Yes.
Disking?
I'm assuming like the like circular like sled saucer looking thing.
No.
I was gonna say throwing this.
Yeah, disc golf, like disc golf.
Yeah.
Disc golf.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Disc golf?
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess that's the technical term because it's not actually a frisbee. Frisbee is
it's
a brand.
technically not. I mean, it looks like it. It's different, like thickness of plastics. Gino, do you not know what disc golfing is?
I don't know either.
No.
Okay,
no,
so disc golfing is pretty much like golf. You stand at like a tee and you kind of like you would tee off and like you'd hit the golf ball, but instead you have like a disc of plastic. I don't have one right next to me, but you pretty much stand and you throw it, and there's like a metal basket with chains out in the distance. And your goal is to throw it. You're pretty much playing golf, but it's just with like a frisbee that you have to throw. But it's not simple just frisbee throwing. They're like, there's like discs meant to like go for distance. You have to throw it at like a.
I'm trying to imagine if I've ever seen this.
Oh man,
is it? Do people play this professionally?
I know I don't. I am not even near good enough.
But people
do. I think one of the best disc golfers is like a guy named Macbeth.
Interesting. Macbeth. Nice. He has one name.
I don't know his whole name. Hang on.
No, his name is just Macbeth, dude. Just Macbeth.
Frisbee Macbeth.
The best disc golfer in the world.
The best ping pong player is a guy named Hamlet.
Yeah, okay, it's Paul Macbeth. Paul Macbeth is the Paul Macbeth.
Paul Macbeth
is one of the best disc golfers.
That's crazy, dude.
Be like, yeah, one of the best disc golfers is just it's Macbeth. That's it. That's his name.
Is the highest paid sports player in the world?
Probably not.
Probably
not.
To be honest with you.
But no, he's one of the best.
I've heard of Ultimate Frisbee. But again,
is that
still like...
I've heard of that.
I don't know if that's different or not. I'm not sure.
It's different than Frisbee golf. Ultimate Frisbee is more like soccer or as Ignacio might say, football.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
As it should be said, as the rest of the world
No,
would say.
you got to say it the right way. It's football.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more like that, but it's nonstop. Like you don't stop at like a line of scrimmage and stuff like that. So you just.
Yeah, I think I've played.
Man, Ultimate Frisbee.
I've played Ultimate Frisbee.
It might make it into the 2024 Olympics.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
for them.
Yeah, Kyle, I see it. Ultimate Frisbee Golf. It's a team game played with a Frisbee in a 100-meter field with 2 end zones. Disc golf is similar to regular golf. Yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of Ultimate Frisbee Golf.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I can't. I have good. Somehow I can throw a disc a certain style that's like really hard to do, and my friends will be like, "Oh man, how do you do that?" And I'm like, I have no idea. I just throw it. They're like, "Yeah, if you could just get the
practicing my entire life for this moment.
If you could just get the power, you have such a great technique. You just need more power." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't." Like sometimes we'll get up to a tee and they're like, "Okay, so the way you throw the disc, throw it that way and you'll have a perfect lineup." And I'm like, okay, I'll try. Like I'll try to throw it that way, but I can't control it. It just happens.
Ooh, good stuff. Gino, what is your weekend looking like?
Just chilling, man. I had a long work week. Freaking Christmas is ramping up, dude. So you know how it is. So I'm relaxing, man. Actually, when I was prepping for this, I went to Best Buy just to see if I could get some random stuff, like a webcam, which you can see on Premiere right now.
There you go. Yeah.
And I went there and I went to like the streaming section, like webcam section, and they had this camera. They had like the price tag or whatever, like where it shows that it's there and it says out of stock. So I was just walking around, I was looking, and then I went to literally to the back of the store, like way back, and they were stocked fully with these cameras.
Oh, man.
Dude.
Like, hey,
I feel like
give me one of those ones back there? I see them right there.
They have so
The guy's
many,
like, "No, they're out of stock."
So many
like
cameras. I feel like they just don't want people to find them unless you really want one. So they, I don't know. They had 2 of these and like so many other ones. I was like, you know what? Let me just splurge and get myself.
Gino, did Best Buy do their typical thing? Like because you went in there knowing what you were looking for, did no one ask you for help? Yeah, because you knew what you want. Because you knew what you wanted, so no one asked you. But if you go in there just to peruse, they're like, "Yeah, how can I help you?" Like, "I'm just looking." It's always like that.
No, I saw a bunch of like, man, there's so many beautiful pieces in there.
Yeah,
but so expensive.
I see.
They're so nice. Like that Alienware. Whatever the heck, that beautiful tower alien looking thing.
I like that. I like the headset that they display with it. The headset looks cool.
Yeah, no, the Alienware looks so cool, but I feel like it's just like you're buying for the brand.
I feel like that too, just because it looks so good. It's just like you have to like. I feel like that's what the money is going towards, but I feel like they've been around long enough that it's like, well, I guess they know how to make good computers. You know,
they have, yeah.
So who knows?
No, but their computers are good. It's just I feel like you could get the same thing for less. That's you're just buying the brand. Yeah, but
just buy a 3080 graphics card. You know, they're so easy to get right now.
If you could find them, that's pretty.
So.
Crazy. I'll wait till
Sam in the chat says her weekend plans started with watching a bunch of Christmas specials until about 1 a.m.
Nice.
And the only plans that I know we are having steak fajitas tonight. That sounds great.
That's a good choice.
Steak
That's
fajitas
really close. We're
good.
having steak tacos tomorrow, so we're off by 1 day. So close, Sam.
Taco weekend.
So you're going somewhere? Are you going somewhere for tacos, or you've already planned dinner for tomorrow?
We'll have to see what Sam says to that.
What about you, Alan?
What? No, we're making it.
Like,
we're making them at home.
Yeah.
You're making them at home, so you've already
easy.
planned dinner for tomorrow.
Yeah. We already got a plan, man.
They're so easy to make.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are easy to make.
Okay, wait. What's everyone's favorite Christmas song?
Before we do that, Sam says they are picking up the steak fajitas from the store and cooking them at home.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay. Go. 8 dozen tortillas.
8 dozen tortillas.
As a gift.
Indeed. Favorite Christmas song? Man, I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm not much of a Christmas song fan.
What?
I like the Kelly
I can
Clarkson.
agree. I can agree with
Kelly
Kyle
Clarkson
on this, though.
What?
I can agree.
I think I have
I'm
it.
fine with it, but there's not one that I'm just like, oh, I wish I had a hippopotamus
Where
for
is it?
Christmas. That's a banger, you know?
What?
Like,
What music are
I
you
wish I
listening to?
had. Or what's that song? Is it hippopotamus? Like only a hippopotamus will do.
I have
Kyle,
no idea.
No, that
let's
doesn't
see,
ring a
I
bell
have-
to me. Actually,
I have friends.
I only know the
I have
the
I have friends
classics.
texting me here that we're only in follower only mode for a very long time. Can we take that off for
in
now?
only follower mode?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Here.
Yeah, you have to follow for a long time apparently. They're telling me.
Interesting. How do I?
And they're trying.
You guys
they're trying to
talk
chat
amongst
here.
yourselves. I will figure that out.
So for
I
me,
think my favorite Christmas
Yeah,
song is Elton John's "Step Into Christmas." That feels the
Oh, I've
most
never heard that
exuberant
one.
and joyful to me.
Elton John "Step Into Christmas." Which was the one that I was saying? Kelly Clarkson. It was. I remember the Kelly Clarkson one was the first one I ever bought on Apple Music. Like the first song I ever bought.
The like
is
one
it?
of the
Under
very
the
first
Christmas
songs.
Tree?
Yeah.
It was the very first song I ever bought.
Wow.
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 Yeah, see,
On,
I only know the
on
cliche
Apple
Christmas
Music.
songs, so I only know like the typical ones. But I just love "Deck the Halls." That's like my favorite one. Mm-hmm. It's just so energetic. I love it.
I mean,
a good
that's another
sing-along.
tier of Christmas songs. Like, there are the ones that, like the pop songs, and there are the ones that I like. I don't know, public domain songs. Mm-hmm. Like
I like how you worded that too. There's the pop ones, and then there's the good ones.
No, the pop ones are the good ones. Like for me, the one that I would say would be "Last Christmas."
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But specifically the Glee
no,
version
wait.
because that one's a duet, and I like much more the rhythm of that one.
I never watched
Okay,
Glee
real
before.
quick, Kyle.
Yeah,
Kyle,
man.
before you could go to the creator dashboard, go to preferences, and then
That's
moderation.
what I just went to. So I think it should be good for any followers. So if you want to hang out and chat with us, follow us.
Yeah.
There you go. Because it
Come on.
was set to 3 months. So yeah,
3 months
Yeah.
following.
which I don't know how. I don't.
It's crazy, dude.
Well,
Maybe
then-
I hit that a while back. I don't know.
See, you have reason to follow. You have to follow, hang out on stream, but
Exactly.
make sure it's three months that you got to plan ahead.
Right.
Exactly.
Plan ahead.
But yeah, Glee had a lot of great Christmas music. Christmas songs.
Yeah, I know people really like the Glee versions of songs. I know people really love those.
I do.
I would not have taken you for a guy that watched Glee. You just didn't seem like you
Dude,
watched Glee.
I think it is my favorite show of all time.
Wow.
That's
No
sweet.
way, for real.
Yeah,
What's a lot of people?
That's a
Yeah.
strong opinion.
it is
Yeah.
for sure.
How do you feel about this guy when this guy passed away? What's his
Cory
name again?
Monteith?
The guy from
Which one?
Corey. Yeah. Wait, there's more than
Yeah.
one that passed away.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Wait, one was recent. That girl.
Naya
right?
Rivera
Yeah.
died this year, I think.
Damn, that's so sad, dude. That's crazy, man.
But yeah, Cory
Hey.
Monteith was the one that died during the filming of the show, or
Yeah.
when the show was on air.
That was a 350. What the hell?
Oh, okay, so it's not on air anymore. When did it end?
2015.
Oh wow, that was a long
Yeah.
time ago. People still talk about it.
Yep.
Unlike people not talking about Game of Thrones anymore.
Oh yeah.
You ever hear anybody
Bad
talk about
ending.
that show anymore?
Oh, there it goes.
I'm just happy
Just
that Game
gone.
of Thrones has now taken the worst series finale punchline away from Lost.
Oh yes. Thank you. Thank
Wait,
God.
I
I'm just
thought-
happy
I
nobody's
thought-
making fun of Lost so much anymore.
I thought How I Met Your Mother had like one of
That's
the
so
worst
true.
season finales because that
Yeah.
was
That
Really?
also helped. It helped the
Yeah.
Lost
No.
It was
cause.
very anticlimactic. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, that one was a little disappointing.
yeah. We had a
see,
conversation about that. Like I like that show, but man, that series finale was just bad.
Alyssa and I are we
Yeah.
both when I first like met Melissa on Skype, because I guess that we haven't met in person, but
No.
yeah, we connected over Lost. And we're just like instantly like, yes, I like that show. You like that show? Yeah. The season finale, not not what we were expecting, but it worked if you were really into it and like you know what to look out for and stuff like that. But I can understand completely why people don't like it.
It does not really work plot-wise, but in terms of tidying up the characters, I think it does a lovely job.
Yeah.
It sends the characters out on a good note, even if it doesn't answer half the mysteries.
I know the ending.
I don't care.
Yeah, I forget. Isn't Lost the show where they're, I guess, isn't it the one where they're in limbo?
No! Common misconception.
Purgatory.
Okay. All right. So they crash land on this island. What's the deal with the island? And everybody's like, oh, it's purgatory. The island is purgatory. And the creator's like, no, the island is not purgatory. So first couple seasons of the show, every episode has flashbacks in it. It is a specific character's set of flashbacks. And then in the final season, you're seeing something that we call flash sideways, where it's not a flash to the past or to the future. It's to an alternate dimension where things are a little different.
What?
And at the end of the series, it turns out those flash sideways, that is purgatory. The show was never purgatory all along. The island was not purgatory. Like 10% of the show was purgatory. And people think
but everyone just thinks
was.
the whole show was purgatory.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the only thing I know about Lost is that it's the whole thing of like, oh, they're actually like in limbo or purgatory, whatever the heck it is.
No. They only were there part of one season.
Wait, so they were just in a regular island?
I mean, it's got like spooky sci-fi stuff going on with it, but yeah, it is not, the
there's
afterlife.
time travel involved.
Yeah.
There's like the island is also moving locations, and that's why like you can't find it exactly on a map and stuff. So there is some like strange stuff that's just like, what is going on here?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Now I get why it's probably called Lost, because you're going to watch it and be probably kind of lost.
There's a lot going on with Lost.
Yep.
There is, yeah. There is. But I will defend that show as a good show until I die.
When did it end?
Yeah. It's messy as heck, but it is good still.
When did it end?
Everyone says
it ended... I guess my freshman year in college, I think.
It was 2010.
2010.
They ran from
2010.
2004 to 2010.
Yeah,
because
before I graduated. Hey.
Yeah, because it being on an island and it being purgatory, it reminded me of Arrow, which really is about him. It starts with him on an island called Purgatory.
It's similar to Lan Yu. And that stuff, but it's not exactly.
They have the flashbacks.
Yeah.
I like what they said in chat.
Bad Gal Nikki in the chat says Mandalorian season 2 finale is yesterday.
Yes,
No,
not yet.
I
No,
haven't
I'm not
started.
caught up with it.
But I
haven't seen the whole season. I need to
I've seen
watch
the
it.
first 3 of season 2, and I'm a big Star Wars Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels fan, so I kind of know what they're doing. I'm like, they're bringing in this and that character and these things. I like this.
People said the season finale was like was emotional.
Catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All bad.
It was really good.
Yeah.
I didn't give it a 10.
Yeah, a lot of people were crying into it.
Which was a bit surprising.
You would give it. They gave it a 10.
I like it. I've seen 0%
No, a lot of
of
people-
Yeah,
Mandalorian.
it's really good.
Same.
Probably, I've heard best piece of Star Wars content.
It's
like
one
the-
of them. It's
People have ever seen.
up there. There
Yeah.
are
I
some
like the
people
Patricks
that
in the
don't
chat.
like it, but it's fine.
Yeah. They're the usual Star
Hey.
Wars haters, that love Star Wars, but also hate it so much.
Yeah.
This is what keeps me from getting deeper into Star Wars. It's like, I want to know enough about Star Wars to have a discussion about it, but not so much that I get drawn into an argument about it.
I've only ever seen the nine movies, and that's I didn't see like was it
Clone Wars.
I never saw Clone
Rogue
Wars. I
One
never
or
saw
Shows?
Rogue One, and
Rogue
what was it
One.
Lando or whatever?
Rogue One is
Solo.
so
No,
good.
Solo.
Lando is on its way.
Yeah. I never saw
Solo.
Solo either.
I
Yeah.
would recommend that you watch.
I saw-
Or no, not watch. Play Jedi Fallen Order. It is
I started
a
it.
good-
I started it, but because the gameplay wasn't as smooth as the Souls games that it was calling from, I was like, nah, I'm out.
The gameplay is great. What are you talking about?
No, it was good.
That's
it
one
was
of my
good.
top 10 games of the year. when we
It was
talked
my
good.
favorite game last year.
Oh, no, wait. That came in 2 months.
Well, by Game Awards
Bro,
rule.
that. Dude, there's games that came out this year that I entirely forgot. I was like, you know what? Let me put that on my
I'm not
list.
gonna lie. Everything before Animal Crossing this year, I kind of forgot about, except for Final Fantasy. So in my mind, it was
And
Final
Dragon Ball
Fantasy,
Z
Animal
Kakarot.
Crossing.
Best
Okay.
game of the year.
That came out this year
Ignacio,
too,
I know
dude.
you like that
So
game,
freaking
but
crazy.
that Kakarot was not a good game.
Hey, shut up.
It's his
going
favorite game
going
of
back
all
to Star
time now.
Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is actually. I saw Star Wars, the original ones and the prequels, like a month before Force Awakens came out because I'd never seen them before.
All right,
And I don't get what everyone's issue with the prequels. was.
Right?
I thought those were
dude, the
super
prequels
fun.
are my favorites.
Ooh, man.
Those are good.
Where
No,
do I begin?
I would have defended
man?
the prequels. I would have defended the prequels before my most recent rewatch of the prequels because I watched them as a kid, so I never had any problem with them. They were
There's
just
a documentary called George Lucas vs. the People. Go watch that, and that will explain why the prequels are so bad, and
but
why
right-
it's just like this is.
And Hayden
They're so
Christensen,
good,
by God, Nikki in
though.
chat says
yeah, no,
he's
but
coming
right now
back
I
as Darth
rewatched
Vader.
them. I think last year maybe for kind of an in review, and the first two, episode 1 and 2 are not good. Episode 3 I will defend as it is really one of my favorite Star Wars movies, and I think it is a really good movie. Episode 3, but yeah, episode 1 and 2 are not good.
No, see, episode 1 I could see kind of being. Episode 1's pretty boring. Episode 2 I enjoy, but I can see why you don't. Revenge of the Sith, dude. That movie, that one's my favorite of like all
Yeah.
of them.
Wait, these are the prequels,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You're talking about? Oh, okay.
So like, was it episode?
They're episode 7.
My
8,
only
9, and then-
problem,
Well, yeah, 1, 2, 3.
my only problem with the prequels, well, not the prequels, episode 3 in specific scenes. I think it is a good movie. It's Hayden Christensen's acting. I don't think it is really good.
dude, and he's coming back as
Dude,
Darth
and that's
Vader.
super odd, dude. Oh,
You don't like? You said you don't like his acting?
I think it is. Sometimes
he-
it isn't good. And
I
so
feel like he got the
Memes,
short end
Ignacio.
of the stick. Because
Yeah.
George,
Yeah.
You
like
think
the
so?
direction that they gave him is just like, hey, be this like petulant child. And
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
also a man at the same time. It's just like, what are you doing? Like, this is not how someone your age would act at all. But to have him be Darth
you know
Vader,
where I
though,
was-
like, we're not going to see him. He's going to be in the map. So, you, like,
I wonder
we
how
don't
that's
know.
gonna work.
I
yeah,
mean,
he could actually
Yeah.
take the mask off somehow. You know, it could do it.
Yeah.
yeah, it could be his face.
Okay.
or
I think bringing
messed
him
up.
back, giving him another chance with better direction, I think he'll do
Yeah.
a really great job.
Yeah.
I always believe in a second
I'm
chance
excited
for
to see that.
somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's not doing anything now, so good for him.
God,
Oh,
But yeah, no,
The first time I was introduced to him was in that movie Jumper. You guys ever
no,
seen
I
that?
never
No.
saw
I
it.
haven't.
That movie's awesome,
is.
dude. Watch that movie. I freaking love that movie so
What
much.
what
Yeah,
happens in
have you
that?
guys ever heard of
They
it?
jump. Do they go through a portal?
No, he just jumps.
They're basically like
Yeah.
Okay.
teleporters. They just call them jumpers, but like they teleport to different locations.
How much physical
think it-
jumping is involved?
Like actual jumping? None, probably.
Okay.
To be
how
honest
much
with you.
jumping's in Jumper?
I want
But
to
they do some
jump
pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Like they touch things and they teleport
Okay.
with them. Like they fight with like buses and stuff. Like they throw buses on
Wait,
each
what?
other. Like it's crazy.
How
dude.
do they throw buses?
Crazy fights. So like he touches the bus and he teleports with it, but he puts himself a little bit higher above the ground so the bus
Oh.
falls forward. You
So
know,
he's just dropping them.
freaking awesome, dude. Yeah, pretty much dropping. Not like physically
Interesting.
picking them up. You know what I mean? That'd be
Lit
crazy.
Mommy
That'd be a
25
hell of a
says
movie.
Jumper is my favorite
Yeah.
movie.
Jump through time.
Yeah,
Good.
there you go.
Oh yeah, Rachel Bilson and Hayden Christensen dated after that movie. They just
Oh,
and they are not
But yeah,
together
going
anymore.
back to his acting, I never really had any problem with it growing up because I watched growing up the movie mainly dubbed, and I think his voice dubbed it makes
Oh.
it really a better acting.
Oh,
It's one of the few moments where I would say that dub maybe or live
Alright, so
action
guys-
live action dub makes it better.
so we
But
have proof of
who
Ignacio
dubbed
saying
him?
that
I
he
don't know.
approves of dub.
No, first
no.
of all, I don't approve
you
of,
like-
We got
of
him.
English dubs.
We got him.
No, I haven't.
Just
Kyle,
clip
you know
that
how
out.
much I love the Latin American dubs of anime. It's
Yeah.
not dubbing. It's just that the US doesn't do a good job dubbing.
Yeah.
Someday you'll come around and realize that dubs are also
someday
good.
you'll see the light. You'll see how
maybe.
your life is a lie.
Hey, you know what? Kyle will like this. Hey, Super Mario Sunshine. It's a great game.
God.
You know? Gosh.
It's a fine game.
It's an okay game at best.
Just store it out there.
I gotta play Smash again.
Yeah.
Yeah, is anyone?
I gotta get back into
Sephiroth,
Smash.
man.
Sephiroth, yeah.
That's freaking
Melissa,
crazy.
now it's time. Jump on Super Smash. Let's go.
Oh no, I can't. I'm such a disaster at that. The only game I'm moderately okay at playing is Mario Party because it is just like clicking things and it's mostly luck.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
some would say there is
Really
skill to
bad,
Mario
yeah.
Party.
Even then, I'm not.
Yeah. Things always happen and go wrong.
That's
so.
bad.
They
Bad Gal
When is
Nikki
the
wants to know when the Zack
Yeah.
Snyder Justice League is coming out. Do you guys remember?
At some
So
point
I think
next
like
year.
maybe late next year.
I don't
Oh,
know if
man.
they said a time frame. I think it's only just sometime next year.
Yeah,
I'm not
and it's
sure.
going to be
But
like
did they say-
4 episodes.
Parts,
Yeah,
right?
4 hour long.
Yeah.
Which I'm baffled by that. Like, look, the movie was bad, dude.
That's crazy.
Like you can't save it. You fucked up these movies.
Apparently,
Like,
somehow, just we don't change the movie so much that it made it different. But I don't know.
But
How can you change it that much?
Also,
It's so
Zack
even
crazy.
Snyder
then-
did Batman vs
And I-
Superman, and that wasn't good.
yeah, that was also
September.
not a good movie.
September
I didn't
of
like
next
Man
year.
of Steel. Man of Steel was also a bad film too. So it's just like the whole thing.
You're just making a
Ah,
longer bad
Yeah.
movie.
I don't know, I
September
think-
5th.
Now you're making a
2021.
bad
I
show.
think a new chance to do something is always valuable. A chance to play a role again, to make a movie again, to shoot new things, to edit it, to restructure things. I don't know, you got to be hopeful. You got to be optimistic. Like second chances don't happen for no reason at all. We're going to get something good out of these.
I would like to watch them. Yeah, I haven't seen Justice League originally.
I
haven't
agree
either.
with what you're saying, but I think the problem started in other movies is the thing. So it's just like this one is now a product of the mistakes that happened before it, and it can't fix those mistakes because that's not what they're fixing. And so it's just like I don't know.
It's not your Justice League, and you'll get your Justice League in like 20 years.
Oh, sure,
When they
well,
do,
like,
and somebody else does it again.
When Disney
Yeah.
buys,
I
DC.
like
still have
Nikki from the
cartoons.
chat. Like, what do you guys think of Robert Pattinson as the next Batman? Like, what do you think of that trailer of that movie?
Oh, I love the trailer.
Oh my god,
Dude,
that
it was
looks so good,
I'm
dude.
excited.
Looks good
I
to
look
me,
forward to
so
it. I
far.
think he'll do.
Yeah.
He's a very solid performer, and the
He is, yeah.
noir of that movie.
Yeah.
I enjoy the vibe
Yeah,
it gives off.
yeah.
It's very, very different from what we've seen before. This one takes a lot more of his detective side.
Yeah.
I think, into it.
Yeah, hopefully.
So we're gonna see a lot more of
Yeah,
that, which
I
looks
look
cool.
forward to it being a mystery a bit more than an action film.
Oh yeah.
That'd be
Yeah,
sweet.
the Robert Pattinson Batman.
That'd be cool
I'm
to see.
I'm stoked for.
Yeah.
The trailer of it looked really good.
He's also a very beautiful
Not
person.
wrong.
One of the most attractive people I've seen in my life.
Yeah, those jawbones.
All right. Oh my
Thought the
gosh.
trailer was
That guy's
exquisite.
crazy, dude.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, the trailer is awesome. I'm actually excited as well for. We were talking about the Justice League on HBO. I'm excited for The Last of Us on HBO. As
Oh
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which Melissa, you have not played The Last of
Me?
Us, right? So
No, I
yeah.
have not played anything.
So
I don't know what anything
so,
is.
Yeah, exactly. So
Melissa's
so
not a
it would be
gamer.
awesome for you to finally be introduced into that
I don't
world
like zombies.
through the show. You know,
They're not zombies.
Yeah, but you like the
Well,
show.
technically, they're not zombies. One. They're infected people.
They're infected.
Infected.
They
Yeah,
act
but-
like zombies, but they're not zombies.
It's
Okay,
not
okay.
really that much about the zombies. It is about the people trying to survive in
Yeah.
this world.
I'm not wild about survival. Like, I know I love Lost, but outside of that, anything dystopian does not work on me. I'm not into it.
No.
Well, you could probably find like YouTube
Interesting.
videos of just like The Last of Us like story cutscenes and
Oh,
watch
yeah.
it and experience it that
Those
way.
exist.
Yeah.
Why when you
Still,
can watch the show when
it's
it comes
still
out?
like a dystopia. Like I don't do them. My time is valuable.
I feel you.
Yeah,
I
but
feel
Gino,
you.
I don't want
What
the
if-
Last of Us HBO show to just be a retelling of the game. I want it to like have moments from the game, but I want it to tell like its own story though.
No, yeah, I feel like they're not gonna do it beat for
Yeah.
beat as the game. they're gonna change it up a little bit, but have the same huge, things happen.
Yeah.
In that show, if they're doing Joel and Ellie's story, because I don't know if we're entirely sure
I
that
think
they
we
are.
know
Right?
that they
Yeah, I don't
are.
think they said no.
Or do we
I
know
think
that?
that we do.
No.
Even if they are, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we probably haven't seen that they could just make up, So I think it's gonna be good. I don't think anything bad comes out of HBO. So.
I want them to show like Joel's life after the beginning of the game of the first one, and then before Ellie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would be good.
So Melissa, you say you don't like dystopian kind of stuff. Is that also like? Does that include supernatural things as well? Because the Lost is supernatural, like you said. But what about shows like other shows like that? Would you watch stuff like that, like vampires?
No,
and shit?
I love vampires. I love supernatural. I just don't like it when it's
Diaries?
I don't like post-apocalyptic stuff. I don't like the entire
sense, yeah.
world has been screwed up. I could like some of those stories, but in general, dystopias don't
Too real.
work
It's
for
too
me.
real. It's too real.
Oh, Gino, you got corrected in the chat.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones last season came
I
out
was
bad.
gonna correct you.
Yeah, they call it.
Came out.
You said nothing
that's
bad comes
true.
out on HBO, but Game of Thrones last season.
So I just
That's
got
true, but they denied it though.
access to HBO Max, and I was looking through all of that stuff and looking at all the HBO stuff. They make a lot of stuff that I have never even heard of. Right.
Never.
So like they do make a lot of great stuff, but then there's some things that's just like, what is this? Like what who said yes to making this thing? Right. Which that's not to say that it's a bad thing, but just like no one is talking about it. It's like what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you won't-
somebody's got to
I
be
know.
talking about these things somewhere, and we're just not deep enough into like TV criticism circles to get it.
Or they're
I
just
mean,
not like
maybe,
hitting
yeah.
like the
True.
mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, they're there.
There's
but
so much stuff on Netflix too that goes entirely ignored.
Oh yeah, but Netflix
for sure.
puts out a lot of stuff. Like
yeah, plus
right
Netflix
now,
is every
recently
month
they
they're
put
shuffling
out
their
a-
stuff around.
they put out a documentary about Latin American rock bands. They put out anything.
I doubt they. Yeah, they.
Well,
did
and they
not
have the documentary on
advertise that or anything.
what Ariana Grande as well, or is that not new?
Yeah.
I think that's new. I don't know. I saw a Shawn Mendes one.
Yeah.
Well, I saw a little bit of it. That guy has a beautiful head of hair.
I hope
That's
the
how you-
documentary was about
His hair
that.
is beautiful.
And he only wears tank top.
Oh, exclusively an exclusive tank top wearer.
Oh, Bad Gal Nikki in chat says, "Can we talk about the Spider-Verse potential?"
Oh, Tom,
Yeah.
Toby, and Andrew,
And
dude.
how do you guys? Feel
I
about
want to
this?
see them together. I know this is a corny, over the top premise, and I'm not saying I want all other universes to do this, but for the live action cinematic Spider-Man, I want those three boys together.
Yeah.
So do I, dude. That would be so
Yeah, I
amazing.
think that it would have worked better if it wasn't part of Spider-Man 3, but if after Spider-Man 3, by the end they set up, like, I don't know, some rift on the universe, something, and then the next one is just Spider-Verse. I think
I don't know how they're
I'm
going to
thinking
cram all of this in a movie.
I'm thinking most of
This
these
just
are
feels
just going to be
overstuffed.
cameos. Like they're not going to have big parts.
think so, man?
I think the Spider-Man might have bigger parts than the rest, but like the fact that we like this movie is starting to sound bloated, which is what killed the Andrew Garfield stuff. So like, but at the same time, like I trust what they're doing over there. They've made some great stuff,
and like
Yeah, because
this is the studio that gave us.
more bloated.
This is a studio that gave us like Infinity War and Endgame, and if those
Yeah.
things got through okay
Exactly.
without feeling bloated, I think they'll manage Spider-Man 3 all right.
those also had all that setup. Like we've only had technically one movie of setup, which is like, oh yeah, by the way, the multiverse exists. And that was it. And so now if just all of a sudden, no, here's everyone, you know, it's this, it's that. You
But
get
you
a
know what?
Well,
Spider-Man,
we're
you
gonna
get
get
a
more
Spider-Man.
setup.
like-
I think that's what WandaVision is going to be.
Yeah, WandaVision
They're
will
not done
help.
Yeah, but-
setting things up yet.
Oh, well.
The shows could set it up for us too.
Yeah, they've
Yeah.
they've
I
said,
think
they've
that-
said that
but I
WandaVision will factor in. So
Yeah. We'll
That's
tie
awesome.
into
I think like at the same time we have they if you're watching Spider-Man 3, they expect you to have probably seen most of these Marvel movies.
Yeah.
So seeing that kind of stuff happen, like the multiverse stuff, like it wouldn't be surprising to us. So in a way, even though they haven't set it up story-wise, they sort of set up the world for us already that, for stuff like that to happen, you know? So as long as they pull it off, right, which I wouldn't doubt that they could, then I think this could be a freaking even better than Avengers kind of movie with the 3 Spider-Man movies.
Even Far From Home started to do that with the whole Mysterio supposedly being from another dimension. And so they already set that up in the previous movie. And also I think that we already had Spider-Verse, and we saw how many Spider-Mans they crammed into that movie. So I don't think that right now, if they did that, they would have a hard time fitting all of those Spider-Man in there, because for one, they could just
but it's not just
give
them,
them
it's
the
also
same
the
type of
bad
introduction.
guys.
Yeah,
Like,
because what they have,
Spider-Verse
the guy
still
that's
only
playing
had
Otto.
one bad guy.
Yeah, but we don't know how they
the
will
guy that's
come
playing Otto's
into.
coming back, right?
Yeah.
Right? I think. Yeah.
Alfred Molina.
But see, he'll be. I agree
He
with
could
Kyle.
be a cameo.
Otto will be like a cameo character.
Yeah.
Same with
I like how you're
Elektra.
on first
He's gonna
name
be in there.
basis with Doc Ock.
Be like, it's Doc Ock. No, it's Otto.
We went to college together.
We've had a history. I took one of his classes. He's Otto now.
He's the
But I don't know, I
cool
feel like
professor who lets you
Mr.
call him
Octavius-
by his first name.
Oh, it's Doctor.
Hey, who's your
Octavius.
professor? Otto.
Otto. That's
Hey,
funny.
it rolls off the
I feel
tongue
like,
better
no,
than
I
Doc
feel
Ock.
like, yeah, I think having 6 of them, that because it would be Sinister Six.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it depends on how they handle it, because we know all these characters. I feel like that's why they're bringing back the original actors. Like, we don't need the filler of origin and how they got to where they are, what their meaning there is or anything. So I feel like seeing them as a cameo, but just as like, you know, this big huge fight probably in the end or something.
But then
like
that's
that.
going to assume that you've
Sinister
seen Tobey
Six.
Maguire's movies and Andrew Garfield's. Like, it's going to assume you've seen those.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you're going to walk into this movie and be like, what the heck is Tobey Maguire doing here? The last time I saw him was in Great Gatsby.
How did he get
Like,
spider
you know,
powers?
it's like- So I feel like, yeah, you should have seen these movies already.
Hey, after he lost Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, he was so emotional that he jumped dimensions and now he's Spider-Man.
He's like, I've lost Gatsby.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in this world anymore. I'm gonna die by a poisonous spider bite. Oh no! Now I'm sticky and I can climb real high.
And now I'm
You
Spider-Man.
didn't realize that The
That's
Great Gatsby was actually the origin story to the original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire.
Yeah. Even though it doesn't feed
Yeah, he
with
doesn't have
time.
Uncle Ben.
No,
It's
it doesn't fit.
Gatsby.
It's canon now.
That'd be fun.
When he gets
I'm
big,
excited
he
for that
reverts in
movie.
age back to where he thinks he loses his memory of Gatsby and everything else, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go attend high school." And then he meets Mary Jane, and
he gets
he
bit
has these
again.
fake memories of, "Oh, Harry's been my best friend since childhood."
Right.
get
I'm
bits again.
gravitated towards some rich, irresponsible man.
Yeah. See? I like it. He jumped into the Spider-Verse for another Oscar. Yes, he did.
Dude, how like Leo was snubbed for Oscars for so long in his life, dude. That is an amazing
His
actor,
performance in what is it? Django Unchained, dude. He's so good in that movie.
dude. Oh my god, yes.
Oh,
That everyone knows that, like, when he's bleeding in that scene, he did it like, and he kept going and all that. Everyone knows that.
dude.
That's freaking amazing.
His performance in that movie is
That is so cool.
spectacular. So good.
His performance in Titanic is spectacular.
I watched The Aviator earlier this year. That's a 2020 movie for sure. Him just locked in that room watching his movies over and over again, drinking milk, not touching anything.
So speaking of
And then he won for the
good
Revenant.
movies and stuff like that, I kind of want to get on to our first segment of stuff that we are going to be doing here today. So if you guys out there listening and watching us live right now did not know, we have multiple podcasts here at the Whatnauts, one of which is the Review Show, which is our weekly book club style podcast. We cover movies and TV shows and manga and comics, all sorts of stuff. And so Melissa and I have some awards and stuff that we want to do. I guess they're kind of awards. We each have our own. But let's dive into all of that stuff. Melissa.
Do you want to read off all the stuff we covered on the Review Show this year?
Best movie, Your Name. I don't know. Was that a review show or was it a Patreon topic? I don't remember.
No, we did it for a review show.
Yep.
Okay,
all right, so this year on the Review Show.
All right, Ignacio's calling it.
Yeah,
we watched the entire series of the BBC Sherlock. We read the first 2 volumes of the comic The Death-Defying Dr. Mirage. We watched the horror comedy Ready or Not. And we started doing the monthly series where we watch entire series month by month until it's done. So we watched all of the Venture Brothers. We read the first 2 volumes of the comic Lock and Key. We watched Moonrise Kingdom. We watched Your Name. Ignacio joined us for that. Yeah. We watched season 1 of the Amazon Prime version of The Tick. We read the comic X-Men season 1, which is a retelling of the X-Men origin story. We watched Remember the Titans. For our 100th episode, Kyle and I each brought to the table what we think is the best superhero movie. So we watched Spider-Man 2, my selection, and Kyle's selection, Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Much
we
better
watched.
Movie.
I got some bias there.
Yeah. Oh, we should talk about that. We should find out what your guys' picks are for the best superhero movie. We watched Parasite. We read the first 3 volumes of the manga, The Heroic Legend of Arslan. Our next monthly series was we watched all of Mr. Robot, all 4 seasons.
Great show.
Wow.
We watched the first, the 2 Paddington movies. First 2. There will presumably be multiple Paddingtons. We read the first 2 volumes of the comic
Paddington
Black
3
Hammer.
Into the Paddington verse.
There you go.
We watched Yogi Bear.
We watched Paprika. We watched Speed Racer, the live-action Wachowski version. We read the first 10 issues of the original Fantastic Four comic.
Stan Lee and Jack Kirby.
Yeah, way back in the day. We listened to the audio drama podcast Marvels, based on a graphic novel of the same name. We watched season 1 of Lucifer. We read the first 4 volumes of the manga Fairy Tale. We watched Promare. We watched The Vast of Night, Murder on the Orient Express. We read the first 2 volumes of Superman Rebirth. We watched season 1 of Midnight Diner, except when the show was acquired by Netflix, the new season had a new subtitle, and so Kyle and I accidentally watched 2 different seasons, but it's an anthology show, so it's fine.
Interesting.
We did a special sitcom trade episode where Kyle gave me 3 episodes of Seinfeld to watch because I wasn't very familiar with Seinfeld. And I gave Kyle 3 episodes of The Simpsons to watch because he doesn't really know The Simpsons.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Kyle.
always my friend's older brother's show. Like, it was just never something I watched. Like, I knew it, but yeah, it was just like I never watched it.
I never watched it either. I prefer Futurama over Simpsons.
They're both good. We watched all of Tron Uprising. We watched Dr. No. We watched The Fifth Element. We read all of Irredeemable, the comic series Irredeemable, for our last ongoing monthly series. We watched season 1 of Hannibal. We read the Frankenstein Agent of Shade comic series. We watched The Love Witch. We watched the TV show Typewriter. We read the first 4 volumes of the manga The Drops of God. We watched Knives Out. We watched the Unbreakable trilogy, Unbreakable, Split, and Glass. And we watched the anime series Great Pretender. And for Christmas, we watched Scrooge. And tomorrow, we're recording our final episode of the year on Jingle Jangle.
You go.
Oh,
wow.
Oh,
Wasn't
hey.
Scoop for in
Jingle.
The review show?
That was for the Reactor Core. On the Reactor Core this year, we did Birds of Prey. We did Scoob. We did the Artemis Fowl movie. We did season 2 of Umbrella Academy. And we did the Lego Star Wars Holiday Special.
That's it. Yeah, there you go.
It's a heck of a lot of content.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Heck of a lot of
stuff.
content.
So, Melissa.
Bad Gal Nikki in chat says Wonder Woman is her best superhero.
That's a good one.
I liked that one a lot. I thought it fell apart in the third act, but
Yeah.
of the DC
I think Wonder Woman
movies,
carries the DCEU,
it's one of
though.
the better ones.
Yeah.
It does.
For sure.
I feel like it carries it. It carries that.
I'm
that
actually really
cinematic.
curious
Don't
of your
sleep
guys'
on
opinions of
Shazam,
Jingle
though. I
Jangle.
think
Shazam is very
Oh,
good.
Shazam.
Shazam, I would
You're
say,
right.
is the best one.
Potentially. Or Birds of Prey, because that was really good
It's
too.
a good one.
Alan, you
Birds of Prey
mentioned
was
something
fun.
about Jingle Jangle.
Yeah, sorry. No, I'm really curious of what your guys' thoughts of Jingle Jangle are because me and Amy watched it last Sunday, and she was excited to watch it because the trailers looked really good, and she was excited. I was kind of like lukewarm about it, and we watched it, and we were both kind of not satisfied.
It's
Afterwards?
It's
I've
an
not heard of this.
interesting movie.
Yeah,
You guys
it's-
will,
Like
so
it was good, but the trailer made it seem way better than it was. Like it was still good, but it wasn't like it
it's
didn't really
fluffy.
like hit.
It's
Yeah,
nice
and
and
it-
fluffy. That's all.
Yeah, it
that's
moves
all you
kinda
need.
slow.
I know.
Yeah. Gee, those
Yeah.
musical numbers, though. It is technically such
Jingle
a
jangle.
dazzling film.
Some of the songs were good. Some were like, this is a little
Yes,
too
like
much.
the Riverdale drug.
Oh, it's a
that
musical.
they're all
Dude,
they're doing
oh,
Jingle Jangle.
man.
For some reason, I thought it was a horror movie. I don't know why.
No,
I don't know why I thought
no, Gino. I
Sounds
thought
like
the
a
same
horror
thing.
movie for some reason.
I never saw the trailer for it, so when Amy was like, "Yeah, we should watch Jingle Jangle," my first thought was, "Is this a horror movie?"
It sounds like it
Sounds
is.
like a horror movie. I don't know.
But
Okay.
yeah,
So
I'm really curious.
Melissa, we have
Uh-huh.
5 categories, right, that we do for our award stuff. We have our favorite one that we did, our least favorite,
Riverdale.
our biggest surprise, the character you would most likely or you would most want to go on a date with, and then you have a special name for this 5th one.
The Skin Boy Memorial Award for supporting players.
What?
It's a
Skin
weird
Boy?
name.
Okay, so last year I threw in, let's list off some of our favorite, like, minor supporting characters from various stories we enjoyed this year. And one of them was we read a horror comic called Harrow County, and
Which is
there's
a
a
great
character
book.
in it. I don't think this was officially his name. This might have just been what we called him, but we called him Skin Boy because there was this ghost of a little boy that was split into like a skinned muscle body and then just like the pile of empty skin. So, and like the pile of empty skin would like the main character would like fold him up and put him in her purse, and he would like hear things. Like he would send his muscle body out to hear things with his ears, and then Skin Boy's like in her back, like
Creepy and weird.
Dammy, watch out for this. So I thought we'd name it the Skin Boy Memorial Award.
Interesting.
Um,
Okay, cool.
Okay.
My pizza might
So-
arrive in the middle of this, but we can get started. And then you guys can talk video game stuff while I eat pizza.
Sounds good. So, Melissa, what was your favorite thing that we covered on the review show this year?
Besides things that I already loved that we were returning to, that I got to watch again, like The Venture Brothers or Sherlock, Mr. Robot is a life-changing piece of entertainment.
Ooh, Melissa, I'm going to have to agree. And my favorite
Yes?
was also Mr. Robot. That show is damn
It's
good.
real hard to beat. It is maybe the
Okay.
best TV show I've ever seen. Which is a very big statement. And admittedly, there's a lot of prestige TV I haven't watched yet. But boy, howdy, Mr. Robot has a lot packed in there. It's very impressive.
It really is, yeah.
And it's a lot of fun to watch, too. Like, that show managed its tone so well. Like, it had so many emotionally devastating moments, but it also had it knew when to be funny or when to be a little bit lighter or when to just be strange.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah, that makes sense.
besides that, irredeemable, very good. Yeah, that was definitely worth reading all of. I'm glad you introduced me to that. And a movie, I think my favorite movie of the year, something I'm still thinking about like months later. I really liked The Vast of Night.
Ah, yeah. That was the Amazon
That was the-
original
I
movie.
wanted to see that. Is it good?
Yeah.
I want to
It's
watch it.
fa-
I
it's
wanna watch
fine.
it,
Better
'cause
than
I-
your
I-
name. Let's be honest.
I saw it.
No,
trailer.
I wouldn't say The
can't
Vast of Night
compare
is
them,
better
Ignacio.
than
God-
your name. No.
No, it is not better, but I've been thinking about it more often than anything else we watched this year.
It's
interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to say if it's good or not. If it, like, it's one of those ones where like it leaves you thinking and it maybe wanting more, but it's good for what it is. But then you're like, oh, I didn't know that's what it was.
It's a
hard
good way
to
to
really
put
say
it.
what it is without spoiling it. So it's worth checking out. So
yes,
Cool. I'll check it out.
there you go. So the last thing I'll say about Mr. Robot, I thought the writing was spectacular. The characters are all really, really good. The twist, especially in season 1, is wild.
God, this is a show full of twists.
Yeah, it has a lot of them, and you don't get any twists that are as good as that first one, but there's still just a lot of general twists and turns of the way the show goes that you don't expect, and it's really, really good. So if you like hacking and all of that stuff, you know, like hack the planet, right? Yeah, no.
Yeah, which they say all the
stuff.
time, every episode. That's Elliot's catchphase. Rami Malek looks directly at the camera and says, hack the planet, and the episode ends.
If you like stuff like Taxi Driver, V for Vendetta, Fight Club, all of that stuff, it especially season 1, absolutely pays homage to all of that stuff, and then ends up growing into its own thing.
Yeah. And then season 4, the show moves so slowly, by which I mean every episode is very dense. An hour-long episode could only be a couple hours in these people's lives. So the show, over 4 seasons, it only takes 8 months or something. Most of season 4 takes place over Christmas. Christmas Day. I think they make the 24-hour period of Christmas Day into 4 episodes or something. It's a bad day for those characters.
Yeah.
Bad Gal Nikki in the chat says Killing Eve is a great show too. Have you guys seen
I
that?
pitched it to Kyle.
We almost picked that, but we didn't. So
we'll try again
do
next year.
On the review show is at the end of every episode, Melissa and I take turns pitching what we should do next. So I'll be like, okay, you know, we have Killing Eve, Mr. Robot, and Spider-Man 3, right? And then Melissa will pick of those 3 what one she wants to do. And then next week she'll have the things like, hey, we have this, we have that, and we have that. And I'll be like, that one. So
yeah,
so just keep putting Killer Eve in every single selection for both of you, and then eventually you'll get to it.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I gotta watch that one too.
So let's move on to our least favorite that we did this year. Melissa, what bored you to death?
There are a couple things I look back on, and I know I felt fine about that the week we were covering, but now I don't remember anything about it. I couldn't tell you what happened in The Legend of Arslan. That happens a lot every year, just because we cover so many things. Your brain can't hold on to all of them. But I'd say the things I didn't enjoy quite as much this year. I didn't get much out of Fairy Tale. I liked the magic system in that series,
Fairy Tale's
but
great.
the tone of the comic, the kind of the sense of humor didn't really work for me. And we watched Ready or Not at the beginning of the year, which was something I was really looking forward to. And it's a dark
had that
comedy.
One as my least.
Yeah, it's a dark comedy, and the end of it is a little too dark and pessimistic for me. They just didn't have tones that I particularly gravitated
I'm not
towards.
a horror fan. So I kind of went into it being like, I'm assuming I'm not going to like this. And it was fine. I think if you're a fan of horror in general, I think you might walk away enjoying it a lot. But yeah, just not for me. I didn't really like that one all that much. But what I ended up putting as my least favorite was Frankenstein, Agent of Shade.
Yeah.
This one...
Yeah.
So this is a DC comic. And this is about Frankenstein as this like secret agent, basically going around the DC universe with a couple other characters as they handle like supernatural threats and stuff like that. And it's forgettable. Nothing happens. They don't really explain things, and it's just like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's a great concept, but I don't know if the stories we read were the best execution of that concept.
It doesn't really work because DC also already has Justice League Dark, which is the same thing but has better name recognition and better characters. Yeah. So it's just like, this is the like D team doing the same stuff, and it's just like I don't. Yeah,
I'm gonna go look for my pizza real quick.
I like how Nikki said one of the worst shows is The Bachelor, and it's just, we get it. People want a rose, like, yeah, dude, The Bachelor is so just whatever.
Yeah.
What is Alaskan Bush People? Worst show is Alaskan Bush People.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Sounds like one of those Discovery shows where it's like the deadliest catch and. Well, no, they
say that they don't even live at the houses they make, so it's probably a show about people building houses or something.
Ignacio, you were about to ask something about Frankenstein?
Yeah, if it is Frankenstein or Frankenstein's monster.
It is Frankenstein's monster, technically.
Because it would be really weird if it was Dr. Frankenstein.
The doctor is there. Yeah, no, it is the monster. And I guess that's
it is a Discovery show.
Oh, hey, nailed it. First try.
Also, Frankenstein's the name. Okay. Frankenstein is the name of the doctor, not the monster.
Yeah. So I'm a big
high school
DC
education
comics fan, especially the like post-crisis era and stuff like that, which I've been going through a lot, which is like late 80s to early 90s. But DC's New 52, which they did in like 2010, 2011-ish, not very good.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a few things in there that is worth checking out, but they're more recent stuff. There's been a number of good things, but of course they're also owned by Warner Brothers, and there's been a lot of layoffs and stuff like that. So things are kind of getting shaken up and stuff like that. So
I forget the makers, but I picked up recently, like I think like about a week ago, I picked up like the new, like the final like Sonic the Hedgehog comic book that fans made of the story. And man, like it's a thicker boy, and I'm so excited. Like the Sonic the Hedgehog comic books are really good.
There you go. Good stuff.
I know they're
newer. That's either IDW or Boom Studios, but I'm not sure. I would think IDW.
I'm not sure. I can look it up and see the maker of it. But yeah, like there's seven issues, and man, they're so good.
So I also wanted to mention. So Melissa mentioned the heroic legend of Arslan. That she kind of forgot about that one. I actually want to defend that while she's not here. Ha! That one, I really liked that series. I saw the anime on Hulu. And then we pitched the manga for the review show, and that's what we ended up reading. But it's made by the same creator who did Full Metal Alchemist. So if you like Full Metal Alchemist, it has the same kind of look. It's more medieval stuff, but the same kind of intrigue and military tactics and stuff like that. It's good. It's good.
And this is on Hulu.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's where you can find it there.
Yeah, Kyle, published by IDW. The author is Ian Flynn, a freelance writer for multiple forms. He's known as the Sonic Guy.
The Sonic Guy. The Sonic Guy.
Bad Gal Nikki and
you guys are talking about Sonic now?
Approved or
kind of.
You like that movie?
I mentioned it.
I feel pretty neutral about Sonic the Hedgehog as an entire concept.
I have not seen the movie.
I did.
I started watching
it.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
One of the best movies of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came out
Actually,
did it come out February or January? January, February?
It was
February.
February,
yeah,
Valentine's
pretty-
Day.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember that.
Oh,
Hot
yeah.
shit night, right?
Valentine's Day.
Yeah, the
was-
Sonic
yeah.
movie was really
It was
good.
I know you have your food. Let's do our next two things real fast, and then we
Okay.
can move on to that stuff. So, what was your biggest surprise?
I will have to say your name for this one because I'd heard almost nothing about this movie. Like, I knew it was a body swap movie and that it was very good, but nobody told me how it was good, what exactly it was good at. And the turn that happens in that story and how emotional and
Has
tragic
such a gut punch.
and touching
Yeah.
it gets. Like, I had no idea any of that was coming.
Yeah, that's a really, really.
That was an
good
amazing
one.
cinematic experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing. Every time I recommend your name to people, that's the thing that they always come out of. They love the movie, and it's not like if you know
Chainsaw?
the
No.
premise or the basic premise, which is that two high school kids swap bodies, you think that it is whatever, but somehow
What is this? 13 going on 30?
somehow the movie manages to take that and make such a compelling movie about the connection of these two people, and then
Right,
you
yeah.
start knowing more and more about them, and it's so good, so incredibly good.
Indeed.
And so I also recommend that people watch the latest movie of the director, which came out this year. It's a movie called Weathering with You.
Yeah.
Weathering with you, yeah.
It actually came out in February, I think, in the US. And
Okay.
that one was pretty good too.
Interesting. My biggest surprise was one we did recently. I came out blatantly after we watched this one. I was
Yeah.
like, I think this one just took the cake for that one. My biggest surprise was Great Pretender. It's a Netflix original anime, and it is phenomenal. It's about
It's really
this
fun.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of fun. It's about this Japanese con man who thinks he's kind of a hotshot at this stuff, and he tries to con this guy that seems to be some kind of tourist and stuff like that, and he tries to like pocket him, and when he gets back to his hotel to be like, okay, how much money did I get? He realizes that he just tried to con a con man, and he actually got conned, and so now he's in this big, not conspiracy, but he ends up being like, hey, I'm gonna follow you and work with you until you give me the money that you owe me, which doesn't really make sense because he doesn't owe him stuff. He's like, I want my money that I rightfully stole from you. But if you like Lupin the Third, if you like Cowboy Bebop, it's a great show. The opening credits remind me a lot of the opening credits from Cowboy Bebop. They're great. The end credits is also amazing. Please watch that. And Netflix does it a terrible disservice because it does the like skip to the next thing, right? The end credits is the song Great Pretender, sung by Freddie Mercury, and it's these. The animation is all these cats, and they're like singing and being happy and all this, and it's wonderful. It's so good. So yeah, you guys should check that out. There's 2 seasons out on Netflix right now, but I think you also have to watch this just for the art in this show.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's incredible. It seems more like a painting than it does actual like your typical anime, and it's almost psychedelic. It's very vivid, very bright, and it's just like it's a real treat. So that was my biggest surprise because I had heard nothing. I was just like, I saw this on Netflix, I'll pitch that, and then we watched it and we were like, holy shit, this is good. So there you go. Melissa, Skin Boy supporting character, whatever it's called.
Do you want to do the dream dates or do you want to do that later?
Oh, shit, yeah.
That's another one of our traditions that we each name characters from this year that we would
dream date.
that are our dream dates.
Yeah.
Their dream dates.
Yes.
Who would be our dream date from all this stuff?
I want to do that for video game characters.
Yeah, you guys can do that. It's fun.
Be thinking of that then. So I'll go with my dream date. I think I would want to go on a date with Faye from The Vast of Night.
She's great.
She was wonderful. She's this like small town girl who's never traveled outside of her city, but she's super passionate just about knowledge and learning and all of that stuff. And her co-star is like super into science and stuff like that. And he's like, did you hear that we're about to have cell phones that do video and all, all of that stuff? And she's just like, no way. But she's like, she loves hearing people talk about what they're passionate about, but she's also equally as passionate about those same things. And then, like, that's exactly what I look for. And so it's just like, I want to hear you talk, just about the stuff you love. And I think she'd be a lot of fun to go on a date with. So
yeah,
Faye from
she's
The Vast of
very
Night.
enthusiastic.
Indeed.
I have a definite type. My dream dates this year are Reed Richards and Cubit.
Okay, yeah. Who is the Reed Richards equivalent in the irredeemable comic?
I just want like a lanky man with a nice thick head of dark hair, and he's very, very smart about science.
And he's flexible.
Right.
He's flexible too.
Indeed. That's funny.
Oh, Sam says she date Beth from Queen's Gambit, so would I.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes.
There you
All
go.
right. Okay.
I
Yeah.
really like her.
That's a good one. That's a good
Lots
one.
of dream date
I'm
material in
gonna
Queen's
take
Gambit.
Trish Una from JoJo's Golden Wind Part 5. So if anyone even knows who that is.
I haven't ever dived into JoJo, so
So much.
See, Kyle, I think I
could
know a
commit
topic
years
to,
of your life to
shoot
JoJo.
you.
I imagined that would be your topic.
Hell
So
yeah.
that's dream date. So yeah, supporting
line, Gino.
character. This is one that I don't know. Like I feel like this could go to a number of different people. One that
This is always the category where I have like 10 runners up.
I actually have to think. Yeah. So the one I have written down is technically the protagonist. But
Okay.
in the grand scheme of things, he seems more like the supporting character. And that is Edamura from Great Pretender.
He's the protagonist, but in each scheme, he plays like the most minor part of it.
Yeah, and he's the one kind of learning the ropes on like how to scam these like big time people, and he's like always one step behind them on their plan. So he just feels more like a supporting character that the camera is just focusing on, right? But I think I also have to give this one to Watson from Sherlock.
Oh!
Like the quintessential supporting character, right? Like,
Yeah, he's probably the best one out of any.
Watson's like the poster child for supporting character.
exactly. Like I
Oh, Bad Gal Nikki in the chat mentioned Sherlock Holmes from Netflix.
I don't know if you.
Hey,
Oh,
I think
yeah,
that one
that's
was for
another
dating.
one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the Henry
like,
Cavill
still, like,
Sherlock
yeah.
Holmes from
Doing a-
Enola Holmes. I haven't watched it yet,
yeah.
but
Oh,
Henry
Henry
Cavill's
Cavill,
always
yeah.
a winner.
I don't know.
and
Going
as
on a date
Geralt
with
of Rivia
Sherlock
too, Henry
Holmes.
Cavill,
dude.
oh my gosh.
I don't know if that's a good idea. Would you be over
What about
analyzing
Geralt of
everything?
Rivia?
yeah.
yeah.
What about Geralt? Would you go on a date with
He's a
Geralt,
great person
Ignacio?
in the when he
With
you
no
know
emotions?
he's iconic when he's taking that bath.
I
No
don't
emotion.
think I think
Geralt has
I think
emotions,
I'd rather do a one night stand with Geralt than like an actual date. Like, you know what?
Yeah.
We both
yeah.
know what we're here for. Let's just do the deed and get on with it, you know?
I don't expect you to make me breakfast in
Maybe
the
involve
morning.
a
I know I'm
unicorn.
going to roll over and you'll be gone.
Right, yeah.
Don't hate in Henry.
Exactly.
So
I
for
just imagine Geralt being really rugged and just really forcing Kyle's just like, you know what? Let's just not pretend. Let's just we know what we want. That's it. And Geralt's just kind of like, all right. Like just straight down to business.
Bring
Okay.
down the unicorn.
For my supporting player award, my heart has a pick and my head has a pick. Because it came down to 2, and I'm like, I know this guy's your favorite, but like when you think about who is a very minor character who only shows up occasionally, but offers real value to whatever story they're in, is an MVP of the story.
Sure.
Like logically, like the best person for this award is Leon from Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
Just showing
yeah.
up like once or twice a season, just there to talk about
my
sitcoms
God, yeah.
and then like
Fuck, Leon.
get rid of the right person.
So Leon is played by Joey Badass, the rapper. And the first time you see him, it's Rami Malek's character and him sitting at this diner, and he's describing this sitcom to them, and he's just philosophizing on this sitcom, and you quickly realize he's describing Seinfeld. He's like, it's a show about nothing, but deep down, I think it's really about humanity. And he's explaining that, and it's like, man, this guy is high as fuck. Like this guy is on some shit right now. And
every time you see him, he's talking about something else. Like he's like, I tried watching Frasier. He's like, I watched Knight Rider.
Yeah.
But my heart's pick, a character I truly love, a character I'm always hoping will do more, and a character that you described, Kyle, as the sidekick to a sidekick. My heart gives the supporting player award to Pete White from the Fincher brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Who's always around, but has never done anything remotely protagonistic. He gets like one scene in one episode of season 7 where he gets to do anything heroic, but mostly he's just there to follow Billy around, there to follow Rusty around, there to DJ the prom.
But he's such a great character, though.
He's so charming. He's one of my favorites. I love Billy and White so much.
Venture Bros, I think, was my runner-up, or like one of my runner-ups for favorite thing, because I had never seen that show before, and I heard it was good, and yeah, it was spectacular. So
I can't do the voice, but it's a Billy, because he always has to say his name.
Billy. Well, to be fair, Billy, you did lose. I jumped into the ring to get your hand.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen it. It's the one where they like do like the fighting and they send Billy in to go fight, and it's just the fact that like Billy almost dies.
Yes.
Yeah.
so
God,
funny.
I love that. That show is so good.
It's so dense. This is one of my favorite
really
qualities in a TV show. I just love any show that has 100 supporting characters that cycle in and out, and you're like, oh, that guy's in this one.
Good show. I hope that gets picked up on HBO Max for season 8, since they canceled it.
Hoping and praying.
Big
God,
dummies.
I hope so.
We're out here
bad.
trying. We're trying to advertise it, and HBO Max or whatever platform. If you want to advertise the show with a hot after show talk back, you know who to look for your hosts.
There you go. See you
Go to the
later,
store.
Sam. Thanks for sticking with us
Bye,
so
Sam.
far. I'm sure we'll be here for a while. We got a lot of stuff to do and hang out and talk about. So yeah, we'll be having lots of fun. There you go. Melissa, how's the
like
pizza?
you said, BBL Sam.
I ordered mozzarella sticks. They're good, but they're not doing that cheese pull I was hoping for.
Classic, like commercial.
I kind of like when the cheese doesn't all fall out.
Yeah. That is a benefit. Yeah, I got my Cecil Whitaker's right here, sausage and mushroom, my favorite pizza. It's good stuff.
Oof. Damn, I want to order some pizza too.
And the worst part is when you get pizza and you bite it and all the cheese and everything just pulls off as well, and you're like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
I'll just eat this sauce crust.
So, Melissa, I actually owe you some money for that pizza
Oh, yeah.
because something that we do over on the Captain's Log, which is one of our other podcasts. It's kind of our off-topic show that we stream every Friday night right here on twitch.tv/the Whatnauts. We're done for the year though, so we won't be here next year next week, not next year. We will be here next year. But we won't be here next week because that is also Christmas and stuff like that. So we'll be back in the new year at some point. But one of the things we do every December, like the start of December, is we do Rotten Tomatoes movie predictions. We started that this year. So we technically missed the first December 2019. Yeah. We didn't do it then. We actually started it in February is when we did. But from now on, it's going to be like the first week in December. And we take a look at all of a handful of the movies that are coming out in the next year. This year we did 24 of them, I believe. And we predicted what we thought the Rotten Tomatoes scores were going to be. And then at the end of the year, we look back at what we thought and we see who got the closest. And whoever has the most points at the end wins and owes the other person a pizza if they lost. So I owe you a pizza, so I will be sending you some money for that fine dining that you are having there.
The finest pizza St. Louis has to offer. This or Emo's. They're pretty close.
Yeah. What was the last movie you guys saw in theaters? Do you guys remember?
Yeah, I remember that very well. Because Sonic.
In a typical theater, it was Onward, but I did get out to a local drive-in to see Tenet.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it was
Bloodshot.
Bloodshot.
Tenet actually like good though?
Oh, you saw Bloodshot?
It is convoluted.
I have to see Tenet.
So, Ignacio,
Tenet's
you saw
not
Bloodshot?
what you expect it to be.
Yeah, so with Bloodshot, I was in SF at the beginning of the year, and I had to come back here because of the whole pandemic.
Right.
So Bloodshot, I watched it like maybe a couple of days before I had to come back. So it was at a point where it was like, shit, am I risking myself by going to the movie theater or not? But yeah, I
was like
did
middle
enjoy
of March, right?
Yeah, it is. It was in the middle of March. I did enjoy it. I don't think that the movie is really that good, but I think that there is something there that is pretty interesting that I would like to see them continue. Like, I don't know, the world seemed kind of interesting to me. It wasn't that great, but it was fun.
So if you were interested, I definitely recommend checking out the comics. Valiant, they were around in the 90s. They were kind of an alternative to Marvel and DC, but instead of publishing like 50 something different titles, they only had a smaller amount. So if you wanted to follow the entirety of that universe, you could. But they ended up going bankrupt in the 90s, and they went away for a while, and then they relaunched in like 2010, I believe. And they have some really, really good comics. And Bloodshot is a character that's kind of a mix between the Punisher and Wolverine. He has a lot of guns and he likes shooting things and all that stuff, but he has these healing powers because he has these nanites in him, that if he eats protein and stuff, he can like regenerate and stuff like that. So he's like, he can't die. So he has that healing factor like Wolverine. He also doesn't really remember his past. I'm not sure what they did with him in the movie because I never saw it, but that's basically him. Of like, he doesn't remember who he is. He was made by Project Rising Spirit, I believe. Is
I don't know. I don't remember
the government agency.
Yeah.
Oh well, but
so here's the thing was that I think that he didn't remember his past, but yeah, he was. I think he might have died as a soldier somewhere, so his body was donated to this one company. And so they use his body to basically create a super soldier which would regenerate because of the nanites that he has in his blood. And so they eventually started using him as a... So there are other scientists that also worked on the project, but this one head scientist that is now the owner of the whole thing doesn't like them anymore, so he wants to kill them. And so he implants false memories onto the Vin Diesel character and makes all the other people like... He now remembers that one person as the person that killed his wife. And so now with all his powers, he
goes to hunt him down and stuff.
He goes hunting them down.
Yeah, so Valiant has some really interesting books. They have another character named Exo Manowar, which is more like a mix between Thor and Iron Man. So it's neat. They have like a future cyberpunk samurai character named Rai. We've actually covered a few of the Valiant comics on the review show. We did volumes 1 through 2 of the death-defying Dr. Mirage, which is their more like supernatural character of just like they can see ghosts and stuff like that. And then we did Quantum and Woody, which is more of like a superhero comedy thing. It's more of like a Deadpool style, like they're just dumb. They're not just dumb, but you know what I mean. They are brothers. One of them is adopted. Their powers only work if they are they have these like special bracelets that are attached to them that they have to like tap every 24 hours to like recharge their powers and stuff like that. And if they don't, then they lose their powers and stuff like that. But we did that. That was a pretty funny book, but I would recommend checking out some of the Valiant comics because they have some good stuff.
Yeah, I'm not much.
Most of it is on Comixology Unlimited. If you guys have that, so
you don't read.
I don't much of a reader.
Like you don't read comics at all, like comics, manga, or anything.
No, I mean the most comic reading that I've done, at some point I read several Marvel arcs. Like I read House of M, Civil War,
Dragon Ball.
Okay,
Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball. I wanted to read, or at least the newer Dragon Ball Super manga. But it's just that I don't read much, so that's why.
Yeah, me either.
That's fair.
I don't read actual books.
That's me. Most of my rating, like 99%, like I guess like 99.9% of my rating is comics and manga, and stuff like that.
Yep.
I do want to get more into reading actual books this year, and I have a number of audio books that I want to do because I know I'm not going to sit down with an actual book. So just give me my headphones. And
I literally don't have the literal imagination to read an actual book. I get too tired because my imagination is so stale that I can't even like picture the world that I'm reading. Yeah. I need a manga book to draw it for me.
So Big Gal
Nicky's Rotten Tomatoes score.
That's what I was just about to say, man.
Yeah, 95, 99.
Too high.
No way.
No
way.
Suicide Squad. 95 for the tomato score and 99 for the audience score. I don't know. I think it's going to be really good. What did we say? Let me see if I can find what we said because we had that on our thing.
I mean,
I
the only thing that might hurt
have them.
It might hurt it because the first one was such a bad movie.
Also, what did Guardians get?
But James Gunn. Well, yeah, Guardians. The first one was great. I don't know about the second one.
It was great too.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is one of my very favorite films.
Good. I think it's going to be a lot better.
Guardians films are good. I just think the first one's better than the second one. But
okay, so here's what we predicted on our Rotten Tomato movie predictions. I said it was going to be, this is only for the tomato hater. I said it would be a 92. Melissa, you said 87.
I said 87. Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to do well. I just don't know if it's going to be the sort of movie that some people will get
I think they will. I think enough went to go see Suicide Squad because of Harley Quinn and the Joker. That they understand what the concept is, and then they were like, "Oh shit, this is bad." But then I think Marvel firing James Gunn the way they did was so high profile, and then him being like, "All right, fine, I'm going to go make Suicide Squad," and then everyone was like, "Oh shit, he's making Suicide Squad. That means the next one's going to be great."
Exactly.
I think enough people will see it, and I think it'll be good enough to get the rest of them who didn't go see it be like, I'm gonna miss out if I don't see this film, right? So I think it's gonna be
He
good.
definitely has the ability to make it a great film.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, James Gunn is awesome. Yeah.
Okay, so Guardians
I'm
1
excited.
is at 91%. Guardians 2 is at an 85.
Interesting. Okay.
I would say around 87, like Melissa said, for Suicide Squad.
I could see it.
Could be.
High 80s,
Yeah.
low 90s.
I'm actually going to say low 80s because I feel like the first one's going to kind of make people be like, I don't want to trust the second one.
Right. Yeah. Gino, did we hear what your last movie in theaters was?
No, yeah, I was searching the whole time you guys were talking because I completely
figure it out.
forgot. It was Rise of Skywalker. Actually, was
Oh,
Did
wow.
that come out
Okay.
last year?
yeah,
Yeah,
it came
was-
out
wait.
in 2019 in December.
Yeah, 2018.
Interesting.
Yeah, December. Okay.
And then after that, I mean, the next movie that I could remember sort of wanting to watch was Sonic.
And
And then I didn't really go to that one. And then March already was the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah.
That's it.
Mine was
So, yeah, Star
Harley
Wars, I think, was the
Quinn
last one I saw.
and the Birds of Prey. That
yeah,
was
which that one
mine.
too.
Okay.
That one was good.
When did that one come out?
March,
so
I think, also.
early February, actually.
Early
I
February.
believe. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, because I remember specifically seeing that one later.
Yeah, I watched that one in SF.
Yeah, that one
For
was
I want
Sonic,
to watch the new Monster Hunter movie that came out
that
yesterday.
came out yesterday.
It's so
yes.
bad, apparently.
Dude, didn't Wonder Woman come out too?
Wonder Woman comes out this
It
next
might have
week.
come out
I think on the 24th.
In some,
Next week?
it might come out in some international markets, but I think in America it doesn't come out until Christmas.
I don't think it will come out
24th
in the
or 25th,
international
yeah.
markets yet.
Because I was seeing
Because it
early
is
reviews for
HBO
it.
Max.
True.
And Monster Hunter got terrible
Yeah.
reviews. So I'm excited.
Oh yeah, Nikki says the Harley Quinn animated series is good too. I agree
Yeah.
with that.
I haven't
That's
started
a
it
fact
yet.
yeah,
right there.
Even though I have
I've seen
DC
clips of it.
Unlimited and I've had it for a while, and I now have HBO Max, I just haven't started it yet. But it's on my list. It looks good.
Yeah, I gotta watch Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
Why?
Melissa, it says the new Wonder Woman comes out.
It just
Yeah,
looks so
December
fun.
25th. It says it comes out
Yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It comes out on Christmas.
Do you guys remember the first Wonder Woman trailer, like the full trailer with the
For 1984?
what's that?
Or for 84?
Yeah, for 1984. For 1984.
Yeah, that's so
the
good.
first full trailer I saw. That was
Yeah.
That's one of the best trailers I've ever seen for a movie, man. It really is such a good trailer. Mm-hmm. I watch it sometimes.
Speaking of which, for some Patreon bonus episodes earlier this year, Kyle and I watched a bunch of old movie trailers to just sort
Indeed.
of look at the trailer as its own art form, separate of the movie it's representing. Like, what is a good trailer? Is there a good trailer for a bad movie? What have been the trends in trailers over the last several years?
And trailers back in
Yeah,
the day, especially in the US, were such a different thing from now. There was such a specific thing from that era.
They really were.
I feel like trailers even nowadays are misleading of the actual movie itself now.
I think that they show you
You
too
think
much.
so? Because I feel like trailers show the most of the movie already.
yeah.
Quite the opposite of misleading.
Yeah.
They show you everything.
Or you have Marvel,
And
or you have
especially
Marvel
some
that had
of
the
them-
Endgame trailer that literally had fake scenes in
But
it.
Marvel does that, and I like that they do that.
think
Yeah, they
that's
do it on purpose.
that's good. I kind of like that, right? Like it's an interesting thing to show us what the movie is about and the feeling and the vibe, but it's also
Yeah.
not a scene that makes it in to the movie, right? So it's like, okay, like nothing was really ruined, or there's a new surprise now from what I thought. Like
Yeah.
I kind of like that they do all that
like,
stuff.
How Infinity War
But the thing-
had the Hulk in the Battle of Wakanda.
Yeah.
But then if you watch
Oh, yeah.
Infinity War, Hulk disappears at the beginning of the movie.
Right.
He's nowhere to
He's
be
not
seen.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then the problem, like
That's pretty cool
making
if they do
trailers
that.
is its own difficult art form. Because how do you make a trailer to get somebody excited without giving them too much?
Yeah.
Because you don't give them enough, they're not interested. But if you give them too much, then what's the point of seeing the movie? Like trailers walk such a difficult line.
Indeed.
Everybody
I
says
feel like
this. I've never seen a trailer and felt like I've seen enough of a movie.
I
don't have that. I watch a trailer and just kind of feel like it's not like exciting enough. Because I just know trailers either like just don't have the right stuff in it, or it doesn't feel like it's accurate to what's actually in the movie.
Mm-hmm. I feel like when, for example, when you think about Avengers like Endgame and stuff like that, when before the movie comes out, the trailers they don't show you much, because they don't want to show you any, and they show misleading stuff. But once the movie's out already, they show you everything.
Yeah.
I feel like they do that because they expect people to have already seen
video
it.
games do that
So
too.
they just want to get.
Bad Gal Nikki says Dunkirk did the best trailer at the movies marketing wise. That seemed like a great trailer from what I remember.
I don't remember Dunkirk's trailer.
Yeah, medium.
I just remember being excited by it and being like, that looks great. I have no idea really what it is, but it looks great. She says they played a 30-second trailer in between each other movie trailer.
Ooh, yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the way they played with that. Yeah, Dunkirk's the one that's the one that plays with time.
That's the one that I haven't seen 3 different planes. Like in the Dunkirk beach, in the air, and in the boats.
Because the whole time there's a ticking in the whole movie.
Yeah.
There's a that's cool. That movie's the movie's great.
Yeah.
So
that's a good movie.
If you guys
Christopher Nolan, man.
If you guys want to check out the Patreon stuff that Melissa mentioned, we are at patreon.com/thewhatnauts. That's where you can support us for as little as $1 a month. All of our exclusive content is at our $3 tier. So yeah, and Sam, who was in the chat with us for a while, is a Patreon supporter at the $5 tier, which gets you a shout out on the show. So again, thank you, Sam. I know you're not here. I'm looking at the chat like you are here, but you're not here. But thank you so much for supporting us.
We feel your presence,
for so long.
Sam.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam.
Your presence,
Sam, even if
always
you're not
felt.
here and you're at the store and you can't see this, you're always with us in spirit.
Indeed.
She just like jolts in the middle of the HEB.
Yeah,
like
in the
I
middle of the
felt
store.
something.
No, she sneezes because we mentioned her. So she sneezes.
Right? Yeah.
So like she keeps sneezing in the store and you're like, what's happening? Everyone's looking at her like she's got the Rona and they're like, are you okay?
That's weird.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Do you guys believe in that stuff? Like if someone mentions you, then you sneeze, or like if you're dreaming about someone,
know that
it
it was
means
part
you're.
of.
Or your ear
I
gets
know it was part
yeah.
of the folklore that you sneeze. I thought you just
heard
knew
What is
it
it?
somehow in your body. Like maybe you got to chill up your spine or something.
Do you guys know why? Do you know what started the trend of saying bless you after you sneeze? Do you know what started that?
Because
your
isn't
heart's
it
Oh, the
like,
devil's
right,
trying to rip your soul out.
Yeah, the soul
through
is
your
trying to come out. No?
It's because when you'd sneeze, it was, for some reason, it was believed a long time ago that when you sneeze, that was the moment that demons could like enter you when you were sneezing. So you would bless somebody so demons wouldn't get to them during their sneeze.
I should sneeze
That's
more
crazy,
often.
dude. Why is there
Just
no
get a
movie about
demon
it?
in
Yeah.
you. And then I have to
don't
co-host
ask me,
these shows
please.
with a demon.
I
Just all
don't
of us
know.
and a demon.
Welcome
I don't
to the
know,
Whatnauts,
it's-
the only podcast with a demon as a host. And Melissa.
Kyle sneezes, no one says bless you, and it's like, uh-oh.
His eyes
what
just
that would
turn
be.
red, and I'm like, Kyle, are you a demon? And you're like, no. I installed more colored lights in my room. They're pointed directly at my eyes.
Right. There you go.
Well, I'm not gonna bless you then.
No.
All
I
right.
won't bless you.
2021, the year we get a demon.
Yeah, no more blessing.
Do you guys feel that 2021 is just gonna get better?
Yeah.
Well, there's
I mean,
not
we're
much time
already.
left,
Think so?
so no.
Well, the thing is that we're already getting vaccines right now. People are getting the vaccines,
Yeah.
so it has to be better, right?
I think.
I mean,
yeah.
you're in Chile, Ignacio, so it's probably different the culture over there. But you obviously know that there's
Yeah.
so many people here that just don't want to take it.
Yeah, but I think even then, I think that enough people would take it over there that the people that do take it will be in one group, and then the other people would be like, for example, I think conventions might be coming back because the people that would go to conventions like E3 or stuff like that would be the people that would get the vaccine.
That's true.
Yeah. I wanted to look it up to make it exact really quick. Yeah, the exact story is, in ancient times, people believed that sneezing would allow evil spirits to enter your body, and saying "God bless you" kept those evil spirits out.
Wow.
Wild. But no,
the original vaccine.
I don't know. Like I feel like maybe by the end of the year, like stuff in the fall might start coming back. But I think it's still going to be iffy with things in like spring and summer and stuff like that. Because I know a couple people who eventually want to get the vaccine but don't want to do it right away because I feel like
that's most people.
Their argument is like, we don't know what's in this thing, and like we don't know what the long-term effects will be, which like
Not really.
Like on one hand I understand it, because like buying technology as a first adopter, right, there's always going to be problems, but this isn't that same thing though. So I don't know. Like I don't know how I feel about it yet, but I know that not everyone is going to be getting it right away.
Think of it this way. By the time that you get the vaccine, or that you can get the vaccine, there will be already a lot of people that got the vaccine.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we would know already by that point.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I feel like my body already has the antibodies to fight it away, so I think I'll be good. But
I also wonder if I might have gotten it at some point, and I got the antibodies, because I was thinking I was in NSF when the whole thing started, and then I was still going to the movies. Like I said, I took the bus, and then I took a plane to come here, and so I must have gotten it at some point.
So you did a lot of stuff there.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling right now? Do you think we should take a break? Do we need to get some food, some snacks, some water, all that stuff? I have to go run and go do something, so I'm just asking how you guys are.
So you want to put the beer right back?
Yeah, I can get water and feed my cats.
Cool. Those cats are important.
Let's take.
Well, you see them on the.
Yeah. Let's take like a 5-10 minute break. We'll be back in a little bit. So yeah, go get some snacks, get some food, some water, some drinks, stuff like that, and we will be right back.
Just a quick question: Is Yakuza 0
live? Just FYI.
Is Yakuza 0 like short, or is like Kiwami short, or like all the Yakuza games long?
It's no. The Yakuza games, I wouldn't call them long in general. Like Kiwami 1,
chopping is gone.
I think it might be like 17 hours more or less. I don't remember.
Is that just for the main story, or is that like doing
main story?
Everything?
Main story.
Okay.
0 is twice Kiwami basically, because it is basically 2 games in one.
Okay. But so Yakuza's but Yakuza Kiwami is just Yakuza 1.
Yeah. It is a remake of Yakuza 1. And then Yakuza 0, it is kind of like 2 games in one. So therefore it is twice as long.
But But they never pulled those games out of the PlayStation Store.
That's because they weren't buggy.
Good
messes.
point, Gino.
Man,
so
What are you referencing? I have no idea.
So we won't cover all of the news that happened this week. There was a PlayStation Indie World Showcase. I know there is a demo out for Bravely Default 2.
Did you say PlayStation World Showcase?
Well, what was
you
that?
said PlayStation. You said PlayStation Indie World.
Yeah.
PlayStation Indie World Showcase.
Nintendo.
Nintendo World Showcase. Indie World Showcase. You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm a dumb kid. You guys know that.
There was no Silk Song there, bro. No Silk Song.
Well, better luck next time. But yeah, like that stuff happened. I think it was Miyamoto, right? Who was out there touring the new Mario theme park in Japan and stuff like that. So things were happening. But the big thing that happened this week, is Cyberpunk had a mess of stuff happening. So before we say stuff, let me ask Melissa. I know you've at least heard mumblings, right?
Yeah.
So what
it has been
someone
talked about
who's outside kind of the video game stuff that's happening with that, what do you want to know about what's been happening with Cyberpunk right now?
It seems like it's a game people have been hyped for. It came out for a variety of platforms. And I think on PlayStation it's good, but on the other platforms, like it's super buggy and people have to go back to work on it and like you can't get it anymore. Like they took it off at e-stores. Like just don't buy it. We'll put it up again later. Forget
Close,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, close.
Yeah, so they announced this game I think back in like 2013.
No, I think it was 2012. 2012, I think it was.
Yeah.
Wow. It's been a long time. So they've been working on this game for a long time. I think when they announced it, they weren't necessarily working on it yet. This was like, hey, this is our next thing.
Yeah.
Because
Witcher came out like 3 years later.
Yeah, 2015.
Something like that, yeah. So, yeah, it was more so a declaration of this is what we're going to be working on next. Regardless, yeah, they've been working on this for a long time. It was announced for PlayStation 4 as well as Xbox One and PC is what they announced it for. And yeah, it came out on December 10th, finally. That was the 4th release date that the game had. They kept delaying it, which is typical in video game stuff, but this one was interesting because the last and final delay, they were like, hey, we are delaying it to optimize the game better. We're working on multiple versions of the game, like for Xbox and for PlayStation and for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One and this and then, all sorts of stuff. And we were like, okay, that makes sense. Like a delayed game always makes for a better game.
But also explain, Kyle, that they had already announced that it was gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was done.
Which means, yeah, the game had been printed on disc, which in this day and age doesn't really mean much because everything gets patched right away now, basically.
It is standard practice that even though you finish the game, you put it out, you send it to print, developers keep working on the game. Just to optimize time, because otherwise you would be just sitting like doing nothing for 1 month.
Exactly.
Well,
were you about to say something?
I know it's getting to it. It's the fact of like, I know Mystic Ryan on YouTube does a lot of PlayStation news, and I listened to his video kind of detailing the whole Cyberpunk situation, and it got me thinking. I just want to throw this out there. Do you think with how buggy and bad Cyberpunk was for obviously at this point now last gen consoles, do you think if Cyberpunk 2077 came out like like the very end of next year, where kind of the PS4 started to be phased out, and we weren't having PS5 like launch issues with the pandemic. Do you think if almost every person had like a PS5 and Cyberpunk came out near like after the PS5 had been out for almost an entire year, do you think this would be as big of a deal if the supply of the PS5s were met and it was coming out way later instead of literally at the split of the generation?
I don't think a year would do it.
I think it's hard to know
it would
exactly.
have to be 2 or 3 years at minimum.
But at the same time, if it did come out a year later, they obviously knew that this game had issues when they released it. We can't say that it's not we're giving them the benefit of the doubt and say they didn't know. They knew. So
well, it was higher ups that were pushing it.
Yeah.
Well,
so if it was longer, then that game would have come out ready.
Well,
for,
Kyle,
I'm assuming all consoles.
Kyle,
Yeah.
Finish up with the whole journey.
Explanation. Yeah, so
exactly.
long story short, the game finally came out and it was a buggy mess on consoles. Normally when they give codes to reviewers, they give them an option of like, hey, do you want this on PC? Do you want it on PlayStation or stuff like that? They were not giving out codes for consoles, for PlayStation or Xbox. And a bunch of these big sites like IGN and stuff was like, that's strange. Why would they like not give us those ones to look? And so they started reviewing the game, and yeah, it was just a buggy mess. And then they got codes for consoles the same day as everyone else, just like us here on Crossplay. And yeah, it didn't work well. It worked even worse than what was, what they got for the PC. And so what happened this week is CD Projekt Red, who is the developers of this game, announced that like, hey, if you guys want a refund, you guys can come to us for refunds. However, if you bought it through PlayStation and Xbox, you might have to go through them. But they said that without really talking to any of PlayStation or Xbox. So PlayStation and Xbox, a lot of people were saying that, hey, I tried to get a refund, but I got denied and stuff like that. PlayStation eventually came out and said, look, we are refunding everyone who comes to us from this point on, and we are delisting the game from our store because it's that bad.
You have to remember too, like the reason that's an issue is because, like you said, they didn't talk with Microsoft or Sony. And when you pre-order or buy a game digitally on the PSN, PlayStation has a very strict return policy where it doesn't really give you refunds unless a product is considered faulty. But even though Cyberpunk still worked, it was a very big hassle that Sony got blown up by refunds because CD Projekt Red didn't communicate with them. So Sony just got bombarded with return requests.
So CD Projekt Red basically kicked the ball to Sony, which, like Alan said, they don't really have a good return policy for the game. Like you said, it has to be faulty. And so Sony finally said, fuck it, we'll give you back your money. But in a way, we're admitting that the game is broken. Therefore, we cannot have a broken game on our store.
Yeah. Well, because Xbox actually has, like, granted, not the best, but they still have a better return policy where Xbox is, if you buy a game,
they
you
also
have like a
came out and were like, hey, we're doing some updated
you can still return a game on Xbox.
Yeah, they're just doing refunds.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, even in general, like Xbox has a return policy in general where as long as you don't have that many hours, or I think if you play the game for a few hours and don't have too much playtime, you can ask for a refund and it still varies. PlayStation's just straight up says pretty much all sales are final. So that's why it's a big deal for Sony and not as bad for Xbox, because you could play it on Microsoft and just be like, all right, an hour in, this game's buggy, reach out for return. You barely played it. It makes sense. Sony's is, oh, no returns. Now you're bombarding us, which obviously causes a gigantic issue.
Yeah, the issue here was that CD Projekt, right, the developers, from what they said, you can tell that they didn't even tell Xbox or Sony.
Yeah.
They just said it. Like, if you want a refund, please use their service. Just throw it over to them without notifying them, hey, we're going to need to, we're going to offer refunds for a game and all that stuff. So I assume, as it would have been normal if I was Sony, that earned a lot of bad will with them as a company. Because Because I mean, it's not Sony's fault. It's not their fault. So why should they be giving these refunds? But it's crazy.
So if you have a PlayStation 4 or an Xbox One, you are thinking about getting the game, I recommend don't get the game.
You cannot get it for the PS4.
Well, even if you have a PS5
you
play the upgraded version, it's still buggy. So
so that's what I have.
With Cyberpunk, me and Kyle both have Cyberpunk for the PS5, and so the thing with Cyberpunk, the biggest problem, I don't think it is the bugs and whatever. If you take away the PS4 version and the Xbox One version, it would just be a buggy game like any Fallout or Skyrim game. People eventually it will be a joke, people will be upset, and we would move on. The problem here is that the PS4 and Xbox One versions are such a downgrade from what people saw before the game came out. I mean, it's such lower, for example, density of characters and vehicles. The textures are much worse. It is buggier than the other versions. It runs at a much lower frame rate. And so it is basically having an old PC trying to play a new game. It would be very bad, like in very low settings, even if it runs. And so I think that more than the answer, I don't think would have been delaying the game. I don't think that if you delay the game 1 year, 2 years, it would have solved the problem. Maybe you would have fewer bugs, but I think that at some point the game got too big and too ambitious for the PS4 and the Xbox One.
Well, the biggest thing that also caused the bad will is because, as Kyle mentioned, they couldn't I think the reason Fallout 76 and other buggy games aren't as bad is because early reviewers can still let you know that like the game ran fine, but it does have some issues. They couldn't tell you how bad it ran on PS4 or Xbox. So
it seems shady.
You had to just gamble. Yeah. And then CD Projekt Red had that really infamous tweet where they admitted that they didn't really like think about it very thoroughly, or they weren't really expecting it.
We
how did you not know that by hindering the PS4?
Which is why you delayed it the last time.
Yeah.
Like, what do you?
You have to.
It wasn't one thing that doomed it. It was everything in like a perfect storm.
Also, you have to remember that
not working.
When The Witcher 3 came out in 2015, CD Projekt Red was looked at as they are the good guys of the industry. They made this huge game, $60, no paid DLC unless it is really worth it, which was really worth it. We'll send you a note with every copy of the game. Like, they are the good guys of the industry. They are the upper echelon. And then right now, starting from when they last delayed the game, how reports came out that the developers were going to have to crunch for the game. Even though they were supposed not to, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then the whole review code thing, and then the apology that wasn't an apology, and then now the refund thing.
Yeah, the whole thing has been a mess.
What was the release date of Cyberpunk before December 10th? What was the release date before that?
November 19th was the one right before it, but it was supposed to be out in like March, I think. Originally.
Imagine if that game came out then, like in the midst of the pandemic, where there was no better PC specs or PS5.
I do have to say though, despite all of the controversy and stuff that has happened, what really sucks is that all of the developers that have to work on this game and now fix it over the winter break or during their holidays and stuff to just make it better. Like they probably weren't. I mean, who knows? Maybe they were expecting it to be this bad, but like it still sucks that they now have to go and fix this thing, which they were assumingly like hoping to not have to fix this fast and this urgently. So
they pretty much have to work constantly because they have those two big patches, one in January, one in February. So they have to work extremely hard, and there's not even a guarantee that those will fix the game. That could just only mend it. Like, it could still be busted after that.
And they also have the hot fixes that they've been releasing.
They released one yesterday.
Yeah. 1.05. and they also have the promised next gen version.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they have to work on
which
that. I
we'll
bet
have
you
it with
that the next gen version of Cyberpunk almost definitely has to get delayed further to work on the last gen version.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't know if you can really fix the last gen version.
I don't think it's made for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it
Exactly.
is made for it. That's the problem. So
Well, they said that
either
it's not going to look as it's not going to run as well. They're just going to try to make it better.
yeah, do either they try to make it better or just work with which already works, but it is just buggy instead of
Yeah.
the last gen
Yeah.
version, which really won't work.
My thing about this is that the game releasing in such a state, I think, has such a big outrage around it because before it came out, CD Projekt spoke so much about this game. They showed a lot with these episodes, these specific like Nightwire
Yeah.
episodes where they showed all these amazing things about the game. They talked this game up way too much.
The hype was
And-
high.
Yeah,
The
they
hype was
they
was real.
they did
Yeah.
that. They're the reason for that. Not because one of the reasons because they created The Witcher. So people know they have the talent. And the other reason is because of how they spoke about it too. They're saying this is going to be a game that people are going to speak about for years. This is going to be the game of the generation. All this stuff. The way they spoke about this game, created that hype in the fans for that this game is going to be perfect. This game is going to be amazing. Everyone's going to love this game. And for it to release like that, I feel like they realized that they knew they spoke about it. They talked it up so much that they couldn't say anything bad about it anymore. They couldn't say, hey, this is not ready and it's not running well. And that's why they used the media, games journalism, as a way to lie about that kind of stuff. Another beer, huh?
Another beer?
By just
Another beer?
by giving them the
Yeah,
best
okay.
possible version of the game
Only
they
my third.
had, they controlled the scores for this game.
Yeah.
They did that.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of showing people everything, they only
Yeah.
showed good. That's all they wanted to show. So they lied. That's what happened there.
End of the day.
Did
yeah.
anyone else see
So-
the giant outrage? Like I saw some people hating on IGN for giving Cyberpunk a bad review score.
That was GameSpot. That was Callie Plague's
No,
review. She
well-
gave it a 7, right? Or are
Well-
you talking
No,
about?
there was
I don't know if
an
you're
IGN
talking
where
about
IGN
the
gave it like
last
a
gen version.
4.
Yeah, the
Oh,
PS4
yeah, I think
version
that
got
was,
bad reviews.
Yeah.
God, what's his name?
Yeah,
I
like
forget his
people
name
were like
now.
mad about that.
I didn't know that people were mad about that one. I know that, yeah, like how talked about the GameSpot review about Kali, which people were so mad at her, like incredibly
But
angry
it
at her
came
because
around
of her review.
so fast. Like it was these
Yeah, because
standard
that-
like, we hate your review. Like, this game is perfect. It's great. How dare you
Yeah,
give it a
well,
7?
what-
And then they're just like, oh shit, she was right.
I never
Yeah,
saw.
because-
So
Yeah.
what was so bad about her review? Like, why were people mad about it? Because she was praising the game.
Because, well, no,
She
because
gave it a 7.
people were expecting, like Gino said, people were expecting that this was going to be the greatest game of the generation, and a lot of people bought into that. And so
Yeah.
Kali's review came out in that period where we only had the PC version. We didn't know about the bad state of the last gen version.
Yeah.
And so people were mad at her because she dared to say that it wasn't the masterpiece that everyone wanted it to be.
Exactly.
Oh, so then they were like attacking her, but then they actually play the game and it's glitchy, and they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah."
Yeah.
Yeah, little do they know that their
Sam-
problems were even worse.
Sam in the chat says, my boy Vine Sauce posted a video of himself playing the game without commentary, and people got mad at him for showcasing glitches. It's like, that's not,
Yeah.
that's not,
Yeah,
that's not
those
his
same
fault. Like,
people-
what the?
Yeah, those same people that were mad at Kali are mad at people that like the game now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like saying, "Yeah, no, this game is great." They're like, "No, how could you like it? It's not even ready or anything like that." Those are the same people that were mad at her for saying it's not.
Yeah, Cyberpunk's
as
in a
great
weird
as it
place
actually
where
is.
now you either get crapped on for liking it or crapped on for hating it.
Yeah.
Because the thing is,
Anyways,
the
go
game,
ahead.
let's see. The thing is that the game that we were promised is there. it is there from what I know in the PC version, but it isn't there
with
in
maxed out graphics and very high on PCs.
That 3080
and 3080s. Yeah.
Hey. But,
yeah, it's. I think there's a Game of the Year thing underneath all of that. I mean, once the bugs are all fixed and stuff like that, then you can, I think, really start taking it for the themes of the actual story and the characters and stuff like that. But the technical issues with the game have been so bad that it's just like, you can't really
do you guys
much.
think by the time they have fixed all the bugs and all that stuff, people will care about it still?
I don't think so. I think the people that like love the game passionately will still be following it, but I think people like.
But also, don't you think those people would have already played it?
Yeah,
you know what?
I think you and I like
yes.
when they fix it. If the next gen PS5 version is actually out, like the bad part about Cyberpunk, you and I probably won't really give a shit about it anymore.
Yeah,
like it won't matter to us. We'll like maybe we'll play the game, maybe we won't.
Yeah, but the thing is, will you actually give a shit about Cyberpunk by then?
No, I won't. I mean, I don't give a shit about it now.
I think generally speaking, though, I think yes. I think the game will end up being. I don't really want to compare it to Witcher 3, but I think it will sit well in people's minds because CD Projekt Red has to fix this game. Like they can't afford not to. And I think they really, really need to get this game in a good place so that whatever they do next, it like will sell, right? Like because like this gave them a big hit on goodwill and stuff like that. Like they really need to make this
their next game is going to be under massive scrutiny.
Oh, yeah.
Like no matter what happens.
So like I have sort of that mind of it too, Kyle, where I sort of agree with you, Alan, as well, where I don't think people will care once it's all fixed and ready to go when they release a new version. But I also think that the discourse around this game has been so, I don't know, so huge. Like saying bad press is also good press, you know? And even though people have talked so much shit about this game and other people have talked so much good about this game, when they do release a new version or an updated version, people will pay attention because people are waiting for that as well.
Yeah,
I mean, think about No Man's Sky, right?
Yeah.
Like they came out and overpromised, and the hype was real. And it came out, and I don't remember if it was like super buggy or stuff like that, but like it.
I don't know if it was buggy, but yeah, for sure, it was missing a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
but even then, like No Man's Sky being the good game that is now, like it still resonates. But I don't think it's really like when they announced like the PS5 version of No Man's Sky, that gets only the diehard fans excited. Yeah. Like at least for me, when that showed up, it was like okay, it doesn't register to me anymore.
Yeah, the thing is that with No Man's Sky, we just got the game that we all knew back then, that they overpromised, and that's not what we got. The thing with Cyberpunk is that there exists two Cyberpunks. The one that's that 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, and then there's the one that's a 4 out of 10.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So
there's a huge difference between Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky as well, where the developers for No Man's Sky, the way they dealt with it is a lot better than the way CD Projekt Red is dealing with it.
Yeah.
When No Man's Sky released, this guy, I forget his name,
Sean Murray.
Yeah, he admitted that he was
Sean
wrong,
Murray.
You know?
Yeah.
Sean Murray. Yeah. He was like, "Hey, yeah, I messed up. We messed up. We're gonna do better, and we're gonna fix it." And they did. CD Projekt Red said, "Hey, sorry, we didn't really pay attention, but it'll get fixed." And like the way they're dealing with it is, I don't know. That's the thing. They lied more than Sean Murray must have, because Sean Murray.
That's part of PR, though. Like they are, I feel like a bigger company, so they have, I'm sure, a PR department and stuff like that.
It's also the fact that CD Projekt Red created bad will between Microsoft and Sony now by throwing it on them. So
it's just a huge topic.
I would say that the No Man's Sky situation was worse PR wise, because they showed a game that didn't exist. Cyberpunk, the game that they showed does exist, but on PC.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
True that
R.I.P.
indeed.
Cyberpunk.
What a crazy
no
year,
more
man.
Cyberpunks forever.
Hopefully
Okay.
next year at
Crazy
the same
year.
time, Cyberpunk will be like this big, massive, like, hopefully
Yeah.
this time next year it'll be like Cyberpunk is the game that came back.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean,
come back.
they have the free DLC next year and also the multiplayer at some point.
Oh God, I don't.
Yeah.
They don't need to think about that yet.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Someone
Yeah,
someone at CJ Pride is like, so about the multiplayer, and everyone just kind of turns in and gives them that look.
Yeah. Now I
Shout
actually
out
stopped
to the young
playing
Mook
it.
for the follow. Thank you. Thank you for that.
It's that meme of the one guy that suggests a crazy idea and they throw him out the window.
So Gino,
Yeah.
I asked you yesterday, secretly, went behind everyone's back,
How dare
and
you?
I was like, "Hey Gino, can you come up with some trivia questions for us?" Now
Yes.
I specified
Love trivia.
video game related, but I think you ended up
Sorry,
doing
Melissa.
like history and so I don't know exactly what you
History,
did, but
video
you
games,
said
different video
you-
game stuff.
you said you have trivia questions. So I say,
Yeah.
let's do some trivia.
Yeah, I love trivia.
Oh jeez.
All right. I don't have that many, but I could search as long as we keep doing them. But
I'm
How,
kind of
I
wise
how
just-
at
many
comedy.
do you have?
I
know.
have 10 of them right now.
Perfect.
And I also
That works.
I have 10 because one of them was because I asked one earlier if you had to live in a video game world, which one did you live in? So without that one, it's still
Okay.
10.
Sneaky,
Um,
sneaky. I
trivia.
see.
Yeah, how's that?
Trivia.
No, it's not trivia. I
Very,
just
very
added a
sneaky.
hypothetical.
Yeah, Gino's like, I had 11 trivia and I gave you one.
I have another one.
Question.
actually.
What
Let me get
video
rid of
games
this-
do you like?
Let me get rid of this other hypothetical that we
Okay,
I-
okay.
with our trivia.
Yeah, so
All right, next
how do we
trivia question.
answer?
What?
How do we answer? Is it multiple choice?
I don't have any multiple choice here. I just have the answer. So
Okay.
yeah.
Oh gee.
We just have to
These are
know.
all-
We have to be on top of our
these-
game.
These are also things that I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that. That's cool.
All right, how many do we think Melissa's gonna
We're gonna be
get
so bad at
out
this.
of the 10?
Some of them are pretty, like known things. I think I would say.
I don't know.
Okay, so-
Four?
I'll say 5.
How
So
do
let me
we
ask-
do it for the answer? How do we answer?
How do you answer? I don't know. Just
Do
say it if
any
you
of
want.
you have?
Let's just
Do we
follow
just say it out
Gino's
loud?
lead.
Yeah.
He will
No, raise your
guide
hand,
us
yeah.
through this.
Raise your hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raise your hand. So first, let me ask this because I wanted to ask this. If you could choose a weapon from any video game to have, what would you choose?
Ooh, the Keyblade. Easy. I want a fucking Keyblade, man.
What do I
Yeah,
need the
would
weapon
depend
for?
on-
Is it just for like my everyday life?
Defense in this video game world that we chose to live in.
Okay, so I'm living in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, where life is pretty normal, but I might come across a monolith or a
Just a
chasm.
handgun.
In that case, I'd probably want like a whip or something, or like
Okay.
there's Batman games. I want Batman's grappling hook so I can climb
Sure,
across a
from
chasm
the
or up a monolith.
Arkham
Yeah.
games, yeah.
Kyle,
Good call.
Kyle,
good
could you
call.
imagine having the Keyblade and use the Keyblade to butter your toast?
Hell yeah.
The thing is,
I absolutely
the thing with
would.
the Keyblade is that it is a blunt object. It doesn't cut.
Yeah. No.
You can
I
easily
can
grab
still
it.
stick it in butter and butter my toast. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, gross.
You know,
I will
in
unlock
that,
the heart of this butter
Butter
to bring out
toast.
the maximum flavor of the toast.
in that line, maybe the what game is it
Ed,
with
Ed, Eddie.
the
Hell
sword
yeah.
that is also a gun?
Oh, the Gunblade. That's
Final Fantasy
VIII.
8.
Eight,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gunblade.
That's a cool
Yeah,
one.
Skull's Gunblade. Oh,
You could also say
man.
that's from Kingdom Hearts, right?
Oh yeah,
They
yeah.
had it in that
Oh, yeah,
too.
I'm super weeby. I'm gonna have to go with really any katana / longsword. So I'm just gonna say the iconic Yamato from DMC because I'm weeby and I
Okay,
like
that's fair.
anime blades.
What
about
was
Katana?
Yeah, that's what I thought at first.
Long
What
gun.
was Dante's
The long gun.
gun's names? Weren't they
Ebony and Ivory.
Ivory? Yeah, that's
Ebony
what I
and
thought. So
Ivory.
Ebony and Ivory.
his guns would be a good one to have there too.
I need my weeb sword.
Gino, what are you doing, Gino?
I have one.
He has a
Right
weeb
here.
sword.
Okay.
It's a dagger. It isn't a sword.
The dagger.
Oh, see,
It's a weeb
mine's
sword.
Farrell. Mine's Farrell.
Oh, you have a sword
Oh.
too? Oh, gosh.
Sure,
Ellen
I
has to
go
go
grab
get-
my collection of swords right now.
Okay, so
I love swords.
funny story with swords. I'll mention this. Oh, he already has his thing. I guess mention it after he shares us his katana that he has here.
Damn. Pull it out.
There you
Pull it out.
go.
Yeah.
Why can't we hear him anymore?
Is it a black blade?
There you
Oh,
go.
there we
There you go. The weeb sword. No, it's blue.
It's a blue blade.
Damn.
Ooh, interesting.
that's
That looks
nice.
cool.
Yeah, buddy.
I want
Can
one
you
of
cut
those.
with it?
Huh?
Can you cut?
Yeah, it's sharp.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it's sharp, baby.
I also have a claymore, but I don't have that with me here.
I don't know. Does this count?
Damn, that's the most powerful weapon.
I mean that's honestly the strongest weapon.
Oh yeah, I have Jesus
oh yeah.
in a Pokeball.
Jesus, no fuck.
I
Right?
legit thought for a minute Kyle was
Real
gonna go
gliding
grab
action.
like a Gundam, be like, this is my weapon, my mech.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
Real
yeah,
gliding
that's what I
action.
would-
I have a
What the
Jesus action
shit,
figure.
dude?
oh, that's a nice sword. Hey, wait. Is that from
It's
that looks
It's Sting.
Oh,
To Lord of the
from
Rings?
Lord of the Rings,
oh,
yeah.
yeah. I knew I
forgot I
recognized
had
I also
that.
have Street Shark
Sam
action
gave it
figures.
to me, and then I
don't-
just
don't
put
know
it
if that
under my
does anything.
coffee table.
Oh dude, Sam's got a Chris dagger and a Tonto blade. That's badass too.
Oh, that's awesome.
The Tontos are badass.
No, I have a really cool. I have a picture of it because I don't have it with me.
Man,
Let me find
I don't know.
it.
I kind of liked Ignacio's Digivice. That was baller right there. That's
He's
the
got a
baller.
Digivice.
Very cool. I wish I had one
Uh,
of those.
Why do you gotta
So
have season 3 Digivice though, bro? Season 4's Digivices are way cooler.
No, this one's way cooler.
Yeah,
You can
dude.
use cards.
Okay, it's not. We're playing Digimon, not a card game.
So
So
Thanks
I have a story to share. I think
Hey.
Melissa already knows this one. So my dad is a sucker for infomercials, right?
Okay.
And
Okay. Those are the best.
he never watches them, but whenever he does, he ends up buying whatever he's watching. So
The way they convince you.
they really do. They sell the shit out of those things. So
Yeah.
my mom at the time, this was years ago, and my mom was in the hospital for something. I don't remember what. It was probably cancer related. My mom is a cancer survivor. So my dad was staying with her in the hospital overnight. And 3 a.m., there's not much on TV except for infomercials, right? So he sees this thing about knives, about pocket knives and stuff like that. And it's a thing of like, oh, you get these pocket knives, these Swiss Army knives, these tactical knives, these hunting knives. You get all sorts of knives, big knives, small knives,
That would've got
flying
me.
knives, this knife, right?
Order now.
Yeah, get it now. You'll get 200 knives for 3 installments of $59.99. Some shit
Yeah.
like that. And the light bulb goes off in his head. He's like, "Yes, Eureka!
This is a steal.
This is a steal indeed." Yeah, and so he ends up buying these knives, and when we get them, he's like, "All right, Kyle, we will sell these knives. We bought them for real cheap. We'll sell them. They'll make great Father's Day gifts. All of that stuff." Nobody fucking wants these knives.
So yeah,
and so we're stuck with these like 200 something fucking knives, and we end up giving them away as like gifts and stuff like that. But the thing is, like, it's never just a like you get a pack of 200 knives. It's like, hey, you get a pack of 200 knives, and if you call now, we'll throw in, you know, and they have something else, right? The other thing that they had was a giant sword. This was a fucking claymore, like just a goddamn fucking sword. And the hilts, or like you held the thing, and then like the guard, I guess that's what it's called, right? The
hilt pretty much
thing. Yeah,
or I think it might
was a skull and cross bones.
nice.
So this is the most fucking badass sword you've ever seen in your life. It looks like something from Devil May Cry. And on this sword, the two the two bones that are closest to the handle come out, and they're smaller knives.
Wow.
So you can fucking hack someone, take out the thing, and stab someone with it. It's wild.
So cool.
And so we had this sword, and my dad was like, "Can we please hang this up on the mantle?" And my mom was just like, "No, absolutely not. We're not having this on the mantle."
You could have made up a tale about it, like it's like a Springer family heirloom.
Oh,
that's all blurry.
It's super blurry, Gino, but man, look how big that is.
That looks sweet though. Okay,
Ooh.
That looks good. Yeah.
It's like 5 feet or 4 feet.
Damn.
If you guys are listening to the podcast version of this, you are missing out. So go check it out on YouTube when this gets up there. Yeah. And my Jesus in a Pokeball action figure. So
Nice.
good stuff with that.
All right.
Okay. Back to trivia.
So now let's start the trivia.
Yes.
No, now we're on our third trivia question.
Okay. So if you have the answer, raise your hand. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. First up, what food was the character Pac-Man modeled after?
Fuck, it's Paku Man.
Pizza.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It's pizza.
Pac-Man creator Toru Iwatani was eating pizza when he came up with the idea for this character.
If you just take one slice, it's just Pac-Man.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I was gonna say like a gobstopper.
I thought you were going to say just the blue dots. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh,
yeah, the dots candy.
Okay, 1 point for Ignacio then.
I never would have guessed.
I wonder what you're going to get. All right, next question. In the original arcade, this one's easy. Everyone knows. In the original arcade version of Donkey Kong, what was the name of the character that would later be known as Mario?
I actually don't know this one. God damn it, Ignacio, put your hand down.
No, hang on. Ignacio got the first one. This is gonna sound stupid. Is it Plumber Man?
No. I know.
Come on. You think that Shigeru Miyamoto would have a name like that? It was Jumpman.
God,
I
should have known that. Fuck, you're right.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. He would jump, and then he would go through a portal, and he'd bring a bus with him, and he'd throw a bus at Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was real common.
Kyle, we're looking real silly right now.
I should have known that one. I
told you I was kind of white the floor with you.
All right. You got 2 right. There's 8 more to go. Calm down.
All right. So here's one that I thought was actually pretty interesting. I didn't know this. So I don't know if any of you guys. So maybe just guess because it's people know. What United States president? We all know United States president was asked and declined to voice the in-game president character in Fallout 3.
In what game?
Fallout 3?
Yeah,
I knew this one. Was it Nixon?
No.
I knew this one.
Based on the fact that his cat had a video game, was it Bill Clinton?
Yeah.
What?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that was my second choice.
Melissa!
Kyle, what are we doing?
I don't know video games, but I know obscure lost media, so I do know Socks the Cat Rocks the Hill.
That was my second choice.
Yeah, he was
Damn it.
approached and he declined to voice the in-game
I was
president.
about to guess George Bush because I was like, who is alive at like Fallout 3? Like who would be a so yeah, Bill Clinton makes sense. Man,
Yeah,
wild.
that's interesting.
Okay.
All right, so let me. I'll remember. 2 for Ignacio, 1 for Melissa.
Wait, do we know who voiced the president in Fallout 3? Did you look that up?
I remember if they
Oh.
ended up going with the president.
Probably an regular voice actor.
Wow.
Yeah.
But that's cool.
Kyle, we got to come back. We got to
Okay.
get on the board.
All right. I have my hypotheticals there. You might know this one, Melissa, as well.
Uh-oh.
More obscure as well.
So it's
Okay.
an obscure question.
Oh, before you go on that,
Yeah.
it was Malcolm McDowell who
Oh.
voiced who provides the voice of Enclave President John Henry Eden in Fallout 3. Malcolm
Okay.
McDowell.
McDowell.
Cool.
No, Sam, just like when you hear it, just spam the answer in the chat before we answer, and that'll work.
Eh.
Okay. All right. Next one up. All right. John Leguizamo.
I've already
Okay.
You
lost.
know where I'm going with this?
Sure.
And Bob Hoskins portrayed which video game characters? Melissa went first.
Mario, and Luigi Mario.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you guys see this movie?
Yes.
dude.
A long
I
time
have seen
ago.
I
That
Yeah.
is so crazy.
I
You guys hit me up if you ever want to do a crossplay episode about video game movies, because I have a lot to say about the Super Mario Brothers movie.
We should do that.
I'd have to watch that movie again.
Yeah,
So
movie.
we
When did
in-
that one come out? 90s?
In the new year, we need to get back on our Patreon exclusive stuff for crossplay, because we did one of them in which Melissa joined us, and we talked about video game scary stories and conspiracy theories and strange stuff like that, and that was a lot of fun. I have one in mind for what we should do next, but yeah, that'd be fun to talk about video game movies and stuff like that. That'd be fun.
There you go.
Melissa, you were right. Sam says that you were technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. You were technically correct.
His
All
first
right.
and last name is Mario. It's Mario and Luigi
Luigi
Mario.
Mario Brothers.
All right, Kyle and Alan, you gotta pick your game up.
All right, I'm in my warm up period. All right, I'm gonna
All right.
come in real strong in a minute.
Okay, let's see
Comeback
this one.
starts
'Cause
now.
This one could be any number of things, but let's see if you guys know. Real quick question: what is the best-selling video game of all time? Ignacio. Bueno,
I think it is in whatever list is Tetris.
no.
What?
Oh, that was my guess too.
I was
Okay,
gonna guess
good.
that too. That was gonna be my thing. I
Do you guys
know
have
what
any
the
other guesses?
best-selling PC game of all time
This
is.
is gonna be a stupid one because I know it sold bang number
fastest
busters like the
selling.
first day, like GTA 5, even though it's like newer.
You would think it's that one. It's not that one. What was
Damn
the
it.
best PC game of all time, Kyle?
Isn't it Cyberpunk now? Didn't they just get the thing that
No,
Oh, really?
they had
that's the most pre-order.
So
was it
Oh,
that?
wow.
Yeah.
No, that's
Does
not.
no one
the-
know
it
this?
Can I
was-
guess again?
It was the World of Warcraft expansion that came out recently, and then it was like days after that Cyberpunk was like, well, actually,
Selling
and
video
then all of
game.
the shit happened with that.
All right.
So
Wait, you had Melissa?
we have an answer
Yeah,
from the
chat.
chat.
Son of damn it.
Well, I'm
Let
not
me see
looking
it.
And
at
it's
it.
a
I'm not
It's a
looking
good
at it.
answer.
I'm gonna guess
I want to go after Melissa.
oh,
purely
she said
based
she
on
cheated.
They've cheated.
how large of an age
Wah, wah.
range may enjoy this title. I'm gonna guess Wii Sports,
No.
because there are
that-
nursing homes today that are still playing Wii bowling.
That's a good one. but I have to-
Logically sound.
I haven't watched.
Logically
I haven't
sound.
watched the chat. Is it Minecraft?
Are you sure you haven't watched it?
Yeah, are you sure you didn't look at the chat?
Because that's true.
He doesn't
Yeah.
have it up.
But you can have it on your computer. You can have it
That
up on your
makes sense.
computer.
It is Minecraft.
No, we all got
Minecraft
it. We all
makes
got it wrong. No one gets a point.
Fine.
Yeah, no one gets it because chat said it first.
Yeah,
No
you
one
got
gets
it.
it.
No,
He has his camera up, showing his screen.
Minecraft, best-selling game ever. Minecraft.
Well, Sam, you
There
may
you
have
go.
cheated. Good job. You're on the board.
Ah,
Okay, 1 point for Sam.
Sam's playing too.
Fine.
All right, there is 4 more questions left. I could come up with more if you guys want.
Oh God.
This one's another highest selling. What is the highest selling gaming console to date? Alan, I would give it.
It's the PlayStation 2.
It is.
Yeah.
You know I raised it first. You know
Yeah, but I
want
want to give him a chance.
Yeah, that's
All right.
right.
You raised
The
it more
comeback starts
exuberantly.
now. I'm bringing
right.
sexy back. Get ready.
Yep.
Oh, these 3 are actually pretty hard. These last 3 are actually pretty hard.
Fuck you, Gino.
I just like,
So
we're
last
making the comeback. Gino's like, okay, well, this shit's getting tough now.
Yeah, these last 3 was like when I went through the whole list and I was like, oh damn, what else
guess
do I
not,
get?
Sam.
These are all really hard. And then I looked at them and I was like, these are actually pretty cool. I didn't know this. Okay, next up. What product did Nintendo first release before video games? Ignacio went first.
the Hanafuda cards.
The playing
Playing
cards?
cards.
Yeah.
They are
But
called
Kyle,
Hanafuda.
you gotta raise your hand with aggression, man.
It was at the same
Rick-
fucking time. Look, my
Is there a
video was
delay?
lagging. I want to recount.
Sure.
No,
Kyle,
Sam,
I can bet you that mine is more behind than yours.
I'm sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait. I want a little extra question. So Sam
Really?
says the Switch hasn't surpassed the PS2 yet. Does anybody know what the second current best-selling console is of all time?
Are we counting handhelds?
I think it's the Wii, and then I think in third place is the PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
I think, well, if you are counting handhelds, I think it goes the PS2, the DS,
Mhm.
the Wii.
No, I think it includes handhelds. I think the Wii is
PS4.
still the.
Yeah, no, DS is second, I think, or something.
Yeah, according to
PS4
Wikipedia, number 1 is the PlayStation 2, with 155 million units sold. If we're including handhelds, number 2 is the Nintendo DS family. So
Okay,
I guess
yeah.
that means all of them
Oh,
with
all of-
154.02 million. Game Boy and Game Boy Color hold the third spot, and then the next one would be the PlayStation 4 with 113.5 million units sold.
Oh, I forgot that it surpassed
God,
the Wii.
I love how the PS2 sold so much.
And then
Yep.
the PlayStation, and then the Wii, and then the PlayStation 3,
Oh.
then the 360, then Game
So
Boy
it-
Advance.
The Wii didn't outsell the PS1.
Yeah. I know the PS4 was
It was
getting
real
close to the Wii.
close. So
Yeah.
I don't know how up to date these numbers are here on Wikipedia, but Wikipedia has PlayStation at 102.49 million and Wii at 101.63 million. So real
It
close.
might be closer to 110 right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
Oh.
3 for Ignacio, 2 for Melissa.
Unless we also give me a
And-
point for the DS answer.
No, that was just extra
wasn't
for
a
fun trivia.
I nailed it. Come on.
No,
1 for Alan and 1 for Sam.
You stole a point from me.
honestly, Kyla should have gotten that first guess because you have more points than him. He should have gotten that
So
guess.
what? This is a competition.
Ignacio's still in the lead either way.
I should have the point that you
All
took.
right. Let's see if you guys can get this one then.
Come on, Kyle.
What popular dining franchise is the founder of Atari also responsible for?
You raised your hand before the question was even
Ignacio
even
went
done
up
with the
before I
question,
even
Because
said
it's obvious. It's Chuck E. Cheese by
Yes.
Nolan Bushnell founded Chuck E. Cheese.
Damn, dude.
Ignacio, you
You
son
know all
of a
this
bitch.
stuff.
Popular
so wait,
dining
what was-
establishment, Chuck E. Cheese.
What was the actual question of that? Because I like this was all this was all gibberish to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. The question, you want to know the question again?
Yeah.
That what popular dining franchise is the founder of Atari also responsible for?
Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E.
Okay.
Cheese.
Yeah. I have heard that before. I
don't know.
wouldn't have remembered that, but yeah, I have heard that.
All right,
Man, he
Ignacio's in
made
the
Chuck
lead.
E.
Last
Cheese
one.
too. Charles Entertainment
so.
Cheese.
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Cool.
there you go. Learn something new every day.
All right, last question. If I could get more. What position did the creator of the Game Boy have at Nintendo? Ignacio.
Wasn't he like the janitor first, or
He was
something
the
like that?
Yeah, he was the janitor.
Yeah, Gunpei Yokoi.
So this is like a Goodwill Hunting for video game engineering.
Yeah. So Ignacio currently is in the lead for the video game trivia with 5 points.
56.
I don't even remember. But let's see. I have more here. These are gonna get real hard now. Okay.
Fine, I won't answer the next one.
All right. Let me
Gino
see.
says the first 2 words, Ignacio.
Okay, well, man, it's because these are like I don't even know, dude. Like, let's see if I can ask this one. What is the name of the planet that is home to the game Gears of War?
Oh fuck! I don't even know that one.
Yeah, shit.
Earth.
Shit. No, it's not Earth.
Is it Wargeria?
Good guess.
Good
Is
guess,
it like
good guess.
is it something like
let me guess.
Terra
Let me
or some shit
Wow,
like that?
you're super close. It's Sarah.
Fuck. Sarah?
Yeah.
Like
You're
Michael
so
Sarah.
close.
They live on Michael Sarah.
S-E-R-A, yeah. S-E-R-A. Not with the C. S.
Colonized the planet.
Freaking, we're so close with Tara. Yeah. It's Sarah.
Damn it.
Wow. Ignacio's like, I knew that one.
I didn't.
All right.
I knew that it wasn't Earth, but I had heard the name
Earth.
recently, but I didn't know the name.
The next question. All right, the next question. Yeah, Earth.
Oh, this is an interesting one. Do you guys know this? In 2011, an online puzzle gamer solved what biochemical mystery?
Oh fuck! I don't know.
The human genome?
No. No,
Biochemical mystery.
I didn't know this.
Can you read the question one more time?
So you know the answer, Gino. Can you give us a hint about what game? Like, do you know the game? Are you familiar with the game?
No, okay. They solved what biochemical mystery? What? It's a virus that they identified the structure for it that scientists couldn't for the past 15 years.
The common
Is
cold?
it something like pandemic or something?
Ebola?
Ebola?
It's a more known virus that we have in today's world. Is there a cure for it? There's a treatment. There's no cure.
Is it like
HIV?
shit, I don't know.
Yeah, similar. Is it HIV is AIDS?
AIDS?
Yeah, it's AIDS. Look, this puzzle gamer didn't say who. It doesn't say who the answer. They identified the crystal structure of the AIDS virus.
Whoa.
That scientists could not for the last 15 years.
All right.
In 2011.
How?
I don't know how they did.
In
Hold on.
what game?
This is what I want to see.
It's probably a game made for it.
Yeah, let's
Those exist.
puzzle gamer AIDS.
Help for puzzle gamers. Tips for
Okay.
puzzle gamers.
Folded
AIDS.
gamer solves. Oh, so they were playing a protein folding game called Fold It, and
Yeah,
they
I know
helped
that.
unlock the structure of an AIDS-related enzyme.
Yeah, they had also one for the coronavirus.
Oh wow!
Another.
Cool.
Interesting.
There you go. Okay, let's see here. Let me see another question. Oh, that's a good one. What game franchise did the creator pay to have negative press to promote the game?
I feel like I've
Was it Mortal Kombat?
No, it was not more. It's newer than that.
Oh,
Sam has an answer. And
Yeah,
I bet
Sam-
that's a genuine one because of how fast she
It was
answered
no,
that
it
one
was
on
not Earthbound. No.
Not Earthbound.
not
No.
Earthbound. Okay.
Earthbound.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
What?
Where is it?
Where is it? What game
Tony
franchise
Hawk.
creator
What are the
paid
Tony
a
Hawks?
negative press?
Oh.
To
What?
promote it? Not Tony Hawk.
Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Conquer Bad for. Oh, that's a good guess.
Yeah, that makes
I'm
sense.
thinking of like
No.
in your face, like fuck you
Yeah.
type of games.
Duke Nukem.
Not Duke Nukem. No. You guys want the answer?
Postal.
Yeah.
It's Grand Theft Auto, the first Grand Theft Auto.
Oh,
Are you
I
fucking
was gonna say
kidding me?
GTA, but I thought, why would they?
Yeah.
They paid to
guess the
have
first one
negative
I know.
press for the game to promote it.
Weird.
So that's
Okay.
pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Let's see what else I have here.
All right, I got my cheating device. I'm ready.
yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is a good one. The Obama campaign paid for in-game advertising in what game?
Is it
Ignacio?
Burnout?
Yes.
God damn it, Ignacio. How do
What
you
the
know this
heck?
shit?
No, because I heard this one not that long ago.
That's funny. That's a good one.
You know, people usually
They
don't
paid
know
for-
all this insane trivia and are really great at video games. It's either one or the other.
Yeah. Do
Oh,
So I
I
think-
love video game trivia.
I
Oh,
think
you
we
guys
know
know
where
this-
Ignacio sits.
you have one more?
What is- Yeah, I have one more here. What is the highest grossing movie based on a video game?
I should know this. Fuck.
Yeah,
I
I
think
have
I
two
do
answers.
know this.
Man, I would say that the pandemic probably cut Sonic's run short because it probably would have gone more than like the 4 or 5 weeks it had available.
Yeah,
Is
so-
it Detective Pikachu?
It is Detective.
Ah,
I knew it was something recent.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Because it had to be
Close
something
that.
like Pokemon. Because of name recognition.
All right, so Ignacio clearly won that trivia.
mhm.
Clearly, sorry, my
Ignacio
friends.
steamrolled us. He was like, fuck yeah, I love trivia, and little did we know.
Yeah, he's
Dude,
well, he's
I
not
know so
distracted
much
by
video game
pizza.
yeah.
We're all too
That's
full of
true.
pizza to answer.
So the pizza I have, my roommate actually bought it a couple like 2 days ago. She got it from Domino's, and they sent her the wrong pizza. It was they sent, I think she got like a double pepperoni or something with something else on it, and they sent her a plain cheese with onions. And like who eats an onion pizza, right?
Yeah.
Only onion. Shrek,
Only
I
onions.
guess.
It's weird. So I had to pre-game my pizza today. I was like, I'm gonna like set aside 3 pieces of pizza and peel all the onions off because I don't like onions. But I did that before we started recording because I was like, I don't want to sit here and like pick off onions from my pizza as we're
Taking
podcasting.
onions off of a pizza. Live.
You prepped your
Yeah.
pizza before.
Exactly.
That's fine.
Exactly. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
congrats,
that's,
congrats on your win, Ignacio.
Congrats to
Congratulations.
Melissa for the second place.
Yes, we got that.
Thank
Right?
you.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
holding
Kyle,
up the
Kyle, Melissa
rear.
beat us.
I know. Melissa is a trivia pro.
I just love obscure media.
So that was a good one.
Indeed.
That was good.
So what are your guys' plans for the holidays for the next 2 weeks and all?
I'm looking for gifts to buy people, man. I don't know what to get people.
Well,
And,
you know
like,
what I bought?
Yeah.
What I bought for my family. Spoiler alert if any of my family is listening to this before I see you on Christmas. I ordered them all crazy straws that spell out their name.
All right.
Cool.
That's kind of cool.
Now you won't
cool,
get that
yeah.
in time for Christmas.
Yeah.
But if you need something afterwards, I just got them in the mail yesterday and they look great. I'm so excited for these.
That's wonderful.
That's a cool gift. Yeah, I like personalized gifts. For people, those are pretty cool.
No, you're
Yeah.
not.
Like
You
giving
can't
those
have
kinds of
my
gifts.
pizza. Get out of here.
Pretty.
How many cats do you have, Alan?
I have two. I have
Oh,
two.
okay.
The other one is like sitting in the bedroom with Amy because it's a Siamese and like our cats are very baby-esque. So our Siamese cat Milo loves Amy, where my cat you see is Pharaoh. That cat just, as you see, loves me and just spends time with me all the time. So
What are their names?
the Siamese is Milo, and
Milo?
my cat is Pharaoh.
Pharaoh.
Yeah, his original
God.
name when I got him from
Okay.
Chowhound was Tiger, but we found out that he was an Egyptian Mao breed of cat, so we renamed him to Pharaoh because
That's a
it
good name.
fits his
Powerful.
aesthetic. Yeah.
I'm deathly allergic to cats.
Are you?
Oh man.
Yeah, I get real bad.
Ah.
Yeah, it's
Like you
like
just can't breathe, or you get like break out and get real red, or
my eyes get super itchy. I can't stop scratching them until they get puffy and all that stuff, and I can't breathe. Yeah, it's intense.
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean for the cat to take over. It was like he wanted to cuddle, and then he was like, "Ooh, I see pizza off to the side. I'm gonna just."
Cats don't eat it.
He wants it. But
Other than that, man, it's kind of hard to have plans for anything these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm spending mine with my roommates. It'll be the first time that I'm spending it actually with them because I usually travel to go see my parents and stuff like that. They live out in Wyoming, of all places. So, yeah, it's going to be weird being here in Virginia.
Yeah, it's
doing
waiting
anything.
for. Is it snowing over there?
We got some snow last week for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
And that was it.
I'm so jealous.
nothing stuck though.
Nothing stuck, no.
Is it
I'm gonna
snowing
be-
there, Alan?
It hasn't. It snowed like one day while I was at work, but by the time I got to work, the snow had melted, and it hasn't snowed since then.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Melissa?
I'm gonna be home on Christmas Eve for the first time in like 8 years. Because my brother and I have a tradition of making a bunch of cookies and putting together little gift boxes with like a photoshopped card of the two of us. And we drive around and we deliver these treat boxes to all our friends. And it was
Oh,
huge thing, and we would be out for hours. We would start at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and we'd be out all night just dropping cookies off at people's houses and stopping and visiting with them. But we're just skipping over it this year, so I get to like plan myself a nice Christmas Eve dinner and a night in for the first time.
That's
Nice.
Kind of exciting. I'm gonna make one of those big pans full of like little ham sandwich sliders where you just take the Hawaiian rolls and cut them open and stuff them and like pour butter over them and cook them in the oven.
Nice. That
Yeah.
sounds great.
Make me a whole pan of those for myself.
That
I
sounds
don't.
great.
I don't have too many Christmas plans. My family, we're celebrating on Christmas Eve on Thursday, and my family's kind of been going back and forth of like wanting to like cook food at home, or like everyone just order their own takeout food and just spend the day together in general. So I don't really know what we're doing yet, although somehow I convinced my sister to make turkey. I'm not really sure how I did that.
Nice.
That's a big thing to convince somebody to make is an
You
entire
can make
turkey.
turkey. Yeah.
I know. I don't really know how I did. I just kind of told her, all I told her was, hey, you bailed on Thanksgiving. You kind of owe it to us. And she was like, all right, well, if you want turkey, then we can have turkey. Like, well, I mean, you don't have to.
Is turkey
Here he
typically
comes. Here comes
traditionally-
4 beers Springer.
You guys talking shit about me this whole time? What's
Yeah.
going on?
No. I like that though. Here comes four beer Springer.
I still have like half of this one, but it was just like I'm gonna get this next one just in case. Ooh, what
I
is
got
that?
cheese
Gino?
fries.
Oh, that looks so good.
Yeah, these are great. They had them at this pizza place. I wonder if they're good. They look great.
Interesting.
Um,
So
But yeah.
I wanted to add, so I guess, are we all done with our or it's not Thanksgiving, with our winter plans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
All
yeah,
that stuff. Yeah.
nothing else really going on.
Okay. Well, I kind of wanted to look back at this year and all the stuff we've accomplished here at the Whatnauts and stuff like that, 5 years is incredible to have been running this. I actually, Alan and Gino, I don't know if you guys are super familiar with the story of the Whatnauts or how we got started or all of that stuff.
Sort of.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Grandpa Cal,
You
tell
sort of
us
explained it to me when I first
Tell
joined,
us the
but you
story,
didn't
Grandpa
want to
Cal.
Grandpa.
Come, children, story time. Sit on my lap. Papa's got a brand new bag of toys. Here we go. So yeah,
Papa
I
Springer?
started this with a friend of mine, just wanting to stay in touch, right? And being like, yeah, we're both into comics and movies and all that stuff. Let's just nerd out and do all that stuff. And eventually we settled on the Whatnauts podcast, which was our original show. That is all up on our website, thewhatnauts.com. You guys can go check that out and all the stuff we did. It's basically our version of the review show. It was like our weekly book club style podcast and stuff like that. We did that for like 100 and something things. And then my friend Paul, who I made the Whatnauts with, decided to step down. And I was just like, well, shit. It was only me and him. You know, and thankfully we had met Melissa, because on our 2nd year anniversary retrospective, Melissa was in the chat, the only one in the chat, and it was just like, who is this random girl just like hanging out with us in the chat? Like, no one listens to our show. Who is this? Yeah, it was Melissa. And so when Paul stepped down, I was like, well, shit, I have to start doing things by myself. So I did the first 3 of the review show by myself.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then Melissa came on board. This was right before Infinity War, right? The Marvel's Infinity War, when that came out, because we read the comic.
Was the Infinity Gauntlet comic. Yep.
Yeah. We had already, and when Paul was still there, we had started to do a second show, which was the Captain's Log, because each week we had a comic or a TV show to talk about. So it was just like, hey, I kind of want to catch up with my friend and actually see like what's going on in your life, dude, you know? So we started the Captain's Log. It was Patreon exclusive at the start. Or it was like our pre-show, like our Patreon exclusive pre-show and stuff like that. And then we spun it out to its own show, which was still Patreon exclusive. And then we were just like, fuck it, let's release it to everyone. And then that's kind of when Paul stepped down. For a while, Eric Mannix was on the team. He was helping out with the Captain's Log and stuff like that. He used to be a part of a podcast called Out of the Fridge, which is where I kind of got the idea of like a weekly book club style show. But they only did comics and stuff like that. He was there. Actually, funny enough, I was like, hey, Eric, do you know anyone else who might be interested in joining the Whatnauts? And he was like, actually, I've been talking to this one girl about starting up a podcast. And I was like, oh, who is she? And he was like, oh, well, her name is Belinda Garcia. And I was just like, I don't know who this is. So let me follow her on Twitter and stuff like that. We almost had Belinda Garcia as a member of the Whatnauts. She's been on the Captain's Log before. If you guys are familiar with Kinda Funny, she's been on a bunch of their podcasts and stuff. She's now working for Ubisoft.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she's doing great things. But yeah, the Eric Mannix eventually stepped down. So again, it was me and Melissa just chilling. And I had been trying to start up a video game podcast, and Belinda was one of the people that I was trying to start it up with, and didn't work out. And then I just one day in the Kinda Funny chat was just like, I should put myself out there. more. I'm a podcaster. I do all of, X, Y, and Z. And the only one I think who really responded in the chat was Ignacio. He was just like, hey, I'd love to try it out. So I was like, hell yeah, I know who Ignacio Rojas is from all of these kind of funny stuff. So yeah, we got him on board, and then like that same week I saw Mick Abrahamson, aka the nanobiologist, on Twitter being like, hey, I would like to start Twitch streaming and podcasting and stuff like that. And I was like, dude, I have like the website for you. And so he helped us launch Crossplay, which is our video game podcast and stuff like that. And that's been wonderful. If you guys are a kind of funny fan, I'm sure you are familiar with the nanobiologist. I guess shout out to him too, because this past week he was on Podcast Beyond for IGN. So he had a guest appearance on that. But yeah, so like he's out there doing his thing, but then Ignacio and I were keeping Crossplay going while Melissa and I were doing the review show and the captain's log, and yeah, it was just like we should expand, like we should get some more people on. And to be honest, we reached out not really expecting anyone to join, and a number of people responded, and I started reaching out, and Alan and Gino, you guys were the ones that absolutely stood out of just like, hell yeah, these guys sound like they want to do this and are excited and are passionate and stuff like that. So thank you so much for joining the team, all of you. So
I have something to say about that.
Go for it.
Thank you for putting me on here, first of all. And I think I reached out to Ignacio first, and he didn't respond.
Yeah.
Oh,
did I?
Ignacio.
No, I remember. Well, first of all, I know that I did it several times. That I said that we were looking for another co-host, and it hadn't worked the previous times that I had done it. And then I think I replied or retweeted Kyle's thing, and that's when several people reach out to me. But I remember telling everyone to go to Kyle.
Me. They really love me.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He's like,
Sam in the chat says cold, because it's also Sam has been in a Captain's Log and a review show each, and then she says cold.
Yeah, she has been.
Had
Sam is
number
wonderful.
of guests. Sam's been on some. Jack has been on some. My brother James has been on some. We have had other appearances.
Back in the day, we had Ryan Estrada on the show. If you guys are a fan of the if you guys are fans of the audio drama community, he did a show called Big Data that you guys can listen to as a podcast. He's written a number of comic books and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been fantastic. I would love to get him back on the show eventually. So
sorry, Ignacio. The cold was to you for ignoring Gino, so it was directed at you. Not at Kyle. It was at you.
I don't remember ignoring anyone. I know that I told everyone to go to Kyle.
He didn't ignore me, actually. Now I remember. It was, if you're interested, please DM us. And there was no option to DM you guys. So I was like, what the heck? And then the second time you guys said it again, and there was still no option to DM you. So I responded to Ignacio. I was like, hey, can't DM you.
Yeah, I remember that. I thought that I had my DMs open, and that's when I realized that I didn't.
Yeah.
So then I opened them up. Yeah. Kyle, didn't you say last year that every year is always a different group doing the retrospective?
It feels like it, yeah. Because I mean, originally it was me and Paul, right? And then eventually it was, I think it was me, Melissa, and Eric on year 3. I don't remember how.
Year 3 was the year like you couldn't get all of us together at once. So it's like me,
Oh, that's right.
you, me, and Belinda. I think there's another one where it's you, Eric, and maybe Jess.
Yeah, we had Jessica join us for a while as well, and that ended up not working out either. Yeah, it like
year 4 would have been me, Meek, Melissa, and you.
Yeah. That was good and fun. So here we all are, the 5 of us here now. So, so please stick this out for the long haul. Please don't leave me.
No, we can. We'll only up from here. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's good.
I'm excited to see what we do next.
I know that both of you, I mean, and Ignacio too, like you guys didn't really have experience podcasting before this. Melissa, I know you had guested on some shows, I think, but
yeah, and I was on I was one player in a live play tabletop RPG.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. For me,
so
I didn't even plan on starting a new starting a podcast. I just wanted to guest or try it out, and then Kyle came up with the whole crossplay idea.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys have done phenomenally. Like I remember the first time I was on a podcast. It was the Toonami Faithful podcast, because I made a Toonami beat tape back in the day, and they wanted me on the show to talk about that and stuff like that. I was nervous as hell. I was like physically shaking, just like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I don't know. And yeah, I just like, I'm sure people can find it out there if they really want to, but I'm sure I was terrible on that show, and I was a stuttering mess, and it was embarrassing. But yeah, like it's been fun to get to do this for 5 years and meet new people and stuff like that. And I think you guys have been doing phenomenally. Like I know you guys both do Twitch streams, just kind of on this side and stuff like that. And I think having a podcast like in your portfolio, so to speak, is a good thing to have with content creation and stuff like that. And I think you guys are doing wonderfully. So
thank you. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've always wanted to like make some kind of YouTube content for like so many times. I tried like on 3 separate occasions to try to make YouTube content, and I always got too nervous or too discouraged, so I just kind of stopped doing it in general. And then I don't know, this year with how bad 2020 has been, I wanted to like take the plunge and kind of like commit to it more, to actually like invest into a good computer to like actually do streaming and make YouTube videos, because I love watching Let's Plays all the time and everything else.
Yeah.
And I never really am like overly like I'm on social media, but I'm never like overly active by posting stuff very much. And one day I was just scrolling through Twitter, and I don't even remember how I saw it, but I saw Ignacio's thing of, hey, we're looking for a podcast people and all that. And I was just kind of like, I mean, I had like no faith in it, because I was like, in my mind, I was like, I'm a nobody. I'm not doing anything. I don't really have anything in my portfolio or background or of any kind. So I just kind of shoot my shot or whatever to Ignacio, and he was like, yeah, DM Kyle. And I was like beyond nervous. Like I DM'd you, Kyle, to kind of reach out, and the entire time I was just like, there's no way, like I'm not going to be considered. There's literally no way. And like, I would message you, and we would kind of talk about games or comics or manga. And like, I would be so nervous for like the first little bit that I would keep checking my DMs to see if you like read it or when you were going to respond. Cause I was just, my whole thought process was, God, Kyle's going to read this and just be like, okay, yeah, it was cool talking to you. It was good meeting you, but we're good. And I was just like, I was like, I'm a no boy. Like it's literally impossible. And you were like, yeah,
it was the exact opposite. Cause like, I think there was like 6 or 7 people that ended up responding in some way. And yeah, you two were the ones that were the most talkative and would respond the fastest and stuff like that. And I was just like makes like if we're looking for podcast hosts, we want them to be talkative, right? And like like this is exactly what we want, which is strange for me because I am an introvert and stuff. Like I don't want to be front and center. So I understand all the nerves and stuff like that, but you guys have fit in perfectly.
Yeah, and it's honestly been super fun having this opportunity to meet Melissa on the Patreon exclusive and then like talking to her more now. Kyle, you've been an awesome guy. I can't wait for us to chat tomorrow about audio for you to try to teach me some stuff. Ignacio, for how much we butt heads and how much we disagree. I always find it to be hilarious and fun. And Gino, you and I post on Twitter and like we don't talk as much because you don't talk in the Discord. But Gino, I just think you're a cool guy, man.
I am talkative. I'm talkative when I need to be. But yeah, no, it's just I don't go on that stuff that much. But
yeah,
I always look forward to. It's so cool because I was nervous just like you, Alan. Because I figured, oh, whatever, it's my first time. No one's really gonna care, so I would have started my own. And it was funny because like a week before that, I went to my friends and I was like, "Hey guys, let's do a podcast, man. Like I wanna put myself out there and start podcasting and get experience and start talking more about video games and all that stuff." And they were like, "Yeah, let's do it." And then they didn't say anything after that. So they weren't really
Time
interested
to get some new
in
friends.
it.
Just kidding.
Exactly. And then you guys posted the first time, and the first time you weren't able to be DM'd. So I was like, I don't wanna like reply under this message because then yeah. I don't want to reply under this tweet and like everybody sees that I'm interested and then they don't respond and then I look like a loser. So I didn't say anything. And then the second time, that's when I was like, "Hey, let me DM you because I don't want this to be a public conversation." So
shout out to Dustin McDougall for the follow on Twitch. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you,
Dustin.
So yeah, Kyle started talking to me, and then we started talking to each other, and then I like that it all became very natural when we like we had always been talking to each other. It was pretty cool. It was nice to be on here, and it is continuing to be nice on.
It really has. Being on this has also made me more active on Twitter to also have helped me meet just even more people on Twitter that follow me and people I interact with and just seeing more stuff. Like it's made me more active on Twitter in general that it's just made me meet not a ton of people, but the people I've met, I've really enjoyed.
Yeah, because
let me ask you this.
Like,
go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick one. This was like a year, a different year for a lot of people, and I felt like for me it was a year to put myself out there.
Yeah.
And I thought of that at the beginning of the year before the pandemic. So I wonder where things would be with the pandemic and everything. Because I also started like a kind of funny social group here in Atlanta and all that stuff. And it's cool to have put myself out there because then I go on Kind of Funny's live streams or whatever, and I look at the chat and I'm like, I know these people that are talking here.
Yeah.
And then like that love and sex stuff, like Ignacio goes on a phone call and like, hey, that's
I was watching that live.
Like, I was like, that's cool. I know this guy.
Talking
like,
shit about the
of like before any of this, I wouldn't have known anybody and I wouldn't have felt like I was a part of all that stuff, So it's been awesome, dude.
I hate that I'm such a lurker because I watch some of Kind of Funny stuff, but I can never really watch it live because it's always at such a weird time for me. But I hate it because I go on there and all I do is I lurk because I'm not really like comfortable to like be social with people I don't know at all. It's just so weird. Like I need to get out there more with the Kind of Funny community, but I'm just such a lurker that I just
I mean that was the same for me at the beginning of Kind of Funny. That I was kind of a lurker. I would send questions and stuff like that to the shows, but I never really interacted with the chat until I realized that A, that community is great, but B, that I remember specifically at some years someone made a thank you video for the crew from the fans. And I remember thinking, damn, I wish I would have been a part of that. I wish I could have been a part of the community enough to be that. So since then I put effort into actually talking to the chat and all that.
Yeah.
Melissa,
Yes.
I want to ask you. You've been with us for the longest now,
Yeah.
of besides me, since I made the thing. What are some of your goals for the future? Like, have you thought about that at all? Because you've had a just in general of what you want to do with the Whatnauts. Because sure, I made the thing, but I want you guys to feel like this is like this is yours too, and you can make changes or suggest things and stuff like that. And we've already implemented a number of things that you have suggested, Melissa. But like, do you have thoughts for like down the road of like, hey, I would like to get better at this thing, or do more of this, or I don't know, who knows what.
I don't know. I think 2021 was the year we did a lot of experimental review show episodes. Like we started the month. Yeah, 2020. Yeah.
Time is irrelevant.
I get it. You want 2020 to be over. I get it.
What are you talking about?
We started the monthly ongoing series because I was tired of only ever watching season 1 of something, and the next week I'm on to something else. I wanted to have the chance to talk about an entire series with you that was longer than like 12 episodes of a TV show. So I think that paid off. Like, I think it was good to get to know these longer stories and like know them very well. I think that added some really nice texture to our podcast landscape. I think the 100th episode where we pick a topic and debate it was really fun, and the sitcom trade was really fun. And I look forward to doing more kind of odd, specially formatted episodes like that next year. We can keep doing these monthly special episodes.
Absolutely.
Guests are always fun. I would love to reach out to more people and be like, hey, what's a specific odd thing you've always wanted an opportunity to talk about? Like, if it fits within a week or two's time, bring it on and we'll do it. Like, like I'm always thinking of like friends of mine, not personality, not like known internet personalities of any kind, but just like, what if we had my friend Ashley on or my friend Ian on? Just like, oh, whenever that person gets like, I don't know, I have to talk to them about like, do you have a mic that works pretty good? We can have friends on. But also like, hey, let's reach out to, like you mentioned that you would love to have, because we're such big audio drama nerds, if we could get some audio drama creator on the Captain's Log to just talk about that medium and talk about the work that goes into it. Yeah. That would be exciting.
Shipping. What's up? Let's get you on the show.
I think that would be good. Yeah, to just reach out to more people, regardless of who they are, whether they're somebody who's created something, somebody who's well known, or if it's just like if you have a friend who's just funny and just interesting to talk to, even if like
this is Jim, he's funny.
Yeah, if you have no Twitter, if you have like a Twitter with like just 40 people following you, like I don't care, just bring somebody in and it'll be a good time.
Man, why you gotta say 40? I'm at 39. I'm not even at 40. I'm such a nobody.
Step your game up, Alan.
Look, not everyone can have Kyle's numbers.
All right, I guess I don't
have good numbers at all.
I only got 39.
You have way more than us.
Just follow a lot of people.
Another thing that I would like to try doing in 2021 for the first time is, you call this a book club style podcast and we read lots of comics, but I would like to plan for doing one episode on a prose book for a change, and give us, as much time as like read that book or listen to the audio book if that's what you prefer to do it. Plan it like a month out. Like, we're going to read a book just once, just so we can fulfill the book club style name.
Read a singular book. Or listen to a singular book.
Yes.
We read a book finally on our book club podcast.
A real book.
The next next year, Kyle, it's like, Kyle, what was your favorite moment back of 2021? When I read the one book.
The book was How to Draw Manga. Right.
Hey, there's a book of manga theory and practice by Hirohiko Araki.
I would love to look into like Star Wars novels. Like, what is the best Star Wars?
The Thrawn trilogy, I think, is something we would have to do since he's in the cartoon. And I think, spoiler alert, he may or may not be in The Mandalorian. I don't know. I've only seen the first 3. I heard stuff. I don't know. Whatever. Ignacio is shaking his head, so that's not right.
He is mentioned, but no.
I've never watched Mandalorian, but no. I've never watched it, but no.
Okay. Yeah, that's I think good goals to have. To be honest with you, I've avoided having guests on the show in general down the road, and that needs to change. I mean, as a beginner podcaster in the early years, we had some nightmares happen, right? I remember we had one guest. This was on the Whatnauts review show. And I'm not going to mention which one it is, but we forgot to tell them to record their own audio.
Ooh.
And our file got corrupted. So we literally had nothing. And I let them know the situation and all that stuff. And they were super gracious, and they were down to re-record, that next week and stuff like that. So that's what we did. We basically had the same conversation twice. And on that second time, guess who forgot to hit record on his audio?
Oh my God.
Oh,
me. So
Incredible.
I didn't have any of my audio. And so we had Paul's, and we had the guest. And so I stitched those together. And then on my own time, I re-recorded my own audio while listening to their the podcast. It was a fucking nightmare.
I would love to hear that episode.
It's up on our website. I'll tell you guys off air which one it actually is. But yeah, I just stuff like that. We've done 1 or 2 interviews. In fact, last week on the Captain's Log, or I guess 2 weeks ago on the Captain's, was it last week or 2 weeks ago when all the Disney and Star Wars announcements?
It was 8 days ago. So
8 days.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So when Disney had their big investor call, they announced this collaboration between Disney and this African company called Kugali. And it was, I think, an announcement that got not much attention, from mainstream, because Star Wars, Marvel, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And it looks like some sci-fi show. It looks like a live action show about African sci-fi and stuff like that.
Oh, is it live
great.
action?
I think so. The art made it look like it was live action.
Oh. I thought it was animated. It was going to look like that art.
I guess I don't know exactly. Who knows? But yeah, I think the show was called Iwari or something like that. I don't remember. But I've been on the Kugali podcast. Years ago, they invited me and Paul on their podcast to cover some comics, some comics from Africa. And we read them, and we talked about them, and we reviewed them on their show. And then I just never heard from them again. And then all of a sudden on Thursday, they're collaborating with Disney to do. And I'm just like, what the fuck?
You're like, wow.
How? How are we always so fucking close? Right?
Yeah.
God damn it, Belinda.
So close.
We have we have stuff like that, and it's exciting to see all of that. But I think in 2021, I want to kind of change that, which is why I've also kind of been I want to take more of a backseat on some of these podcasts and stuff like that. I guess I've mentioned that behind the scenes here. So I'm announcing, I guess in a weird way, I'm still going to be on all the shows,
retiring?
But no, I'm not retiring. Yeah. I'm still going to be here. But
you're not old enough to retire yet.
He says, I quit, and he leaves the call.
I quit.
You go, okay. Well, so yeah, thank you guys for coming to the retrospective.
no,
we'll be back.
So
But, like, because Kyle's in charge of the stream, we're just like
the
we
stream
can't really
goes
like
on
leave
forever.
So we all exit the call, and it's just Kyle on Twitch, but he's not even in his chair anymore. And you're like,
his chair anymore. Oh, that's good. That's a good.
But like
one.
I've been wanting to take a little bit more of a back seat on things. One, because I stutter, and I feel like that is an obstacle for a lot of people. But I want to be able to get more guests on the show, and I know like having to coordinate all of that stuff is a lot of work, because I did that in college for something, and that was a full-time job. It felt like. But yeah, I would like to have more guests on the review show and on Crossplay. I'd like to have you guys on the Captain's Log more and stuff like that, and on the review show. I know kind of behind the scenes, I'm going to be letting you guys know what we're covering that week, in case you guys want to hop on and be like, oh, that sounds interesting. Let me, I have some free time. Let's watch that.
Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
Queen's Gambit. Watch Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit. Yeah. So yeah, like I'd like for more stuff like that.
okay,
Yeah.
Ignacio, let me go to you. What do you have any goals and stuff like that for the new year?
I think that we still, now that we have a crew, a solid crew, definitely there are some kinks that we have to run out. I think that's the expression. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep working on that. And yeah, Kyle, to your point, that's also my goal, trying to get more guests in. I have been trying to do that throughout the year. We had Mario No Pros, and then we also had Corey
Dio, right?
show.
That's his name? Mario
Yeah,
Dio.
Yeah.
I was debating on whether or not I should try.
I messed it up on the one that he was on, and then when he said it, I was like, oh, it's so simple. Like,
So we had Mario No Bros and we had Corey Cadney on the show. I reached out to them both, and they both accepted to be on the show. But yeah, I want to keep trying to get more people on the show, because I know the idea that they have followers that we don't have. And so that only it spreads the word. And we already talked about it with Gino and with Kyle last week. Alan, you had left the call.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I had to late.
Yeah, I was discussing about some people that I want to, someone that I want to bring in, and someone that Gino wants to bring in.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that and like while you guys were both there, I was like, hey, like I think one of the things that has held us back is that we don't necessarily have a niche. Besides, like, hey, we have a book club style podcast,
yeah,
right? Which
like we have, like we could cover anything, which does make us kind of hard to pitch to people.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry.
The one thing I was going to say is, like, I think having both Ignacio and Gino be native Spanish speakers and stuff like that, like we could lean into some of that stuff and be like, hey, let's do some more Hispanic related content and Spanish speaking stuff. Like that's, especially in the video game industry, I think that's a market that's not served to as much, or at least it's not in the mainstream as much, right?
Yeah.
So I think if we start championing that and being like, hey, we have a podcast that has Latino representation, that's something that will bring in a new audience. And I think you guys can absolutely step up in that way.
Yeah, we could definitely talk about that and have diverse guests like that as well on there.
Yeah.
To join me, Ignacio, for something like that, which would be awesome.
Yeah. Hey, Ignacio, hear me out. I work with a lot of Spanish speakers, and they teach me some stuff, and I've already lost some of it from the pandemic. But what is it? Brain. Eres el mejor.
The best.
Is it mejor? Mejor.
Mejor.
Mejor, mejor.
You guys are the best. Well, you are the best.
No, you are the
Mi
best.
español es
Both
muy
of you.
malo.
Both-
No sé. I don't know.
That's a good one.
Hermano.
Yeah.
Brothers.
That's right.
Yeah.
See, I know.
It was so
I pick
strange
up on
because
Spanish kind of quick, but it's tough.
I lived in Laredo, Texas for a year, which is literally right on the border of Mexico, and I picked up no Spanish. The only thing I did was, mi español es muy malo, no sé. Let me go get them.
I have some coworkers that unfortunately teach me the bad Spanish words, so I have a lot of those.
You
Because
mean
that's
the
so
best
funny.
Spanish
Yeah,
words.
it's always funny to teach that.
It's always fun.
I get called Joto a lot at work for fun. So,
No, that's some slang that I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that one either.
apparently it just means gay.
Oh,
Oh well.
I mean, I
Yeah.
know other words that would mean that, but
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard that one.
Gino, what about
Yes.
you? Now that you've been
I-
on the show for a while, like I mean, have you started to like? Is there something that you think you've learned so far that you're wanting to improve on in the new year, or goals you have? What do you got?
It was well, that specifically that you brought up, doing the news aspect of crossplay, where I think one time you asked us to put our own notes or something if we wanted to, and I wanted to try it, and going onto the different websites and all that stuff, I never did that. I always just listen to podcasts and stuff like that to get my news or whatever. And going onto and like picking different stories and all that stuff was something that I had never done before and would definitely like to do more. And another thing that I've been thinking about lately is you being on the show still, Kyle, but letting one of us try at hosting it entirely.
Absolutely,
You know
that is
what I
the
mean?
goal.
Like
That is the
starting
goal,
like
yeah.
we start, oh, what's up, welcome party, people, like all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
we do that, we lead the show. Because that's definitely something I wanna try and get better at. And I figure Ignacio and Alan would like to do that as well. So that kind of stuff is fun to me, and I don't know, man. Like goals for all of this kind of stuff is one of my goals was start a podcast, be on a podcast, guest on a podcast, whatever, that kind of stuff. I've reached that. Now I want more people to see us. That's one of the goals.
mhm.
That's one of the main goals that I have.
Absolutely.
And the community that I met you guys through, which was kind of funny, I feel like is a community where a lot of people like to support each other.
Yep.
So I feel like putting ourselves more out there, whether it be with content or chatting with people or whatever it may be, I feel like we should do a lot more of. That I would like to do as well. I specifically like to post funny stuff. I just like
Sure,
doing
yeah.
little funny things.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys know Matt Batson.
Yeah.
That
No.
I do. Yep.
I
Matt
met-
Billy Batson.
Yeah, Matt. I met him through starting the social page for Atlanta. So I got to meet him in person, and we only had
Is he the one
One
you guys
chance to
did
go
that
out.
Fall Guys video with?
yeah.
That was the thing that like when I saw that I was like, Gino is the one. Yeah, he's gonna be on the podcast. It was great.
Yeah. So Matt is like freaking incredibly talented. And I saw that when I worked with him on that video. So I wanna be able to do more stuff like that.
Sure.
Make videos that a lot of people are gonna see and enjoy, but even people that don't know, kind of funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's why I went up to him and I was like, "Hey, man, let's make a video that anybody can enjoy," and that's why we thought of the Fall Guys thing, because that game was huge at the time, and just make it like sort of comedic in a way that anybody could find funny. So I did that with him. I hope to do more. So Matt, let's work more. Sucks because of the pandemic, but you know what I mean.
Did you guys do the one for, was it the Grabbler?
The Grabbler, yeah, we did that one as well.
Yeah.
I just did a little piece of that with him.
God,
but he has other ideas that I definitely want to be a part of, and I have ideas that I'd like to make reality.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to grow in editing, acting, podcasting, becoming more of a personality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's definitely a goal for 2021 as a whole.
Cool. Sounds good, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've really mentioned it. It doesn't seem like you guys are really much writers and stuff like that, but we have our own website, so we can put stuff up there like that. Like I know it's a fine line between like working for a website that you're not really getting paid for, right? And like, how much do you really give for that? And stuff, like, because like I would absolutely love to pay you all, but we just don't have the support and stuff like that to have enough money to then pay you all. And so like, I want you guys to feel like this is your website, right? This is your place. This is where you can do all the stuff that you want to do. So if you want to make some video series on X, Y, and Z, if you want, we can put that up on the Whatnauts. But I also want you guys to feel like, hey, I have my own channel, right? And I want to build my own channel and yeah, like I don't want to stop you from doing your own thing, if that makes sense, right?
No, definitely.
But I want you to take advantage of what we have here. It's like, hey, hosting is expensive, but we've all kind of banded together to make your own thing, or to make this own thing. It's now cheaper. We have this thing. Let's make stuff, right? So yeah, I think stuff like what you have in mind can absolutely happen down the road and stuff like that.
Definitely.
Alan, what about you, man? More cats in 2021? No?
Dude,
yes?
it's because I'm sitting here. He just wants attention. I see. I'm always so bad at this. I've always hated interviews growing up my whole life.
Right?
The cat podcast. Yes.
The cat cast.
I don't know. Honestly, I never really actually have any goals going into any specific year. I never really have goals, unfortunately. I'm trying to think. My biggest thing is just trying to figure out what my own content would be, because as I mentioned earlier, I love Let's Plays. I love watching people play through games or games that I really, really love playing, like Monster Hunter, Devil May Cry, stuff like that. I love doing completionist style things of completing games. The new thing I'm trying as a goal for myself is, because as you mentioned, I personally am not a good writer. I've never been good at like kind of book work and in kind of college and school stuff. So that's why it kind of struggles for me. Hear my cat in the background. But yeah, I don't have too many ideas. Mine is just trying to figure out what's the best content style for me to express myself in, with like getting trophies or playing games. My big thing would be like doing Twitch stuff or like playing games, like doing community stuff. Like I still wish we could band together and do like kind of like an Among Us or party games. I wish I could have been a part of the Jackbox one that I wasn't paying attention to, or doing like an Among Us thing, like playing games as a group together, or sharing the games that I love with other people. That's what matters to me a ton, because I love sharing those experiences. So doing the Twitch streaming on gaming, like with having any of you as like a co-host, or as I mentioned, doing like a kind of gameplay, like even we do like a game playthrough and just kind of like one of us play it. Like, for example, like I never played Yakuza, so it could be like an idea of like I play through Yakuza for the first time with Ignacio being a co-host, where he's watching me, a newbie, play it, and then he plays a game I really like, and I'm co-hosting with him for a game that I know and he doesn't know. Like that style of content is what I really like. And then kind of what Gino said, branching out and just honestly meeting new people, helping us be more known, like just sharing, not even like we can be bigger, that's fine. But it's just having that close community of people to chat with. Like Sam in the chat, been awesome. It's fun chatting with you and making jokes and just your replies. Just having that, even if it's a small community, having people to interact with and just be around is what matters a lot to me.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of, I don't really have like a specific goal. Mine's just kind of like a thought process.
That's a good goal, though. Like I would absolutely like to do that more as well and have more community game nights and stuff like that, because we did do that Jackbox Party Pack one, which is one of our Patreon exclusive things that you can get at patreon.com/the Whatnauts at our $3 tier. But yeah, just like more of that stuff where it's not recorded or stuff like, hey guys, let's just go play Among Us or let's go play Fortnite or let's go play, I don't know, who knows what. But I think that stuff would be great. I like I mentioned before, I would like to do some kind of like streaming night where one night a week we're streaming on the Whatnauts channel some video game, something, and it doesn't always have to be you, or it doesn't always have to be me. It could be Gino, or it could be someone like, just like I want someone on there every week. Again, we'll have to work out details on that, but I think that would be a good goal for us.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I say two more? Yeah, two more. I'm sorry.
I'm going to dip out and get some ice in this water.
Sure thing.
Okay.
Doing the streaming thing, like having any one of us as like a co-host while we're streaming and playing a game, I think that would also work, because I don't know about you guys, besides recording crossplay every Saturday and like the interactions on Discord or even through like tweets on Twitter, at least for me, I don't interact with the three of you as much as I feel like I kind of want to. And I feel like by streaming even once a week or anything else and having a co-host, that would also bring us closer, thus making our chemistry on our other shows just strong.
I'll talk more into Discord, Alan, I promise.
No, I'm not calling you out specifically, Gino. I'm not calling you out.
Fuck you, Gino, specifically, because you don't talk in Discord.
That's when you do like this. Yeah, talking in Discord. Fuck Gino, by the way.
If I can say one thing to that, I think that's also exactly what the captain's log is for, or at least what I envision it for. And if we need to work out a new time for the captain's log, that's fine. You know, we can make something that works for our schedules and stuff. The idea of that is we can all come on the captain's log and just hang out and be like, shit, that reminds me of this one time I was in summer camp and God, the axe was huge and you won't believe what happened next.
And my dad bought this big longsword and we wanted to hang it as a mantle and it was crazy.
Jeez. When does the captain's log record?
So right now we record every Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern.
You're just lucky I stay up late.
Eastern time. Yeah. That's not even that late.
For people that I know personally think 9 o'clock is hella late.
Okay, Grandpa.
Let's be fair. We work at like 6:30 in the morning, so you're already up for a long ass.
That's fair.
No, my only other thing I was wondering is like I know you've mentioned that like the crossplay show goes long when it hits like the 2.5 hour mark, because we obviously cover the news of the week and sometimes we have slower weeks, but then we also cover a lot of like all the games we're playing.
Could we try natural is the thing.
Yeah. I was just wondering if like we could still do that, but what if instead of like having every single game, we could just do like our biggest game or a game we just specifically want to talk about, and then maybe like once a month be like, hey, this is a game episode where we're just talking about every game we've played this month, where we're just talking about every game we've played this past month.
Absolutely. We could do something like that.
I sort of did that. Yeah, I sort of did that like on my own, where I didn't like to repeat games that I said last week that I was playing.
Yeah.
So I always liked to sort of try another game so I could talk about that one instead, rather than, I've been playing this game the whole time, but I'm not going to keep talking about that game.
Yeah.
So
that's why, like, when I
I've
played,
sort of done that on my own. Yeah.
that's like when I played Devil May Cry. I talked about that one a bit more, but it's already a re-release game. But that's why I've been playing Crash, but I don't talk about it extensively. I just give like an update on it of like,
Yeah, that's all I'm
it's-
saying. That I was tired of hearing about Crash.
I tried to do
Okay,
that.
yeah, well, okay.
I
And
tried
fuck
to do
you,
that.
Alan,
but
specifically for continuing to play Crash Bandicoot 4.
Yeah.
Because Ignacio's
I
like,
will
"You're
not be in the Discord until you stop playing that game.
Ignacio's like, you're not gonna complete it. I'm like, fucking watch me.
Got it. How many months have you been going at it?
Ignacio, I only play it for like an hour to an hour and a half, 3 days a week.
Just look at the episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I try to not talk about a game more than once unless either it's the only game that I played and so it does not have nothing to talk about, or when I think that there's something new to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
if we
and
don't really have any,
we'll get better at that in time, too.
Well, if we've been playing the same games, we could change it where instead of talking about what we've already been playing still, we could be like, hey, here's a game specifically that is rumored or coming up that we're super excited for, and this is what, like, a quick reason why as well. Like, we could do that or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned when we brought you guys on officially full time that like we're feeling things out of just like what it's like to have 4 people on that show and stuff like that. So there might be some changes down the road and stuff like that. So I'm sure we will figure it out. I just put in the chat if there is types of content that they would like to see from us down the road. So if you guys have feedback or stuff you liked and you want to see more of, let us know, because we would like to know that stuff. But yeah, I think for me, like I think especially with crossplay, my immediate goal is to get us to be a video podcast. I know we technically have the ability to do it and stuff like that, but I just, what was that?
Kinda. Because all of you have nice cameras. I just have the one from my notebook.
I mean, did you not see how Kyle was telling me to turn autofocus off and you think my camera is like super high quality?
Yeah. So I would like to eventually work on that, but that's again, that's the thing. Like, since I'm not paying you, I'm not your boss, right? So I can't be like, Ignacio, buy a camera. What are you doing? You're fired if you don't buy a camera. You know, so, yeah. Like, I mean, just if you have the means and stuff like that, yeah, a camera would be great, because I think a video show would help our reach down the road and help us to share it on social media, where we have like, oh, we have this moment, this small section that we can clip out and put on social media. So I think stuff like that would be helpful. But I think, I want to get more guests on all the shows. Eventually, I would like to get more.
Getting Gino and I on the Captain's Log too, though, because we were gonna do that, but then technology sucks.
We'll get that all squared away in the new year.
Thanks, Kobe.
But eventually, whether it's you guys or someone else, I would love to have someone else be a more permanent mainstay on the Captain's Log as well as the review show. I think the great thing about crossplay and the steps that we've been taking already is that I could finally take a day off, right? And be like, what happens if I'm not on the show, right? Like, that would be great.
Let's try it.
Well, yeah, but I know Melissa and I have experimented a little bit with that. But yeah, I think it would just be helpful for us to have someone else on those shows too. And I didn't want to be like, okay, you're now on all of the podcasts, Gino. Welcome aboard.
Notice how he said Gino. That means he's throwing you to the sharks.
And
I'll
Alan will be
more
on next
active.
week.
You to be.
I'll be more active in the Discord, I promise.
No, why are you
Yeah.
gonna keep bringing up the active Discord? You feel like I'm calling you out for that every time. Like, Gino.
So I think down the road that is something we are eventually looking for. But yeah, like it's not a pressing matter per se, because I think we are putting out good content. I know I have fun making it all and stuff like that. So I'm enjoying what we do, and I think at the end of the day, that's really what counts. As long as we enjoy what we did do, who cares how many people we have downloading our podcast and stuff like that? Let's just make what we want. Have
I
fun,
like Sam.
right?
I like Sam's idea of putting crossplay on Twitch. I like
Yes.
that.
Eventually, that would be a good goal. So
Yeah.
stuff like that.
We
Yeah,
did it.
we did it,
it.
guys.
And it's not
2020 was
snowing
a
yet.
crazy
Yeah.
year.
Weirdly, for how bad this year's been, it's actually, in my opinion, for me personally, been pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Better
Yeah.
than 2019, actually.
Well, there you
Despite-
go. Good for you.
Despite
Yeah.
well,
Despite all of
whatever's going on outside,
Pandemic.
Yeah.
Hey, remember, we're all young here. We call it the cool name. It's Rona.
Well,
Just
except
never-
for
never
Grandpa
forget.
Cal.
Just
He
never
quit.
forget.
No,
No.
he quit. He's done.
Gonna go get a fifth beer.
Leaving
well,
the podcast
Now that
yet
Kyle's
again.
gone.
cold
And
beer.
that's how the
Another beer
Whatnauts
spring.
ended.
Let's definitely get the ball rolling in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Let's
Well, I think we have some exciting stuff down the road. So I'm excited.
Yeah.
Me
We're
too.
coming up on I think a podcast content wise, a pretty cool 2021. And
I do have
we're
to say-
all talking like we're winding down, but I'm just here to let you know I have a lot more review show content. I have that whole playlist I have to read. I have other
We
sort
do
of
have a little
reflections
bit
back.
more stuff to
Yeah.
do. I don't want to keep everyone here. If you
Mhm.
guys need to go, that's totally fine. But yeah, we've been going for a long time. Let's have the party continue, I say. Yeah, I guess the last thing I want to say about goals for 2021 and beyond, Melissa, I started a tradition that we now need to move to crossplay that I love, and I think this needs to be good. So we did this last year on the captain's log when it was just you and me. This is before we made crossplay and all that stuff. I was like, Melissa, I want to make you make blind E3 predictions.
Oh, geez.
Yes.
You like as you guys may have noticed as we were talking about Cyberpunk and all of that stuff. Melissa, I guess no offense, but like you're not a video game player. You don't really know all of that
No,
stuff. You
I
know,
you
am
don't
not.
play
Like
games.
that
Just
is
not-
a fact.
I'm sorry to
Kyle.
offend you.
Just
I
start
know
playing some more
some-
games, Melissa. 2021. We're gonna have you be a guest
I
on
am
Cross.
a gamer. Excuse you.
No, I just don't need another thing in my life
Sure,
that I
yeah.
have to keep up with. Like I already I don't see enough movies. I don't watch enough TV. I'm not that much of a comics person. I feel like I read an acceptable amount of comics for my own private life. I don't need another thing where it's like, oh, if you like that, you would like this. You're going to play that. You're going to do this. Why haven't you done that? You're behind on everyone. Like
Very
I'm
understandable,
not going to
yeah.
play games because I would never do enough games for anybody's satisfaction.
See, I'm the
Yeah,
reverse
man.
of Melissa, where
Would
she
never
doesn't
do
play
enough
games but
games.
does everything else. I watch almost no TV or movies, but I play all kinds of video games.
Yeah, same,
Yeah.
dude.
I'm like the reverse
So-
Melissa.
So we started that on the captain's log. We didn't really get to do it this year because E3 got canceled. I didn't really know how to implement that and stuff like that. But yeah, I'd like to bring that on crossplay down the road of bringing you on at least once a year, to just be like, hey, let's make some predictions of what you think will happen in this year of video
like that
games.
octopus that predicts the World Cup winner.
Yeah.
They put two soccer balls with like flags in the tank, and it crawls over like Portugal, and it's like Portugal wins the World Cup this year, says Squid.
Exactly. So if you guys are familiar with What's Good Games, they have a fantastic podcast. You guys should absolutely check them out. But they do like a magic 8-ball thing where they have this 8-ball and they do their E3 stuff with that of like, will Sephiroth be in Smash? And then they look at the thing and it's like, you betcha. You know, and so Melissa, you are our magic 8-ball. Yeah. Where we will ask you, like, do you think Sora will be in Super Smash Brothers? And you just have to give us an answer.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a goal that I have for down the road that we
want Dante in Smash. We want Dante in Smash. We want another sword fighter.
Bringing Sora.
No. Don't. Chat, Sam, don't listen to Ignacio. You don't want Sora.
Dante
you want
use
Dante.
a sword.
No,
don't
we have enough sword?
Guns are his main thing. Again, with and he has a sword, but like I know him for guns more. I don't know. Whatever. Who cares?
Hey, we've already got Joker from Persona 5 who's got the gun.
We don't need another one.
We got enough gun.
Discuss things amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Melissa, who do you think is the next person they'll add in Smash?
Well, if Waluigi isn't already there, then him.
Okay. I doubt it.
Fan favorite Waluigi. This is our reward at the end of a long, hard year. It's Waluigi.
God, I cannot imagine you get to the last one and it's Waluigi.
Oh man, that would be so disappointing. But also, like, it wouldn't. I don't think it would be disappointing to people.
It would be disappointing because it's just a meme. People don't really want it there.
That's why it's so funny.
Maybe he has like great fighting abilities. Like he's super wiry. He could like climb up onto another player's back.
Yeah.
Squeeze them with his wiry little arms. He just scampers around and you can't catch him.
How many fighters do we have left? We have
trophy,
three.
More?
There's three left.
2 or 3? Yeah, okay. 3?
Three.
When because who was in Fighter Pass 2 so far? It was Sephiroth.
It's the arm girl.
Min.
Min.
And yeah, those 3. So we're gonna see who is it? Crash Bandicoot probably.
Oh yeah, Sam says yeah. Dude, I don't even know what Crash would even do as his moves. Like
everything he has.
He
could spin, throw Wumpa fruit.
Okay, but hear me out. His side B, his neutral B could be the spin.
Yeah.
His neutral B could be the spin. His side B will be his slide attack. But what's his up B?
No, his slide wouldn't be.
We're creating a Smash character.
Just slide. He could use a rocket launcher.
But what's his down B?
When he jumps and he just
the body slam?
Yeah, the body slam.
I don't know, man.
Send this over to them. They're probably having a hard time. Yeah,
Sakurai is probably sitting in his office and he's like, I have no idea who to ask. Whoever sends me in the next letter of a character, I'll put them in. I mean, how do you think Steve got in there? They were like, put Minecraft in it. And he was like, I think I can do it.
Melissa, you have a few remaining things for us to do for the review show. I think you have 2 things left. Am I right? You have the playlist and MASH.
Oh yeah, and I have the MASH game, and I had a couple other like notes to read. Like last year, I went through like frequent like actors we saw in both years, themes of the year.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
so little notes like that I collected.
Let's wrap up with all of that stuff. I'm not sure how long that will take. I'm sure we'll still be here for a while, but yeah, let's go into all of that stuff. So
I think around 9 or maybe like 10 after 9, I'll have to go to spend time with the missus. But
absolutely okay. Yeah. So one of the things, Melissa, you surprised me with 2 years ago is you made a Spotify playlist based off all of the things that we read and watched and all of that stuff on the review show. And I think you have done that again this year for the third year in a row. So hit us with that playlist. What is on the playlist?
It is a lot of songs from, and it's not a song for everything. Each of these years, I've never gotten a song for 100% of the topics, because some of them, even stuff I like I really liked Typewriter. I couldn't think of a song for that.
Sure. You know? Typewriter, by the way, was an interesting one. We did that for our Halloween month. That is a Netflix original show from India. And it is a haunted house story, but it's family friendly. It's delightfully funny.
Yeah, it's very charming.
It's great. If you like Scooby-Doo and all of that stuff, this will be for you.
Yeah. It's got kind of a Stranger Things vibe, but it's not set in the 80s. It's like that, and that it's like you've got a kid adventure and you've got like an adult investigation happening at once.
It's good.
All right, on our review show playlist, let's see. I've got December 1963. Oh, what a night for Sherlock. Song played at John Watson's wedding. For the death-defying Dr. Mirage, I have a really great song by the band Shaky Graves called Dearly Departed, about a husband and wife where the husband is dead and haunting the house that they live in. So basically the plot of the death-defying Dr. Mirage.
Side note, we will have this playlist. We will link to it in the podcast description and on YouTube and all of that stuff. So if you guys want to check it out, you absolutely can.
Yeah, I've made playlists for each 3 years of the review show. And this year, I also made 2 specialized playlists for all of the Venture Brothers and all of Mr. Robot.
Oh, great.
I just make a lot of playlists. For Ready or Not, it is, of course, the song Hide and Seek by Imogen Heap.
Okay.
For Venture Brothers, I just put one song on here, and it was Like a Friend by Pulp, the song from the season 4 finale. For Moonrise Kingdom, I have a song called Teeth on a String. It's got the vibe. I don't know. Some of these are very abstract. Every year, these are very abstract.
I can see that being in one of his films, like some necklace with teeth on. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
For Your Name, it is a song called Nobody Move, Nobody Get Hurt. It has the line, I
thought you were gonna go with that song from the movie.
Not always. This is a song that goes, my body is your body.
Okay.
Like, if you want to use my body, go for it. It's a song about like 2 people who are hooking up and they're both really scared to move it into being an actual relationship. That's what it's about. But the lyrics seem to reflect that. For The Tick, I couldn't resist putting on a song by the band Spoon.
Yes. Okay. Good.
You're the underdog.
Because that is
Spoon.
His battle cry. Spoon.
Yeah. For X-Men season 1, I thought I was going to go out and find a song by the rapper Jean Grey, spelled Grae. But when I was looking, I found a song by another rapper called Tunde Olaniran. I'm not familiar with this person, but the song is called Jean Grey, like the superhero, and it is just a rap song about Jean Grey.
Her. Wow. Welcome to Nerd Rap. Nerd
very catchy.
Core. Yeah.
I've got Ain't No Mountain High Enough from the football movie. Remember the Titans. It's late enough in the day that my brain can't make all the words go. For our 100th episode, the superhero special, I have Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, the song from the Spider-Man 2 montage.
Nice.
And I've got Marvin Gaye's Trouble Man, the song that Sam tells Steve he should look up now that he lives in the future.
Yep.
My one song to represent Mr. Robot on here is, of course, Mr. Roboto by Styx. You have to say Domo Arigato. For Black Hammer, it's a song by an artist named Bonnie Prince Billy called The World's Greatest. And it is this very folksy, country-sounding song about being like, I am the world's greatest. I am a mountain. I am a sea. And I'm like, this is perfect for a bunch of superheroes exiled to a farm. For
great
Paprika,
book,
it is
by the way.
Dream Police by Cheap Trick. For Speed Racer, it's just the Speed Racer song from that movie.
Go Speed
Now,
Racer. Go Speed Racer.
Because we read some Fantastic Four comics and then we listened to the Marvel's audio drama about the Fantastic Four, I put 4 songs on here to represent Marvel's first family. We have Sia's Elastic Heart. We have Electric Light Orchestras, Turn to Stone. We have Genesis's Invisible Touch. And we have Bruce Springsteen's I'm on Fire.
Yes. Good stuff. I like it.
For Lucifer, I have a St. Vincent song called Lost Ageless. For Promare, I have a They Might Be Giant song called You're on Fire. It's like, hey, he's like, looks like you've got a head that's on fire. Yeah, I've read about those. You must have one of those combustible heads that I've read about.
Okay.
Or if you listen to any song on this playlist, please listen to the song I put on to represent the vast of night. It is called The Flying Saucer Part 1. This is a song that I had on like a CD of novelty songs when I was a kid. It was like The Purple People Eater and
Sure.
Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini, like just old novelty comedy songs like that. And it's a song about it's like a little audio play where like a flying saucer comes to a town and this radio DJ is reporting on it, but every piece of dialogue is like a fragment of lyrics from a song.
Interesting. By Dickie Goodman?
Huh? Yes, yes.
Dickie Goodman? Okay.
Yes. It's a delight. For the train movie, Murder on the Orient Express, it's just that Imagine Dragons song that played in the trailer. Because that's how we picked that movie anyway.
Hey, good
we're
choice.
talking about
Premiere.
how
Boom, boom.
talking about how weirdly good that trailer is for some reason.
That trailer was great.
Yeah. For Midnight Diner, it is Don Henley's Sunset Grill. For our Simpsons Seinfeld special, the band Bloodhound Gang has a song called Ralph Wiggum that is just a bunch of Ralph Wiggum quotes.
Really?
Okay.
They're like, this is my time to use this.
Wait, what's the song?
It's called Ralph Wiggum.
By who?
By Bloodhound Gang, the people who did You and Me, Baby, Ain't Nothing But Mammals. Let's do
You
it
and
like
me,
they do.
baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do it on Discovery Channel. Come on.
For Tron Legacy, it is Derez. For Tron Uprising, it is the song from Tron Legacy. It is Derezed. We got the James Bond
whole
thing.
album. The like, there's no better movie sound track than the Tron Legacy. I don't remember what the movie was called. Daft Punk, man. They
it is Tron Legacy. Yeah. For the Fifth Element, because the Fifth Element is love, I put down the Celine Dion song "The Power of Love."
Okay.
To represent the Superman comics we read and Irredeemable, because they are two takes on the same tale. I put down 5 for Fighting's Superman parentheses. It's not easy. Just a song about how it's hard to be Superman.
I think I know that one.
It's the entire plot of Irredeemable. For Hannibal, I have the Kesha song. I think, Hannibal.
Is that the song? So to go back to the Superman one, the one I'm thinking of, which I think fits especially for Irredeemable, is that the one I'm thinking of where it's like, if I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman?
That's Kryptonite. No, this is like,
this is like
fly. I'm not that nice.
Isn't it the one that goes?
Okay, yeah.
I'm Superman.
No, that's the theme song from Scrubs.
Theme song from Scrubs. I think all of those songs would work.
I remember hearing it on like adult contemporary radio in the year 2003.
I remember it. Yeah.
So to interrupt really quick, guys, it is 9. I had to feed my cats, and I'm gonna go spend time with my girl for the rest of the night. If that's okay.
Of course.
Sounds good, dude. Thank you so much for joining us.
For all of
I
this
had-
time.
for
I had
being a
a
member of the
ton of fun.
Whatnauts.
So
Absolutely.
I'm still thankful to be a part of the Whatnauts. Melissa, it's always great speaking to you on the
Chill.
podcast episodes. It's always fun. Kyle, thank you for obviously letting me join. Ignacio, you're a great boy. Gino, you're not even here, so goodbye.
So fuck
So-
you, Gino.
Yeah, fuck you, Gino. Gino, if you come back and you see this post, whatever else, post more in the Discord because I know you're going to bring that up again.
Hey,
And
go
same with
play
the chat.
Yakuza 0.
Yeah, and play
Sounds good,
Yakuza.
dude.
I gotta go buy it. And same in the chat. Thank you for chatting, and I hope all of you guys have a great rest of your weekend.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Bye.
Later,
Bye.
guys.
All right. Let's see
All
if
right,
we
we had a-
can turn him off there. Well, I guess. How does that work? Okay. Do your thing. Melissa,
Yeah, to
I'll
finish off the
fix this.
podcast. To finish off the playlist, I've got Kesha's song Cannibal for Hannibal, which is a song I've been sitting on since last year when I thought
That
about
works.
putting it on for The Terror. And then I'm like, wait, what if we ever do Hannibal? I should save this.
The Terror was good. I never watched season 2 of that.
Yeah, I'd like to check that out sometime. For Frankenstein Agent of Shade, I have a really great song called The Frankenstep, which is just Dr. Frankenstein making a dance song. For The
Okay.
Love Witch, I've got a great spooky Halloweeny song just called Witch by the band. The band's called something. My Spotify is too small and it's not showing me the whole name. You'll go to the playlist and you'll see it. For the Knives Out, it is the Gordon Lightfoot song Sundown that plays in the restaurant. For the
Your favorite,
for Great
yeah.
Pretender, it is the Great Pretender song. Yeah, the last couple ones are just songs from The Thing. We've got Put a Little Love in Your Heart from Scrooged. And
good.
to pick one song out of the big soundtrack that is Jingle Jangle, I ended up going with the Make It Work song from the end because that one has a Nika Noni Rose in it and her voice is so lovely.
Okay. There you go.
It's a
Good
playlist,
stuff.
37 songs.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for making that. When you first decided to make that, I was just like, this is brilliant. I love this idea that we have a playlist based on all the stuff that we've covered. So yeah, it's a good tradition for us here at the Whatnauts.
All right,
Now-
we've got
Gino and Ignacio, I'm gonna need your help because Melissa prepared a game of
yeah.
MASH for me specifically. I don't know if you guys remember this from like when you were a kid. It's the like mansion, apartment, shack, or house where you like pick what your income will be, who your wife will be, all of that. Like it's some, childhood
I've
game
never
thing.
heard of
So
it.
Yeah, I've never heard
Or
of it either.
if you've done those like fortune teller things,
Yeah.
you know what
Okay.
I'm
Yes,
it's
yes,
in
yes.
that
about?
same family.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing, yeah.
Okay.
The like folded paper thing. You guys, I guess, couldn't see me do the hand things, but yeah, Melissa made one for me specifically. But I'm going to ask you guys for help on what I should pick.
I
Okay,
already
stuff
picked
like
the
that.
things
Fine.
for you.
Oh shit!
Well, I picked most of them.
Well,
Okay.
I picked out your houses, your jobs, your vehicles, what town you would live in, and your pets. But the spouses I left open. I've written down the crush you mentioned earlier, 500-watt Faye. So you guys
Okay,
can pick
yeah.
other crushes from the review show this year. I can put some on here. Like when I brought this up to Kyle, he's like, "Cool, is everyone else going to be able to play with us?" And I'm like, I guess not. I just thought of this. I thought it'd be fun and silly. I don't know. I've just been scribbling
fine.
over here.
That's fine. We'll always make it work.
Yeah, we can all do a mash. I'd love to do a mash at any hour.
All right, good stuff. So I am 4 beers in. I am officially drunk. What up?
Damn.
Bell.
That's funny.
Okay. You got more spouses, or you want me to write some down for you?
What did you have that for? Like, does it start with spouses?
Yeah. Oh, that's the first category I wrote down. That is the MASH classic to start with.
Let's start with spouses then. Yeah.
All right.
What do you got?
Throw it down. Faye, do you want me to come up with more from the review show, or do you want to name your own? Since I left this one open.
Okay. Let me ask Gino and Ignacio, based on what you guys know about me, what fictional character do you think I should marry?
Princess Peach.
Princess Peach.
Princess Peach.
I don't know.
Oh, right. There we go. Bowser.
I don't know.
Back of the line, buddy.
I think I'm thinking of that scene from Gundam Wing, the one where the guy says to the girl that invites him to the party, yeah, I'll kill you. You should marry that girl.
Okay, Relina. Let me look up her full name. Her name is Relina. Relina Gundam Wing. What is her full name? Relina Darlian. God, I cannot speak. Relena. DARLIAN.
I'm glad all these notebook scribbles are going to be correctly spelled for no one to ever look at.
Gotta make sure it's right.
Relina Springer now, so
respect the Gundam name. Okay.
Springer at the end of all these.
Yeah.
Respect the Gundam name. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. She's like a duchess or something. You'll take her name.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What about the cyberpunk lady that everyone?
Judy.
Judy from Cyberpunk. Let's see. Judy Cyberpunk. What's her name?
She doesn't have a last name. It's Judy Cyberpunk. I wrote it down.
Yes. There.
Judy Alvarez.
Alvarez.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll be called Cyberpunk, man. Like Judy Cyberpunk.
You'll
be the
Cyberpunk
family.
Judy Cyberpunk Springer. Has a ring to it.
Okay. We have one more spot left to be filled.
Another wife?
I can name a wife.
Melissa, do you have one? Chat, do you have one? Who should I marry?
Yeah,
Chat, help me.
Sam.
There's 7 of you watching right now. Sign up for Twitch right now. Sign in.
Yeah.
Follow us. Chat with us.
You can give Kyle a wife.
Give me a wife. Who should I marry? Oh, that's great. What is the fictional character that I've I had a crush on? I don't know. I've always really liked Liv Tyler.
Oh, she's pretty.
From what?
She's one of my just
from the
in
leftovers.
general.
You can't name all these fictional characters and have one real woman on the list. That feels weird.
From the leftovers.
From life.
Choose the one from the leftovers.
From
leftovers.
You want to marry Princess Arwen?
That's fine with me. Queen Stefani says yes! Double exclamation mark. With that Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
So maybe that version of her?
That's her. That's Princess Arwen.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, so that
we'll go with that. Thank you.
So you know what the rest is at stake. I went with exclusively things from this
Mary
year
Jodie
of the review
Comer,
show.
too. I actually don't know her.
So the houses you
Jodie
could,
Comer from Killing Eve.
The houses could live in would be the Park Mansion from Parasite, Seinfeld's apartment, the Knives Out mansion,
Chloe
Decker's cute little bungalow from Lucifer, or Danger Boat. You could just live on and be roommates with, I guess. The sentient gay boat, Danger Boat. Your job could be an art tutor, but really you're lying about your credentials.
Oh, like
You're not
Parasite.
qualified to be an
Okay.
art tutor.
Sure.
You could work in the wine division of that Japanese beer company. You could be a seashell dealer like Honey Rider. You could be a high school football coach.
Seashells. Is that how it goes?
Or you could be a henchman for supervillain of your choice. The Monarch, the Terror, you're welcome to pick. Your vehicles could be the Monarch Mobile, a Tron Light Bike, the Mach 5, Bruce Willis's hover cab, or the Aston Martin, which I don't remember officially if that wasn't Dr. No or if that did come in a later James Bond
I don't
movie.
think the Aston Martin was in Dr. No. Because he doesn't really have a car then.
You can take the Springfield monorail everywhere. You don't have a vehicle. You take that very shoddy monorail.
I wouldn't take the monorail. It's a bit dangerous, to be honest.
The towns that you could be living in are Cayuga, New Mexico, from the Vast of Night. You could be living in Murder, Baltimore, which is Baltimore as shown to us in the TV show Hannibal, where there's a serial killer like every week. You could be living in that town from the Love Witch, whose name I don't know, but it was a pretty little town. You could be living in Philadelphia post the movie Glass, where there's people with superpowers running around.
Okay.
Or you could be living on the little island from Moonrise Kingdom. And your pets could be Flipper from Mr. Robot, Happy, the cute little cat, Fairy Tale.
Okay.
Yeah, Flipper's a dog. Like, he did not have a dolphin on that show. You could have Chim Chim from Speed Racer. You could have Buddy, the dog from Typewriter.
Okay.
Or his name was Buddy, right?
Yes, his name was Buddy. I remember that.
Or you could have all 5 of Will Graham's assorted dogs.
Oh, God. I feel like he had more than 5.
He had 5 or 6. He kept getting more as the series went on. You watched all the way to season 3. Does he have like 12 dogs?
He has like 16 dogs. I don't know how many he has. He has just a house full of dogs, of strays. Bad Gal Nikki, did you mean Brie Larson? Is that who you meant? Instead of Blair?
Oh, I haven't heard of Blair Larson.
Because I looked up Blair Larson, and I'm getting some like rugby guy. I don't know who this is. So who knows? I mean, maybe that's who you meant me to marry. But
marry her as well, yeah.
Well, now you have to pick a number.
Okay. Is this for a spouse?
She did mean Brie Larson.
Brie Larson.
It's
okay.
Smash. You pick a number, and I go through and I cross them out and circle them.
Is it a number 1 through 10 or something, or just a random?
It's any number as long as it's not obnoxious.
Okay. We'll do 7.
Okay.
What am I
now
gonna
you guys just talk to each other.
Marry?
Wait, so what do we? I don't understand the rules for this game. I've never played.
Okay, so I wrote down this big list
I'll
of
explain
things,
them.
And then Kyle said 7, so I keep going down the list and crossing off the 7th thing, and then I do it over and over and over again until there's only one thing left in each category, and that is Kyle's future.
Okay.
Yeah, so she has a pool of like spouses and what house we'll live in and what city we'll live in and stuff like that. So based on the number 7, she's crossing off a bunch of options until she gets 1 in each category. And that is what my future will be. Of like, I'll be married to this person and we'll live in this house and I'll have that.
I don't know if I'm understanding the rules right, because can't you just say, okay, I choose number 5 and then you do 5 for everything?
Well, it's you start. So imagine you have a list of all this stuff, right? Where, you know, there's 4 spouses, 4 houses and stuff like that. If I say 5, you count from the total list, number 5, you cross it out. And then you keep going. So yeah, so eventually you'll be left with 1 in each category.
Okay.
And that's what you're left with at the end of the day.
I see, I get it.
And then that's my future. That's it. Sorry, ladies. That's who I'm left with at the end of the day.
All right.
There you go. Who has been your celebrity crush for a long time, Gino?
Mine has Nikki said in the chat, Brie Larson.
Brie Larson is a great one.
Yeah, I've liked her for a very long time now.
There you go.
But
I hadn't really seen her in much before Captain Marvel, but I know she was around.
Yeah, I saw her first in, was it Room? The Room?
The Room?
That one, because
I don't know if she's
there's
in that
Room,
one, but
which is
I'm
a really bad one, which
Yeah.
is the Johnny Wiseau or whatever, the Tommy Wiseau
Yeah.
one. And then there's Room or something that she's in with that little kid, Jacob Tremblay. I saw
Okay.
her in that one, and she was really good in that one.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I have it.
She was
Okay,
in
so-
Hoot.
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 Never seen that one. After that, I saw her
Oh,
in
no.
Kong, and then Captain Marvel.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
Ignacio.
Kyle, you and your
well, one sec, Melissa.
Okay.
Ignacio, who is your celebrity crush?
I don't think I have one.
Oh,
Yeah.
bullshit.
maybe
I
you
don't
just don't
like
have one
anybody.
yet. Like 2021 is the year you see the most beautiful person you've ever imagined.
What about her name, Chloe Bennett from Agents
Ah,
of
yeah.
S.H.I.E.L.D.? She's hot.
Oh,
Sure.
Like her. Oh, you know who else I really like? I like Alicia Vikander.
Alicia
Mm.
Vikander, yeah, okay. Laura
the best.
Croft
Good
herself.
choice.
Yeah, I really like her.
There you go.
Right.
Okay, Melissa, you're up.
Kyle, you and your wife, Princess Peach, live
I
in
guess.
you
Think
live
it-
in the cute little bungalow house from Lucifer in superhero
good house.
Philadelphia. You
Okay.
take your hover cab to work as a henchman for any villain this year that you choose. And hopefully that henchman job gives you enough money to take care of all of your dogs.
Nice.
Oh man, who would I want to work for? Who would I want to be a henchman for? I feel like I feel like working for what's his name from Venture Bros would be fine, but I don't like the butterfly costume. I don't want to work for Monarch.
Okay.
I don't know. Can I be a henchman for Dr. Modius from Irredeemable? Because they had nice sweater vests. Like he had a nice sweater vest thing,
He's got to have somebody around who takes care of menial tasks for him.
right? Or he
Yeah.
just builds a bunch of robots, and I would be one of those robots. You would just make
Body
me
came
as
to
a
life.
robot.
I like
That'd be
that.
great.
I'd love to work for Dr. Modius. That's Nash.
Queen Stefani says, mine is every single member of BTS, so that's easy for me.
Yes.
Who-
dude.
what is
BTS.
BTS? Is that a K-pop band? What's
Oh,
going on
dude.
here?
You know,
Do you not
no.
know BTS, man? Yes, it's
What
K-pop
is going on?
band.
Old man
K-pop band of the world. Dude.
Dude, I'm fucking 30 years old. I'm old. Okay. Me and
so
Melissa are
old.
holding down the old end.
I'll make mashes all day. I'm in the 3rd grade.
There you go. Yes, K-pop. So I don't know anything about K-pop or all that stuff.
We got to introduce you to
except
BTS. I'm going to introduce you to BTS then, Kyle.
because I knew a bunch of my friends were into it because I used to dance in college. So like that was just a part of the culture. They were all like K-pop stands and stuff like
Yeah,
that. And I
but
was just
that
like,
was
I don't know
like
what the fuck
15
you guys are
years ago.
talking about. It wasn't 15 years ago. I was 15 years ago. But no, so one of the goals I've had for the review show is to cover a K-drama. Because
Yeah.
there's
Ah.
a couple like Korean crime shows that I really, really enjoyed that are fucking phenomenal. But I don't know the like standard K-drama of like what you think about when they say
Are they-
K-drama.
Are they more like soap operas though? Like I'd love to cover one if we can find one that is an appropriate length.
That's what I like. Yeah, that's what I need to
Yeah, I
do
don't
the
know.
research
Yeah.
for of like what's out there, what's popular, what's available on like Netflix or Hulu or stuff like that, and then be like, here's some K-dramas we can review on the review show. That'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be fun. There you go.
Would you
Good
like
stuff.
to hear more review show facts? Facts
Yes.
and themes.
Let's
Themes
wrap
and
up. Let's wrap up this 5-year anniversary with some end of the year review show facts and
Facts.
stuff.
So last
things,
year,
Lori.
spur of the moment, I came up with a list of actors who had appeared in both the previous year and that year of the review show. And I did it again this year. I only remembered to do it 20 minutes before we started recording, so the list isn't very long, and I am almost certain I forgot people. But right now, the list is, in both 2019 and 2020, we saw these actors appear in the review show. We saw Ellen Green in Pushing Daisies and Hannibal, because they're both made by the same guy. And I bet there's a bunch of other returning actors, too.
Who was she in Pushing Daisies? And who was she in Hannibal?
She was one of the ants. And in Hannibal, she was like, remember when Hannibal goes to like an opera performance and there's all those people talking to him like, Hannibal, why don't you host more dinner parties? Hannibal,
okay,
cook
yeah. That makes, yes. Okay, now I know exactly who you're talking about.
Martin Freeman was in Ghost Stories last year, and here he is, the award-winning John
Sherlock.
Watson. John Glover, we saw last year in Gremlins 2, The New Batch, and he's back again playing a very similar role in Scrooged. John Goodman, we saw in The Artist briefly, and he also did last year we watched Paranorman, right? He used a brief voice role in that. And this year he was in... What was he in this year? I forgot why I wrote this man's name down. I've lost a lot of my head. I had it at the beginning of the... Oh, he's Mr. Dad. He's Speed Racer's dad. He's
That's
Speed
right.
Racer's dad. He's Pop Speed.
Speed Racer's down. Papa Speed.
It took me way too long. It also took me forever to remember that Gary Oldman was Dracula. I stopped thinking about Dracula as having been portrayed by an actor. I thought he was just an entity. And we saw him again as Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg. Last year, Edward Norton was in the Birdman. And this year, he plays the scout troop leader in Moonrise Kingdom. And somebody who is, several of these people have been in all 3 years of the review show. Ellen Green has, Martin Freeman, John Goodman was, and Ricky Lindholm, always playing a very, very small role. She had a little part in the cast of the Joss Whedon Much Ado About Nothing. She's in 1 episode of Pushing Daisies, and she plays one of the family members in Knives Out. Always a delight to see her pop up for a handful of lines somewhere.
Yeah.
And I mentioned it when it happened, but I want to reiterate it again, that we stumbled across something amazing this year on the review show, completely by accident, where we had 3 actors who have hosted Epcot rides.
What?
Okay, interesting theme.
We had in Murder on the Orient Express, Dame Judi Dench, who narrates Spaceship Earth. We had, as one of the heroes of the Venture Brothers, Patrick Warburton, who appears in the pre-show video for Soren. And in Hannibal, we had Gina Torres, who is your host for Mission Space. And we had Josh Gad this year, who, of course, is the voice of Olaf in the Frozen Ever After ride in the Norway Pavilion.
And technically, we covered something else he was in, right? In the reactor core for Artemis Fowl, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Yeah, we covered 2 Kenneth Branagh movies this year on the reactor core and on the review show, which might be the first time this has happened.
We did, yeah.
Who knows when it will happen again. And looking back on the year as a whole, these are some recurring themes that I saw. We did a lot of superhero pastiches. The Venture Brothers and Black Hammer and The Tick and Irredeemable. This is one of my favorite genres. I'm always excited for a superhero pastiche. Very specific themes we saw repeatedly. Being on Fire with the Fantastic Four and Promare.
Sounds hot.
Forgetting Your Entire Sister with Sherlock and Mr. Robot.
Yes. Okay.
Interesting.
Forgetting your sister.
stripping down to your tank top and wailing on something with an axe was an important scene in both an episode of Mr. Robot and an episode of Venture Brother.
Okay.
Interesting. Very interesting.
We had several stories this year that involved you seeing inside somebody's head. One of the keys from Lock and Key, you could unlock the back of your head and peer in and look around.
Which got renewed for season 3, by the way.
Oh my God.
Past week.
I didn't even know there was a season 2. Jeez.
It's not out yet, but it will be.
We've got that. We have Paprika, where you're seeing inside somebody's dreams. X-Men has psychic powers where you can read people's minds. I had a third thing on here. I should have written these down better. I just came up with these like earlier today. Maybe there isn't. Thought there was a third thing. Oh, no, that's the fine. Episode of the Venture Brothers where Dr. Orpheus has to go inside Dr. Venture's head.
Okay.
And find out what's wrong with him because the Monarch's trying to make him kill himself from inside his own mind. We have mansions with secret compartments in Parasite, Ready or Not, and Knives Out. This was a great year for mansions. This was our most mansion-packed year. We had multiple stories set in places where Kyle, you have been.
Oh, yeah. We covered Hannibal. There's a bunch of it that's set like where I grew up. So that was weird and scary to be like, I've been there and there's serial killers all around there in that show.
Yeah. And we watched Remember the Titans, part of which they play a game at your high school. And we were watching Split and James McAvoy kidnaps those girls from a mall parking lot. You're like, I have been to that mall.
I've been to that mall. King of Prussia Mall. Yeah. The second largest mall in America, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. The fully stocked mall, the American Dream, the Miami Dream, who knows? But the most prevalent theme that we dealt with this year on the review show, this was the year for siblings. So many of our stories had a strong sibling team at the center of them. We've got Sherlock and Mycroft Holmes. We have the Locke siblings. We have Arthur and Dot Everest. We've got every Venture as we keep adding more onto that family. We got the Kim family trying to infiltrate the Park family. We have the unbreakable Alderson siblings, the Racer family, the Storms, and of course, the Simpsons. And that's just naming sibling teams that are a team. I didn't write down like the family from Ready or Not who keeps fighting all the time. I didn't write down the Knives Out family. Yeah, lots of siblings this year.
I gotcha. That's interesting.
It really stood out to me. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, thank you, Melissa, for sharing all of that stuff.
Yes.
And doing that. Yeah, we have some fun here on these podcasts, on these here shows. I guess that's about it. That wraps us up for our 5th year anniversary. Round of applause.
Thank you guys for sticking around and listening to me talk about a bunch of TV shows you might not have seen.
There's been 7 of you all in the chat pretty consistently. So thank you all for sticking around and hanging out with us and chatting with us. If you've been lurking, thanks. Still, we appreciate you a lot. I guess a little bit of housekeeping before we get out of here and all that stuff. If you did not know, hopefully you do by now. We have all sorts of podcasts here at the Whatnauts. We have multiple podcasts, one might say. You guys can find out more information on our website, which is thewhatnauts.com, as well as your favorite podcasting platform of choice. Just type in the Whatnauts and all of our shows will pop up right there. If you like what we do, patreon.com/thewhatnauts is where you can support us for as little as $1 a month. We have a $3 tier where we have all kinds of exclusive content. And we shouted her out once, but Sam, who has been in the chat here as Jatnimus, is our Patreon supporter at the $5 tier. So you get a special shout out as comes with that level of support. So thank you so much, Sam. We appreciate you a lot. We love you tons. Thank you much for helping us out.
Thank you.
That's about it. Go like, share, subscribe, do all of that stuff. If you guys haven't yet, please go follow us here on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/the Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. You guys can watch all of the videos of our podcasts, including Crossplay, which is still not a video podcast yet, but like we said, will be a goal for down the road. And that is youtube.com/the Whatnauts. Yeah, that's it. Go like, share, subscribe, tell a foe, tell a friend, tell a homeless guy on the street. I don't know. Do whatever you have to go do with that stuff. Let's see. Alan Busby is not here, so let's shout out his social media stuff, which is just at Alan Busby on Twitter.
Very handy.
Yeah, so you guys can go find him there. That is, yeah. I looked it up today because we had all of the social media stuff, which is right there.
Oh.
There it is. There we go.
There you go.
So, Melissa, where can they find you on the internet?
You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Wilkywit. That's WILKYWIT. And you can listen to my other podcast, Saturday Morning Obscurities. This is me and my brother Jams talking about weird old kids shows and movies that we kind of half remember. That's the things you think only you remember, but surprise, the Wilkinsons know it too. Our most recent episode is on The Wacky Adventures of Ronald McDonald, which is a series of animated VHS tapes you could only buy at McDonald's. And coming up soon, we'll have a Christmas episode on an animated movie from the year 2000 called The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus.
Good stuff. Gino, what about you, my friend?
You can find me over on Twitter at Gino_V
There you go.
That's
Ignacio, what about you?
Well, they can find me on Twitter at Ignacio Rojas B. That's IGNACIOROJASB.
Heck yeah, dude.
Go. You guys can find me at Yo Kyle Springer on Twitter and Instagram. We are at the Whatnauts on Twitter if you guys want to stay up to date with all of our shows. I do also want to mention that we have a merch store. You guys can buy Whatnauts shirts and stuff. I'm hoping to have a few more designs up there sometime in January. I don't have them ready yet. But I am working on them and stuff like that. You guys can find that at thewhatnauts.com/store. Please join our Discord. We have a Discord that is open to everyone as long as you are tremendous, amazing people. So please be nice and kind. You guys can find that at thewhatnauts.com/Discord, where you guys can or you can DM us on Twitter or something, and we'll send you the link to all of that stuff. But we got all sorts of channels in there for us to talk about all sorts of things. That's about it. This is almost it for 2020. If you guys are a Patreon supporter at the $1 tier or above, tomorrow morning, Melissa and I are doing the final Whatnauts podcast of the year. It will be the review show on Jingle Jangle, a Netflix original film. It's a Christmas film, and that's going to be streamed on YouTube. So you have to be a Patreon supporter, and we post that link in Discord. So yeah, you guys can find all of that stuff there. But that's it. 2020 is almost done.
Jiminy's.
Fuck this year, man.
We did it.
Fuck this year. God damn.
We've done it.
We did indeed. Thank you all for sticking with us for like 5 fucking hours. That's been a lot.
5.5 hours.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sticking with us this entire way. We hope you guys have happy holidays and a great rest of the year, and we will see you in 2021. Thank you.
See
Bye.
you guys.
Bye.
All right.